this afternoon, and we're going to have a surprise guest at 1:30. But first, let's introduce the panel for pre-match, and it's a very warm welcome to Brett Beston. Good afternoon, Brett.
Good afternoon, Brash. Looking forward to this one. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Weather conditions, a little bit of cloud overhead, but I reckon it'll be okay, and we should be in for a good game. Ground looks pretty firm, so good open game. And
to my left, the man who's been very much a part of the media team this year, and his special comments role has been outstanding with his contributions so far this season. It's a very warm welcome to you, Brett Davidson.
Thanks, Brash. Yeah, certainly looking forward to a huge game today, and we'll talk about it a little bit later on. But I see this as probably a massive crunch game for Blackburn.
Yeah. To my right, gentleman that really needs no introduction. He's basically he's come back to us in the second half of the season. He had a wonderful show on Eon Sports until they went under, and we're lucky to have him back with us. He's got the best voice, I reckon, for a broadcast.
You'll be giving him a knighthood soon.
Yeah. It's a very good afternoon to you, Sir Damien Watson.
You're smothering me today, Brash. Good to see you, mate. Great to be back working with you as well. I'm really looking forward to this game today. Two Division 1 sides. It's an important game, too, in the context of the season, because there's that log jam between second and fifth. So a lot on the riding on this game today.
Not only is it a further position in the ladder up for grabs, but I think a bit of a psychological advantage for either one of these sides, because at some stage they'll probably play each other in the finals. Well, before we start going into the match, we'll have a quick talk about the EFL news that came out during the week, that it was announced by Phil Merton, and it comes about, and it's the much talked about restructure of the EFL, and finally the EFL have came out and made a definitive statement, and have basically said that as from season 2019 there will be a restructure in the EFL, and we will have 5 divisions: Premier, Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, Division 4 and Division 5, made up of teams of 10, 10, 10, 8 and 8, if that's the way I interpret it. For me, I was very happy with the decision. I'm going to throw it open to the panel, and I'm going to ask you first, Brett. How do you feel? Do you think the EFL have done the right move here?
Is it Brett Beston or Brett Davidson?
Which one?
So you got me there. Brett Beston, you can kick us off.
Mate, we spoke about it on the huddle last night, and we spoke to Phil Merton. It's been a couple of years in the making, and I think it's a terrific idea. I think it'll give the likes of your Nunnet Wattings and maybe even the Sylvans, clubs like that, Fair Park, probably a more even playing field going down to that next division. The interesting thing is about, obviously they're going to try and utilise the clubs they've got on the comp at the moment. There might be perhaps a thought to bring in 1 or 2 outside clubs, but I think at the moment the competition largely they're going to use the clubs that are already there.
Yeah, Brett. What are your thoughts on it? Because you're going to be part of this this restructure in your new role at the Scoresby Football Club, and you're going to be front and square in this, especially from now until the actual start of the 2019 season. Being a coach in the EFL and being part of the whole system for so many years, how do you see this?
I think it's outstanding. I think it's exactly what was needed. I think having the 4 divisions as they've gone, there was always that situation where if a club wanted to come in, it was where do they come in, how do they come in, who comes in, and that still will be decided. But what I really like is the fact that they've gone with the idea of a premier. I like that, the fact that they've called it Premier Division and then gone 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
I think that's a really good fact. I like the fact, obviously, that they're going to go 10, 10. I thought it was 8, 8, 8.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
I think that's an excellent model, because then that gives you that idea that you're not going to get compromised draws. You're going to have the situation where you're playing each other twice. You've got 10 clubs, so it really makes that compact situation, and probably less chance of having the really bottom one side that you generally have in divisions throughout. I still think, I know I've spoken about this before, I still think the amateurs, even though their competition isn't as good as ours, I think they still run the best structure, in that they have the 2 up, 2 down system, even with 10 teams in it.
Yep.
And the reason why I think that's the best is because every single game in the year is live.
Yep.
there is rarely a lame game, we'd call it, because you've got 2 up, 2 down, and you've got 10 in it. You've got teams in 5, 6, 7 and 8 who are often really fighting in those last games, sometimes even just to remain up. So I think that's something that may be looked at. I know it's not agreed upon with a lot of the presidents in the EFL, but I think it's a good thing. But I love the idea of having the 5 divisions and being able to bring teams in. I think it's just going to strengthen the competition. Now, I know there are clubs that want to come in. I suppose the biggest issue is going to be
where they start.
Yeah, and also the fact of grounds and how far do we travel and what is actually Eastern.
Yeah, well, the line starts to become blurred then, doesn't it?
But it always has been, in a way, isn't it?
It has. I mean, as soon as you started introducing clubs like South Belgrave and Balwyn and to the further extremities, of the boundaries of where we are, you'd almost think we're pushing in on other people's...
Well, even Noble Parks, it's been a traditional southern... but I suppose we look at the fact of what are other leagues looking like at the moment, and one of the things you can always talk about Eastern Footy League is the strength of the competition. Yep. And and even this year, and I think the beauty of this year is that we are finally seeing the introduction of the points and salary cap has really had an impact, and a good impact on the entire competition. I think that's where, if we get bigger, I think you're going to have a look at some of those Southern Football League clubs who really struggle to compete. Maybe they would be looking at being in that 5th division sort of thing.
You could almost see there, Davo, with the 888, that the EFL are basically leaving room for an expansion, in the fact that if they do expand, then you can see that the Division 3 or the Division 2, whichever one it is, that starts at 8 will get the initial 2 extra to make it 10, and then the newer clubs will probably start feeding in from the bottom.
And I think what you'll find is if there is a club like, and we've heard it in the past, the Heidelberg, who have wanted to look at coming into the association, they don't get the straight up free ride of going into First Division. No, they can't. They would go into 3rd Division. Now, whether they would agree on that, I don't know.
I would definitely know they wouldn't, because they wouldn't even accept the fact that if they came in on the previous submission, I believe they were offered Division 2, and they basically said, no, it's got to be that Division. I don't necessarily agree with that, because they were in a position at the time when the Northern Football League weren't going so well, and they were the powerhouse team, and the onus was basically put on back to them as a club. Is if they're going to if they want to remain a premier club, they're got to be the forerunners to get their competition back up and running. And I think when they got that rude awakening from AFL Victoria, and the fact that they had to go back and not serve their penance, but start doing the right things, I think they're positive in moving forward. My big concern is still the nursery. The under-19s is still an issue for the EFL, and you can't sugarcoat it. It is. Do you think this restructure is also going to help the under-19s as well?
I think it remains to be seen. I think with some clubs, in terms of the under-19s, a lot of it has to do in terms of the problem and the issues they have in attracting players. I think a lot of it has to do with their geographical position and possibly the way society's moving now, and the fact that kids coming through have a lot more choices than they previously did in terms of other sports that are coming in, and that's probably a threat that can't be solved by any restructure. You can't just solve it based on restructuring the competition. So I'm not sure if it makes a massive difference in that sense. In terms of my opinion on the new restructure, I don't mind it. We're not sycophantic here. I think we have an independent view and like it. Some people disagree with it, but I think it's a lot more, there's a greater simplification, which is good. I think it simplifies the whole situation and narrows it down and perhaps makes it a lot more competitive in each division, and I think that can only be a positive.
The other thing that might, we talked about this last night as well, if you bring in it, say you bring in 2 new teams, suddenly you've got that possibility of having 9-team divisions, and you've got that bye option. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Look, I think to be honest with you, I don't think any football club would like to have a bye during the normal regular season.
I'm not a big fan of them myself.
No, neither am I. I think that I think guys come to play football. They want to play football every Saturday of the year because all of a sudden byes can actually ruin your momentum. You might be on a roll, and then all of a sudden you have that week off, and then you miss a couple of key training runs, or you don't go as hard in your training because you haven't had that hit out for 8 or 9 days, and then all of a sudden you go out in the ground and it just shows. In the opening 10, 15 minutes of most games, you come off the bye, you look pretty lethargic.
I think the biggest problem with the bye, to be honest, is round 18.
Yep.
Because you have a situation where you'll have some sides who will be not playing in round 18 and they could be in contention for finals.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they don't have a chance. Or you have another team in the other situation, contention for relegation. You have a side that might be had a great role and head into finals, and they're having the week when they don't really want a week, and it might be a second semi they're playing in, so they end up having 2 weeks off. So there's all those sorts of things with byes. It's during the year. You can talk about, is it the one that comes straight after the Queen's birthday weekend, when then you've got 2 weeks off, which is problematic in itself.
Yeah.
So byes do have a problem. I would suggest that the EFL would have thought through this and gone, if we're bringing sides in, we're bringing 2 in at a time.
Yep.
Whether they're able to do that, I'm not sure, but I'm sure they would have people knocking on the door. As far as the under-19s go, I agree with Damo. I think the biggest issue we've got at the moment is the geographical situation. I think the AFL may have to look at it. They've always had this thing that First Division clubs have got to have an under-19s. I think that's appropriate, or it'll be Premier when it comes in. Maybe it's towards the bottom end of the area where you don't have to force clubs to have 19s, and if they do, they don't. And if you make up a 4th and 5th Division 19s, like they've got a 3rd and 4th now, it may work. Look, again, it's a difficult one with the 19s because of not just the geographical aspect, not just because kids are training, but the impact of AFL clubs are having on clubs. Hawthorn have brought out their Future Generation Academy. Now they take kids from the age of 15 and 14 into that academy to have a look at. They don't do a lot with them, but just the fact that they have an impact on talking to those kids about where they play and what they do. You have your Oakley Chargers and your Eastern Rangers who have an impact on telling the kids where they should be playing. Even though they take them from a club, but they like them to play First Division. You look at your VFL players, if you get a kid who's a gun in 3rd Division AFL and he goes and has a crack at a VFL club, they won't say go back and play at your EFL club. They'll want you to go back and play at Vermont or go back and play it. So again, all those little things chip away at the bottom end when it comes to trying to develop great 19s. And yet there are some clubs that still do it magnificently. There are some of your historic clubs that really do 19s well, but a lot of them are struggling.
Well, we all agree that the restructuring that will take place and start in season 2019 is only going to be good for the competition, and I think it's onwards and upwards for the EFL. And look, as part of the media team, I'm sure we'll be looking forward to covering whatever game in whatever division that may be in season 2019. Well, gentlemen, let's move on to a different subject, and let's talk about why we're here today, and it's the game between Noble Park and Blackburn. Very interesting game set down for discussion this afternoon. Both sides sitting on 8 and 3. Both sides have had, I would say, they've had patches so far this season where they've been good, but they've also had a couple of weeks there where they've looked particularly ugly. This is a very interesting contest in the fact that I don't think Blackburn are at full strength, and that Noble Park are not far off it. Just a couple of stats that I'll throw at you before I throw it open. Blackburn so far have used 38 players in Division 1 senior action this year, and not one player has played the full 10 or 11 games, 12 games as yet. Average games is around 8. They've kicked 125 goals over 22 individual goal kickers for an average of about 5.7. And we analysed Noble Park. They've had 31 players who have played the maximum. 15 of those players have played the maximum games allowed at an average of 7.9. Total goals 138, with 18 individual goal kickers for an average of 7.67. When you look at those figures just barely, to me it points the fact that Noble Park probably haven't had as many injuries and have been able to find continuity with their side on the park. Is this going to set them in good stead this afternoon, Brett Beston?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm one that sort of, you take the good with the bad, and we talked about this on the huddle last night, and there's rumblings coming in at Blackburn, we've got injuries, boo-hoo, well, cry a world of tears. I mean, you just do what you do. Every club gets injuries, and you've just got to make the best of it. And it comes back to what we were talking about with the 19s, and that's where you get your players from. And if you look at Noble Park's 19s last year, they won the comp, very strong 19s, and they've got some boys in there, the like of Kosi Aganustu, a couple of the young blokes that have come out of their 19s, so they're quite strong, but you've just got to develop the players, and you're going to get injuries, so no point in crying about it, just get on with the game.
Brett?
Well, I had a look at, because we covered Blackburn versus Baldwin here.
Yes, we did.
It was the round 3 game played in round 2.
Good Friday, yeah.
And Blackburn were very impressive against Baldwin. Baldwin had yet to hit their straps, and I think they were still suffering from new coach syndrome. But I had a look at the change in the sides, and I'll go through it today, and these players played in round 3. So Blackburn had Fagan, Socio, Otten, Compton, Macaulay, Windle, Vizari, Dunn and Banks. All played in their round 3 team.
And Baffy.
No, he's playing today.
No, he's not.
No, he's
out.
I've been told.
Okay, so there's Bathy. So there's another one out. So all those players are now out.
Now, you look at that.
Now, I agree with Brett about injuries, but we're talking about half the team who are straight-up selections.
Yeah, six straight selections in form. They won't have Socio back for the rest of the year.
No. Yeah, I was going to say the guy they'll really miss will be Julian Socio. We saw him, I forget the game earlier in the year, and he was absolutely fantastic. He was best on ground and just an absolute beast through the middle.
And I think the other thing is their reserves are on top, undefeated. Their 19s beat Noble Park 19s today to finish second on the ladder. So Blackburn have got a lot of depth, but I think the difference is the top end at Noble are better than the top end at Blackburn.
Yeah.
I think the Blackburn consistency over the entire entire club is good, but they haven't got, their top end talent is not there at the moment. If you take Bathy, Fagan and Socio out, they're 3 key players that you're taking out of their top 10 or top 5, I would say even, and they don't have the players to stand up and make the changes. Well, I think Noble are a little bit deeper in that area. I think Noble's probably top 8 or 10 are there. They've got very few injuries in that situation. So, when you get to a situation like First Division top end, teams need to have the best players playing.
Damien, 2 important players for Blackburn today, and probably more so now, considering the injuries that they have, is Jake Hammond down one end and Daniel Camposano down the other end. There's going to be a lot of expectation on Jake Hammond. 10 matches, he's kicked 36 goals, 37 goals. Been in their best 4 out of the 10 or 11 games. He probably hasn't hit his straps as yet. Is this the game that is he going to have to perform a lot even more than what he's capable of, considering the injuries they've got?
Absolutely. I think in any situation where you lose a core group of players, you need those remaining, particularly those key players that you rely on, as you said, in the forward and defence, to step up. And Jake Hammond's one of those players. I think their bottom end also, Davo mentioned how consistent they are. They have to take another tier up as well, because they have to try and recover from the exodus of players that have come out this week and fill that spot and compensate for those losses. So you have to expect the Blackburn lineup to kick into another gear.
And it makes the Noble Park job, if you take top end talent out, what happens then is that the opposition know that they've got 3 less top-end talent to worry about. So the next level are ones you can look after. So your Hammond has to stand up. Not that he's never had to, but when you got the others up, if he has a quieter day, you've still got other top-end talent to take over. But now you look at him, he has to stand up in the forward line today, and Camposano is a very good defender.
Who do you reckon? Do you reckon you'll play on Ziggy, or do you think you'll take Harper?
Yeah, I think Ziggy. I think he'll take Harper because he's a much better traditional fullback.
Yep.
He'll play that fullback role a little bit more traditionally, whereas Ziggy can play up the ground and then fall back down. He's a very good, he's very a hard worker up the ground and then coming back. So
Harper will just sit up and towards the gold square and stay there probably for most of the day. So
but he needs. We were here last time and Kenworthy played a fantastic game in the half back line. Well, today's the day where Kenworthy's got a, and you're not talking about one of the top defenders in the competition, but he's got the ability to stand up and shut down. Well, he's got to stand up and shut down today.
Well, the other thing is I was having a talk to President Matty Breen just before we come on air, and he thought last week for Blackburn it was a very uncharacteristic performance, something that they're not used to putting on the park. So this afternoon that they're going to want to come out and redeem themselves, and especially in front of the home crowd. Brett, the other question I was going to ask you, with Hammond playing, who gets the job on him this afternoon? Brett Beston, sorry?
For me, I'm not sure. Possibly maybe Kelly, something like that.
Yeah, do you think he needs a more mob? Because Jake's very much he's also another player that likes to run up the ground as well for his kicks. Yeah. But he's also very adept, Davo, of playing that centre-half forward role very well, where the decoy full forward goes out and he drops back into the square to take the big grab because of his agility. He's going to be obviously a very hard matchup for someone this afternoon. I think, some of the other players that probably, you're looking at Noble Park, Damien, and, the blokes like, and I think this guy is really starting to come into his own, especially his last 5 weeks since Jackson Sketcher. He's really starting to find his mojo in the midfield. I think Jimmy Gwilt took a little while to find his feet, but he's starting to become really dangerous down forward, and he uses those and the wiliness of the veteran that he is, and always gets him out of those situations, and he's able to set up.
Well, he's kind of reinvented himself, hasn't he? Because we know him better as a halfback.
Yeah.
But he's gone forward. I mean, they had a few problems, Noble Park, earlier in the season with the kicking goals. They struggled to get some scores on the board, but he's gone forward and he's really made. I mean, Timmy Harper's up there, but he can't do it all. Ziggy's come into his own, but Gwilt's been a real revelation up forward.
Well. Finally, we've got our first guest on this afternoon, and it's a very warm welcome to the coach of the Blackburn Football Club, Con Caravios. Good afternoon, Con.
How are we, team?
Very well, thank you. Con, last week, speaking to China Breen, very uncharacteristic performance by the Blackburn Footy Club last week against Baldwin. Expecting a better show this week?
Yeah, I think so. It's sort of, you hope that it's just a blip in the system on the way through for the rest of the year, but look, to Baldwin's credit, they really came to play. You could tell it was a team on a mission, probably wanted to exact a little bit of revenge from early in the year, and they had mentioned that post-game. To our boys' credit, they did fight pretty hard, but probably well aware that we've had a bit of a horrid run over the last month with injuries, lost some key guys, particularly within that leadership space. So played a lot of young guys against men, and probably got taught a little bit of a lesson by a really good team.
Talking about revenge, Con, I was out at your match out at the Bullring earlier this season, and you guys were fantastic against Noble Park. Daniel Camposano was best on that day, and you really, really played well. You're back at home today, all right, you've got some injuries, but Noble Park will be coming for you today. They want to get that revenge factor in.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when you're playing, maybe it's revenge right now because Blackburn traditionally haven't been that top 3 team. So when you beat teams that are traditionally top 3, or when you just beat teams generally, everyone wants to come and get you. Yeah. So maybe right now it feels like revenge for those guys, but we certainly don't want them to be revenge games. We want to be seen as a top 3 team, and hopefully in years to come they're seeing it as clash of the top of the table. So absolutely, I think Noble Park today will come out and want to try and get one back on us, but we don't see it that way.
have you found the fact that we're losing the quality of Fagan, Socio, a few other boys that really hurt, bringing other guys into your system, and it's all about system. How's your system being able to stand up, and do you think today it's all about just your own structures and how you work your own structures again?
Yeah, good question. I think I've always said to you guys that it's about the system, and look, our depth is really, really good. You look at our reserves, they're undefeated and playing some good footy. The challenge is, though, a lot of those guys that are out there today, they're sub 22 years and haven't played a lot of senior footy. So when you're playing top 5 teams in this competition, and to be honest, when you're playing all the teams, but particularly those top 5 teams, you get your depth challenge based on the ability to win those one-on-one contests, the ability under pressure to make smart decisions, to execute, and that's probably where you get tested. They understand the system, they know what it looks like on paper, they can execute it for most part, but when pressure comes on, and this is for any team, when pressure comes on, it's your ability to absorb that pressure and make the right calls, and that's where a bit of a younger team within your depth range, that's where they get challenged. When a ball one kicks 3 or 4 in a row, and how do you respond to that? You sort of want to fall away from what you know. So,
but you as a coach, you must be prepared for situations like this. I mean, all right, we've talked about the fact that you've got some guys out, but when the season starts, you've got to be thinking at some stage during the year, I'm going to lose 2 or 3. I've got to have that depth. So you're thinking about that basically from week 1. It's like something that you've just got to today and thought, geez, we've got 4 or 5 out. I've got to suddenly bring all these guys in.
Yeah, so we lost 12. And of those 12, 6 are in our leadership group. Captain, vice-captain, deputy vice-captain. So you can always prepare for 1 or 2.
But you can't prepare for a dozen, mate.
You can't prepare for a dozen. And what then flows on is you lose that leadership. You also lose continuity, because 2 or 3 or 4, they understand the system. They can come in. They're playing around guys that have been playing some good footy. I mean, after the North Ringwood game, we made 7 changes, and they were all forced changes. Max Otten goes down with an ACL. You lose him for the rest of the year as your general down back. You lose Fags through the middle as your captain. Heath O'Farrell as your vice captain. So, look, we play a brutal game. It demands a lot. It's 360. You have these unfortunate injuries. Unfortunately for us, they're not soft tissue. They're all significant ones. You can't manage for 3 or 4. Especially 12. So
how many of these guys that you talk about are going to come back before the end of the season? They're all gone.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Yeah.
So part of the issue comes down to, again, you can't replace them, and I think the key point you talked about was leadership. So what have you done in the last couple of weeks at looking at what the next level of leadership is and how are they coming up? And because when you talk about it, and you have talked about your back-end general, you've got Fagan and Socio, who are your midfield generals, and you're also talking about blokes who are in super form. That's the other thing. It's all right to be a good footballer, but they're in super form as well. Who are we looking at now as the next level coming up to helpfully help out?
So you'll see Mitch Donoghue, James Hanley come through the midfield today, and those 2 guys are Blackburn juniors, 21, 22. Jason Reed's another one, 21, 22. So you'll see those guys come play through our midfield and our starting midfield. But when you lose, and look, we're certainly not making excuses, but it's just to give a little bit of context. When you lose Pat Conton, Heath O'Farrell, Anthony Fagan, Julian Socio, Dylan Bazari, all through your midfield, who are all starting midfielders, it does make a difference.
Yeah. So I've noticed you haven't got any more grey hairs, so that's a good thing at the moment.
That's because I'm losing it. It's not turning grey. It's just going.
So you've got this situation where you've got these young kids coming in. Is it as a coach, are you finding it a balancing act from position and where you want to be to excitement of seeing young kids coming through?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I know we've sort of spoken about a little bit of the doom and gloom, but there is absolutely a lot of excitement that is coming through this group, and we expect today that we'll come out and show a performance that we know our footy club is worthy of putting through. And I know there's this comment around revenge from Noble Park. Look, they're going to come to play today. They probably see it as an opportunity to get 4 points against a team that is striving for a similar end-of-year position to them. So absolutely, we think there's plenty of excitement still to come.
Well, Con, thank you very much for joining us on EFL Game Day, and once again we get a chance to have a look into the future with what the Blackburn Football Club are offering on the ground this afternoon, and good luck to you and your team and for the rest of the season in 2017.
Thanks, guys.
Con Caravios there, always very generous with his time here on EFL Game Day, and yes, they've got a few challenges, but with with challenge comes great evolution. Well, another coach that had a wonderful run in the EFL, one of the most respected and coaches in the in this division, a wily veteran, knows all the ins and outs about every side. It's once again a very good afternoon to Mick Fogarty of the Noble Park Football Club. Good afternoon, Mick.
Good afternoon, boys.
Wily, just want to say wily veteran. How long's it? Is that the new term? I think it was genius a couple of years ago. Now it's wily veteran, hey?
Yeah, no, I'll take anything these days.
Been called worse.
Yeah, exactly.
8-3, Mick. It's obviously a big game for Noble Park today. Blackburn at the moment seem to be what they, on term of revenge type games. I think if you ask the players that sort of thing, it's not about revenge, it's going out and doing the things that you want them to do on a Saturday afternoon, correct?
Yeah, exactly right. Look, our approach is the same pretty much to every game. It's obviously the different opposition that you come up against that you do your homework on, but look, our form's been pretty consistent over the last probably 4 to 5 weeks. Probably the game out at Noble Park against Blackburn's probably been our own really poor performance where we hadn't been competitive. So you've got a hell of a lot to make up today and get that respect back from Blackburn.
One of the things, Mick, we were talking about just before we analysed the game is the fact that Noble Park are one of the very few sides that have had over 10 players that have played all games this year. So obviously that's good for consistency, that's good for the confidence of the side, and it sort of bears fruit when you've got 7 or 8 players that have kicked over 10 goals for the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we think our goal kicking spread's been really consistent. We've had some really good performances from not just 1 or 2. We've had a good even spread. So that's good in regards to not relying on just the one player to kick out all our goals. So we're working hard in areas of our midfield as well. A lot of our mids can also hit the scoreboard, which is good. So yeah, our spread's really good. We're excited by that.
You've had a break. You've come back. How's it been coming back? Number one, obviously re-energised. But have you had to, when you had the break, did you look back on what you'd done as a coach and what you could do better? And how have you done that, and what have you done this year to make sure of that?
Oh, look, it's really important that I've had a lot of players that have had me for a long time, and I delegate a lot with my assistants. I think that's important. It also gives them experience in regards to their coaching, and if they go down the track of senior coaching, they're able to have some really good knowledge of the fact that they've been able to get in front of the group and use their voice and be able to educate the guys. So for me personally, look, it's always about educating and following the trends of the game, making sure we're up to date with the games. We've all got our strengths and weaknesses, and it's really important that the weaknesses you have, you've got people around you who are, and that's in everything part of life, I think in business as well, is you just got to have good people around you that can play that role that maybe you're not so good at. And I've learnt not to be in control of everything. I'm being a bit of a control freak, and I've coached a long time, and it's just again really important to give your assistants responsibility. And again, like I said, it gives them a really good education going forward for whenever they make that transition into senior coaching.
Mick, just over the last month here, you talked about you feel like you're travelling pretty well, but you had a couple of quite tight games. Like I think one of them was 5 points. There was 2 really close wins there, and then you had the big win last week. Do you feel like was that just one of those things? Just a really tight game? Did you fall down a wee bit in that game? What was the result of the tightness?
Oh look, I was only tight against Montrose in that last quarter. It was for 3 quarters we dominated scoreboard wise. We were comfortably 6 goals in front throughout the majority of the game. So to go to Montrose and again, like East Ringwood, you sometimes, if you get them on a really good day, it's a tough gig out there, especially at Montrose and especially at East Ringwood. So look, we were rapt just to come away with a win. Obviously a little bit disappointed that they reeled us in and kicked 8 goals in that last quarter, but we're out on our feet. We'd had some fairly tight games as well before that where we had rotations down because we had guys go off early during the first quarter. So, yeah, look, it's a combination of things that I'm sure that we're continually working on. And, yeah, we're just rapt to be able to get over the line against those sides, or the sides that you're expected to beat. So 5 points, yeah, it was pretty tight at the end, but we're pretty comfortable where we sit at that, getting the win out at Montrose.
As we head into the back half of the season, if you sort of did a bit of fortune telling at the start of the season, are you where this time of the season you'd like to be?
Oh, look, we were, for us to be 8-3, and I know everybody talks about Noble Park being a powerhouse, or that's probably not the right term, but being continually playing finals, is we lost 9 players from last year's prelim side, and 9 quality players. So we've only really replaced them with Gwilty. Jackson Sketchers came back. We picked up Lukey Nelson and Thomas Hudson from Frankston. So we're playing a lot of kids. We had 5 18-year-olds in last week, and they're in today. So to look further down in the back half, now we've given ourselves a position. We're in a position, to be 8-3. Sure, we reassess of, okay, if you told me we'd be 8-3 this time at the start of the year, I would have taken it every day of the week. But
lock it in.
Yeah, we would lock it in, exactly. So now we've obviously had to reassess, and after today really gives us an indication of where we think we might finish. I really believe that.
And Mick, you mentioned James Gwilt before and the impact of the young players coming in and benefiting from that experience. Gwilty obviously coming out of the AFL system with a decorated career recently. Tell us about his impact on and off the field on the younger group. Oh,
it's been terrific. Look, he grabs young fellas at training and gives them some real good education of their starting positions and around stoppages, how they set up, in conjunction of how we want to set up. But and look, his ability to come back and play a crucial role forward has allowed the likes of Harper and Ziggy Elwyn some breathing space. Like it's interesting with the opposition on who they put their best defender to. When you've got Elwyn, Harper and Gwilt there, it's a good combination that one of them might get the third best defender and they might be able to get off the leash a little bit. But back to James and just his knowledge of the game, and he's actually a quiet guy. He's a really quiet guy, and just the work that he does from his AFL days of how he blocks and things like that. He's a really smart footballer, and our guys are really learning a hell of a lot off him.
Well, Mick, it's always a pleasure having you on EFL Game Day and always talking to you about tactics before the bounce on a Saturday afternoon, and I'm sure we're going to be doing it again in season 2017. But for now, thank you for your time this afternoon and good luck to the Noble Park Football Club.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate your talk.
Mick Fogarty there, coach of the Noble Park Football Club. We've spoken to the coaches, so at 2:10 the action starts. Well, we're going to take our break.
Probably
First break here on
friends,
EFL Game Day. Coming up after the break, a special guest to join us on EFL Game Day.
Probably amongst my friends, I'm known for my sense of humour.
So people know me for my laid-back attitude.
I work too much and I play too much sport, and I'm a fantastic mum.
My striking good looks.
I can sing.
Do a lot of running and swimming and surfing.
My karaoke.
Getting overly passionate about sport.
I try to be there for everyone. I think that's what I would be known for in my group.
Be remembered for the great moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Nothing better than a companion to keep you up to date with all the latest when you're at the footy. Better still, use the place to be online. All the latest the Eastern Footballer is a must-read. All the latest information, team news and feature articles and much more. Have your say in the EFL. Pick up your copy this weekend as you love it locally across the Eastern Football League. Listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to efl.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best. A new time and a new team, driving you home in 2016. Join a brand new lineup for The Huddle as the gang take a light-hearted look at the Eastern Football League every Friday night. More importantly, the team will reveal the ins and outs for this week's round of matches. The Huddle, 4:30 to 6:30 every Friday evening as you love it local.
Up the Mitcham Tigers! Ah, the Burners! Well, Mark, let's go, doggies.
Tobin Brothers Funerals, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Hope we win this weekend.
I hope we win too. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Parlour after the game.
Because if your AFL team wins, you can go in and get a free sweet pancake with any savoury menu item purchase.
Oh, free pancake. First your team wins and then your belly wins.
It's win-win, man.
Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours.
Or your team membership.
At any Pancake Parlour this weekend.
Oh, and don't forget, check out Facebook for this week's offer.
Lovely.
Program sponsor. The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to EFL Game Day, and we're going to, before we have our special guest on joining us this afternoon, we're going to just quickly have a go through with some of the games this afternoon, and we're going to kick it off with Division 1, and we've already spoken about this game, and we will a little bit more, but Bayswater at home this afternoon to Montrose. Davo, a gilt-edged opportunity for Bayswater to notch their first win, or can Montrose continue their good little vein of form and get another win?
Look, I think Montrose will get over the line. I think just Bayswater unfortunately, they've just come up. They haven't been able to reboost their list enough to be able to be ultra competitive in the division. And they're obviously going to be a chance against Montrose, but Montrose aren't that bad a side, so I think they'll get over the line.
Brett, what do you reckon?
I actually tipped Bayswater on the huddle last night. I mean, they've had not a bad year. I know that they're sort of down the bottom of the table, but they've had some close games, and I reckon they might get up today. They might cause an upset, especially at home.
I'm going to go with Montrose as well, Brash.
Yeah. Another good game, and really this is probably the crunch game for the Doncaster Football Club this afternoon. They lose this, and I think finals is basically out of action for them this year. It'll put them 3 games behind against most of the other sides, and they take on a Balwyn side. And Balwyn, once again, this was one of the sides that Doncaster touched up early when Balwyn weren't going so good, and now Balwyn are going well again. Does that spell ominously for Doncaster this afternoon, even though it's at Trams, Damien?
Yeah, look, I think it does, because Balwyn, in a sense, you can't stop the wave of momentum when they get on a roll.
No, you
can't. If you look back at it historically, I know they have a new coach now, but I think they'd be very keen to continue on the bandwagon. I think it'll be a tight game. Doncaster, as you said, have their season on the line, and from a neutral perspective, I hope Doncaster win, but you'd have to go with Balwyn here and perhaps lock in the top 5 sides in that 5.
Davo?
Yeah, look, I tend to agree. Look, Doncaster play their best football when they're playing the best sides.
Yep.
They're struggling when they're playing sides lower than them. So you can expect them to come out and play some great football. They may not have enough class against Balwyn, who are in pretty good form at the moment. So I think Balwyn, but just.
Yeah, I think Doncaster will come out. I mean, their season's pretty much on the line. If they lose this game, it's just about all over for them. But Balwyn have really hit their straps in the last few weeks after a bad start. So I think Balwyn will get up.
Another side that has really made great strides this year, and they've been in games where they've been challenged, at various aspects, but they've come out at the end and they've become stronger for it. Once again, South Croydon travel to East Ringwood this afternoon with another chance of a victory, Damien, and a chance probably to maybe solidify a top 3 spot.
Yes, I think there's a lot more incentive here for South Croydon than East Ringwood. I think the Roos are merely playing for pride. South Croydon, as we said, have that part of that log jam between 2nd and 5th. They're in the middle of that at the moment, so every game's crucial from this point onwards. The Bulldogs for me.
I think this is a huge danger game for South Croydon.
Yeah, they are.
I've been a South Croydon fan all year. I'm going to tip them, but East Ringwood have been fantastic in the way they've played their footy the last 4 or 5 weeks. Wouldn't surprise me if they got up, but I think South Croydon will.
Yeah, South Croydon for me, definitely.
Another two games, and this is probably the closer one of these local derby type games. North Ringwood are at home to Norwood this afternoon at Quamby Reserve, and I really agonised about this game, and to me it came down to flip of the coin. I've tipped Norwood, but not with a lot of confidence, Davo.
I've gone North Ringwood. I think Norwood have been incredibly disappointing, very, very disappointing over the last month. had a lot of chances and they haven't stood up. North Ringwood have been okay. They've been very competitive. I think they might get up today.
Yeah, without doubt, I think if you had to pick the most disappointing side, it'd have to be Norwood. They really have underperformed, but I think today they might just get a win on the board.
I think North Ringwood for me. Norwood, I concur with you guys, have been the most disappointing side all year.
Yep, lone wolf on that one. And finally, a side that had great expectations coming into season 2017 and certainly have not been able to live up to that expectation. They take on the juggernaut Vermont this afternoon. Roval taking on Vermont down at Seabeck. This game last year was a knife-edge game.
Yes, I remember that one.
Can you make a case for Roval this afternoon, Damien Watson?
Possibly. I think Vermont are very comfortable in where they are at the moment, and I'm a believer in having that perverse effect of a loss just to break that, I suppose, undefeated streak that Vermont have just before the finals. I don't think they'd want to have a loss during the finals just to take that pressure off. So I'm going for an upset here. I think Roval might have a chance.
What about you, Davo? Can you put the case forward for Roval, or does Vermont, with the addition of Purdy back into the side this afternoon and a couple of experienced players, does that set Roval too much of an onerous task?
I don't understand what's happened at Roval. Something's happened for them to be the way they are this year. They're very disappointing. I think Vermont will win it easy.
Yeah, I agree. Roval, a good win last week against Montrose, which will give them a bit of confidence, but Vermont should bolt in, I think.
All right. Well, our special guest is joining us now, but first and foremost, the man who's going to host and panel EFL Sunday tomorrow, Gus McLeod. Good afternoon, Gus, and we look forward to speaking to you not only throughout the day but on EFL Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Brash. It's a great day down at Moreton Park. I like to base my footy out here, and it's certainly my pleasure to welcome a good friend of mine and someone who has taught me nearly everything I know about radio and the radio industry, and I owe him a lot for that, but it's my pleasure to absolutely welcome to the EFL media team, the man on the left-hand side, EFL. We're so lucky to have you here, AFL broadcasting legend, AFL legend of games as well. Rex Hunt, welcome to the EFL media team, and thanks for joining us on this special day.
Absolute pleasure, Gus, and I just spoke to your dad, and I said I just had a lovely audience downstairs in the change rooms, and this takes me back 60 years when I was at Parkdale in the Federal League. We didn't have radio in those days. I don't think milk or bread was actually invented back in those days, but my mind, Gus, goes racing back to when I arrived. It was Richie Benno, each of two, Blackburn and Noble Park. It was 2-2-14, each of two, and now Blackburn have worked out that they can really get Noble Park in a hold, and they've concentrated as a team. And I look back, I wasn't necessarily the best or the biggest player at Parkdale, but I gave my all, and it goes racing back my mind as it where it all started for me, young man.
Well, that's great, Rex, and we obviously know about your footballing story, but I want to ask you about your broadcasting story.
Yes.
Because you've come out of the AFL, you spent time in the police force, you've done your fishing work, but now you're going to go down, when the Tobin brothers get your hands, if you like, you always say, as one of the greatest AFL broadcasters of all time. Tell us about your journey, because it's such a great one to speak of.
Well, great is not a thing that I term with my broadcast, because you'll also find where people enjoy it and some people can take it or leave it. There's also a lot of critics, but most of those critics are not getting paid what I used to get paid, and they're paying to get into the footy. The serious thing about it is, Gus, I mentioned a Dad's group down there in the change room a moment ago, that even before I started to play league football, I wanted to be a broadcaster. I was inspired by people like Norman Banks and Harry Beitzel and Jack Dyer and the late Ian Major. And I just liked the way that Jack Dyer and Ian Major worked as a team with the football person and the radio person. And it was then that I realised, working with Bill Jacobs, Anthony Hudson, beg your pardon, Shane Healy, and the late Clinton Gribus, that a rough football person and a beautiful radio person can work in uniform. You know what I mean? Smith gets a ball, kicks it a half forward, going up there, Johnson, it comes down, and here comes Bailey. Bailey picks it up and kicks a goal! And away you go. And what I tried to broadcast was the way that I played and the way that I love. Unfortunately, has come off, and I don't know whether people like it at the moment, but my greatest concern now, we're in Blackburn at the moment, are you?
We are in Blackburn.
Just point which way I should be directing. I'm going to Beaumaris, and I have no idea whether I've got to pack a lunch or not.
Well, Rex, one of the things you are famous for in the radio industry was some of those crazy nicknames you gave players on the field.
Yeah.
When you're calling the game, how does that stuff come to your mind?
Well, I don't know, because just down there you saw I don't have any notes because I can't write, I can't read and and right, you know what I mean, but I bought the school. But the thing about it is, you know, if you got the cranium Mill Hanna, of course, he's the cranium, and the beads of sweat get off the top of his cranium. I can remember it probably all started in the 1989 Grand Final, where Geelong and Hawthorn played that epic game, and umpire Darren Goldspink approaches the rubber ring and bang, puts the football down in the air, conveyance rise in the atmosphere. Burke knocks it down to Buse to Besto across to Brownless, and here comes Yablett! And away, Ron Barassi. Dermot Brereton's down in the centre of the ground. He's been king hit by Mark Yates. Ron Barassi, the legend of the game. What did you see? I just saw a very rough pile carpet, because when they bounced the ball, I dropped my pen and I was down picking up my pen and I lost everything. That's a true story. And that year, I reckon we rated about 666 on the Richter scale.
Rex,
are we actually on air, are we, Lou?
Oh, we are.
Thank you, Stephen. This is big, because can I just make a... Is this community radio?
This is community.
Well, there's no commercialism, but on behalf of Tobin Brothers, who are going to look after me, and I think my wife's been talking to Louise and James a bit about my funeral, but I have permission from 3AW to appear here, and I just wanted to clear that first, because the last thing I wanted to be called into Stephen Beer's office on Monday, I got the sack because subsection 15, number AB, I've done the wrong thing, and I've said a naughty word, or I've spoken to you, Gus.
Well, we appreciate you coming here to 98.1.
You don't really do that. You don't really appreciate that.
Oh, I've certainly
I've just forgotten what you're going to talk about.
And I'll hand you over to a big fan of yours, and Ben was telling me during the week he's based his commentary game off you, so I'll hand over to you, Ben.
Rex, it's a privilege to have you here, mate, and and I wanted to talk to you about probably one of your good friends, and you did mention him just before, who sadly passed away, Clinton Gribus, who I'm not sure if you're aware, at 98.1 Radio Eastern with Les Ferguson back when he was a young teenager. He actually started in the EFL media team out in the studios of Croydon, and our award for the EFL Media Personality of the Year, which is made up of about 25 to 30 volunteers across the board. Our award is named after Clinton Gribus.
Yeah.
Tell us about Clinton. I remember going to his funeral and the beautiful eulogy that you did for him. It was obviously a tough time for everybody, but what a fantastic caller he was, and he's sorely missed.
It was a tough time, particularly doing the eulogy, but it wasn't a tough time loving Clinton Gribus, and people out there know exactly the word love between a couple of mates, and we weren't mates, we were just friends. We had a bit of an experiment at 3AW. Tony Leonard, who's just calling beautiful with Tim Lane this afternoon on 3AW, we decided to give Tony Leonard a go, but we were too much like each other, and there wasn't what's called in radio parlance a contrast, you know what I mean? But with Bill Jacobs or Shane Healy or Anthony Hudson, there was a contrast to that beautiful flowing journalistic type voice, and there was Rexy on the left half forward flank, that sort of thing. So I went to Stephen Price at who at the time I think was suing the South Melbourne Council for building the footpath too close to his backside, but he took time off from that litigation, and he said, "Who have you got in mind?" He said, I said, "Clinton Gribus at the Tobin Brothers." He said, "Clinton who?" Well, I can tell you now, 3 years later, when Clinton was awarded the highest award for broadcasting by the Australian Football Media Association, we knew who Clinton Gribus was. And just in answering your question in a roundabout way, I found out about Clinton. I found out about, Lorraine and Vic, his beautiful mum and dad, and all of those humble beginnings at Warrandyte. And for your listeners out there, I just want to say to you that every person in the world starts off as a beginner. Whether you or Gus or James or anybody, everybody starts off as a beginner. If you work with passion, if you believe in yourself and you don't compromise through public opinion and you keep going, eventually you'll come out on top. But Clinton Gribus, I miss him dearly, and I'll just go on record as saying something controversial, which is totally against my makeup, is saying something controversial. Good to see you, mate. Lovely to see people smiling, and there's not a lot of people smiling outside the footy, but they come here. The thing that I want to say to you, I've forgotten about it. You got another question? What was I saying, Gus?
Well, Rex, we certainly appreciate you coming out to Blackburn, the home of the Blackburn
Football Club. You don't really, you just
Club.
didn't have anything to talk about, and you wanted to fill up with me and a big gun of backlash, and that was it.
Well, I'm going to hand to you now. You've seen the reserves come out and beat Noble Park. I believe you've just received a Blackburn jacket. Does that mean you'll be supporting the Burners today? And can you give us a prediction on how you think the footy's going to play out at Moreton Park?
Well, I can't be bought for anyone. As I said, if you check up on @rex.ebay.com.nsg.nfi. Whatever it is, it'll be up there to the highest bidder. But on a serious note, I said, was this the reserves or the under-8 side?
The reserves.
Right, the reserves when I got here with Noble Park and Blackburn, 2-2-14 each of 2, and then what they realised, and if you have a look now at the eucalypts right over there, Beersy, if you have a look at the pine, the Cyrus wasp ate that about 10 years ago, and the Melaleuca amarellus, there is not one movement. There is not one movement of wind, and therefore when they are working it out on the negative side and trying to get to the positive side, your young reserves team went straight down the guts and started to play more positive football, and that's why they've blown Noble Park to the Scheisenhausen. In the main game, I know that Noble Park and Blackburn are on equal wins and Noble Park are sitting second. This can set the Burners up this one and get them the double chance. Not that you need a double chance, but what you need is just a little bit of insurance if there's a hiccup, and I think the way that the Burners play this particular ground, I would be surprised if I don't get the score on Rex Hunt's Footy Nightline tonight on 3AW that the Burners have done a good job on the Noble Park, and Gus, you will get the results through to me.
That I certainly will, Rex.
Otherwise, I'll get Darren Hinch to do them for me. All right, thank you very much.
That is life, and that is Rex Hunt on EFL Game Day pre-match. Great to have you on board. Great to see you back at 3AW as well, Rexy. A place you would obviously call home as well. Enjoy the afternoon. Enjoy local football in Australia's premier local football competition at its best.
I think also, gentlemen and listeners, when you come here, there's a lot of good things going on in the community. I said to the young girl, Wecklewick, the lady who reads the news, Wecklewick, Stephanie Wecklewick last night, you never ever lead the 11 o'clock news with good news. She said, because good news doesn't sell. But this is a good news story. All the best to everyone in the EFL. And yibbity yibbita, I'm Rex Hunt and you're not.
Thank you very much to Rex Hunt. Fantastic to have him down here at the Blackburn Football Club today, and I tell you what, he's the biggest name, Damo, we've ever had on pre-match. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And he's still full of character, still full of life, and yeah, that was very entertaining. If only we could have had a chat with him for about another half an hour, but instead we've got a big game on our hands, and certainly some more games to go through very, very quickly across the other divisions, Damo.
Indeed, we've finished up with Division 1. Great to have Rexy on, by the way. Very entertaining chat, and well done, BWS and Gus, for taking you through that.
Well, I tell you what, Damien, I reckon I heard, I could hear him from where Davo and I were standing. You're
on the other side of the ground, bro.
Yeah, we could hear him, and look, it's always lovely to have the yibbity-yibbita guy there. So quickly, right, we got to the end of Division 1. Let's start at Division 2. Only 3 games in this round. Mooroolbark, Davo are at home against Croydon.
Mooroolbark.
Yeah, what do you reckon, Brett?
Yeah, Mooroolbark for me.
Yeah, Mooroolbark to continue on that good form from last week.
Interesting game, danger game for Lilydale. I'm prepared to give them another chance based on their previous form. They travel to Wanturna South. Wanturna South had a big win last week. They'll probably need to win this one still to stay in touch that final 4th position. Davo, can they get the win, or can Lilydale get not their revenge, but get back on the horse?
I think Lilydale are good enough to get over the top. Wanturna South will be good there though, but I think Lilydale.
Upset for me, I'm going for Wanturna South at home, plenty on the line, and they need to win.
I'm going with Lilydale today.
And finally, a ground that's not been a very happy hunting ground for Doncaster East in recent times. It's the Mulgrave game that they go down, and that's where they're playing this afternoon. But Doncaster East had to eke out a win there last year. Can they do it again this year, Davo?
Oh, look, I think it's a big danger game too, because they've got a few injuries, Donny East, and they're not as settled as what they previously were, but I think they've got a little bit too much class for Mulgrave, and I think they'll get over them, but just.
Yeah, Mulgrave, they don't win out of turn. They got their win last week against Waverley Blues, but Doncaster East, a little bit different opposition. I expect Doncaster East probably by less than 2 goals. Moving to Division 3, this game has always been a little bit of a grudge game, I reckon. It's the Heathmont Jets taking on Ringwood this afternoon. Heathmont's form against the top sides has worried me a little bit this year. Ringwood are on a big roll. Paddy Bowden and Trent Farmer in form for the Spiders, or whatever we call them. Redbacks, I should say.
Close enough.
Yeah, near enough. I'm going to I'm going to tip Ringwood to get the Parker Cup back this week, Brett.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm tipping him as well.
Heathmont for me. Kevin Clark to kick it back.
Yeah, Heathmont easily.
Yeah, he's one of your favourite players, isn't he, Brett Best?
Love Kevin Clark. Yeah, he's fantastic.
Well, a winnable game I feel here for East Burwood. They've got to travel the Kimberley Reserve to take on Churnside Park, who have been equally as disappointing. Can they get the win?
Yes, I'm tipping an upset East Burwood.
I'm going to go with East Burwood as well. Why not?
Yeah, flip a coin on this one, but I'll go for the home side, Churnside Park.
I'm with you, Brett. Gully taking on Warrandyte down at the Wally Chew Oval. For mine, Furniture Gully. Went and watched them last week. They weren't disappointing. They just butchered the ball last week. They're much better than that, and I expect them to win this afternoon.
Yeah, Gully for me.
Yep, Gully for me too.
Yeah, a lot more on the line for Gully.
These two sides, no love lost between them. The Basin taking on South Belgrave at Batterham Reserve. For me, I think the Basin, only because of home field advantage, get my vote this week.
Draw.
Draw.
Yeah, I'm tempted to tip South Belgrave. I saw the Basin a couple of weeks ago and they were a bit ordinary, but I'll go for them at home, Justin.
The Basin is still a mathematical chance of making the final, so I'll give them one last chance.
All right, Scoresby at home to Baronia. Scoresby had to pull out all the stops to get the victory last week. Hard ground to win at. I've tipped Scoresby this week over Baronia.
Careful, Davo.
Yes.
Look, I think it starts with S and ends in Y, doesn't it, Davo?
It does. Look, and I think they've got to win this to make finals, and so do Baronia. I think Baronia rebound pretty well, but look, I'm going to go Scoresby at Scoresby.
Yeah, really strong across halfback Baronia, so I think they'll get up and win today.
And Park Orchards, they take on Templestone in an interesting clash down at Domini Reserve this afternoon. I thought Park Orchards looked a little bit flat last week, but they'll get a rude awakening this afternoon if they don't bring their A game. I'm expecting them to win against Templestowe this afternoon.
Yeah, I agree. Park Orchards for me.
Park Orchards will win Division 3 and they'll win today.
Park Orchards at home.
Okay, quickly, gentlemen. Whitehorse Pioneers are at home to Sylvan. Damo, a case for Sylvan or not?
No, Pioneers easily.
Pioneers easily.
Pioneers are romping, yep.
Coldstream got a rude awakening last Saturday night against Sylvan. Unfortunately for Surrey Park, could they be on the end of a revenge and performance this afternoon, Davo?
No, I'm going Surrey Park. I went for them for the last time last week. They got up over the line against Whitehorse. Going for them again. Coldstream got a couple of key injuries.
I saw that game last week. Bede Briskin was fantastic across halfback for Surrey Park, upsetting the Pioneers, but it's hard to mount a case. I think Coldstream might get up.
Coldstream.
Yeah, Coldstream for mine. I think we all agree that the Glen Waverley Hawks will get a win this afternoon over an improving Nunawading.
Yeah, it won't be easy, and they won't score a truckload, I wouldn't have thought, but I think they'll win.
Match of the round, Donvale taking Forest Hill. I've been really impressed with Donvale. They've got this beautiful run of home games on the horizon. I'm tipping them to finish top two, and in this clash this afternoon, I think they're going to get the points. I was really underwhelmed and subdued by Forest Hill's performance last weekend.
Forest Hill made 13 changes. 13 changes for this week. I can't believe that could happen in this day and age, so not sure what's happened there, but then Donvale are going to win with that many changes.
Yeah, Donvale for me, definitely.
And finally, I think Kilsyth, even though they're not going as well as what they should be, I think they'll have enough in reserve to beat Fair Park this afternoon.
Yeah, more on the line for Kilsyth.
Kilsyth to win that one, yep, definitely.
Yep. Well, gentlemen, that's EFL Game Day here on Radio Eastern 98.1, and Brucey will take a couple of quick acts, and then when we come back, the team assembles for this afternoon's big clash between Blackburn and Noble Park.
Oh, I've got a couple of best friends, just great people with big hearts.
I met him in kindergarten.
We both keep each other grounded.
He's in the Defence Force.
4 best friends, actually. They're like my sisters.
She's really caring and funny.
He runs a mark every weekend, so I haven't seen him that much because I'm married.
We've always just clicked.
Best friend lives in the country.
She's the best.
When celebrating a loved one's life, don't leave it to just anyone to organise. Find out more at turbanbrothers.com.au. Turban Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor. Bigger and better in season 2016, Netball EFL is back. The fastest growing competition in the eastern suburbs continues to expand. Don't miss the fast-paced action every Friday night across multiple venues. For more information or to get involved, head to efl.org.au. EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to efl.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.
Up the Mitcham Tigers! Ah, the Burners!
Let's go, Panthers!
Well, Mark, let's go, doggies!
Tobin Brothers Funeral, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor. On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
Yes, welcome out here to Moreton Park on EFL Game Day, a big Division 1 clash in the context of season 2017. It's round 12 action between Blackburn and Noble Park. Damien Watson with you. Ben Warren-Smith will be calling with me today. First, we'll introduce our other team members. Wayne Brasher, an excellent job on pre-match. Who are you going to tip today, mate?
Thank you very much, Damien. And yes, big clash this afternoon, but I think just Noble Park with their depth this afternoon, I think we'll get the job done by about 5 goals.
Brett Davison also will be joining you with special comments today. Davo, who are you going to tip?
Yes, I'm going for Noble Park as well. I think they'll win by 3 or 4 goals. Just a little bit too much class. And before I go any further, just congratulations to Daniel King on his 200th game.
Yes, we forgot about that.
As captain of South Croydon, magnificent. And also to a good mate of mine, Stephen Young, who's playing his 250th game for Chirnside Park today.
Oh, wonderful. Grant Campbell will be in the Choose Tap match stats chair today. Who are you tipping, Soupy?
Yeah, I'm going to go for Noble Park as well. Maybe about 15 points, expecting a good match.
Down on the boundary line today, we have Esmond DePonzo and Brett Beston. They'll be keeping us up to date with what's going on the interchange benches. Boys, who are you going to tip?
Noble Park definitely today, mate.
No surprises there.
And Noble Park for me as well. Ditto that.
And Bev Warren-Smith is in the chair. Great interview with Rexy today.
Fantastic mate, we could have talked to him for half an hour, or Rex could have talked to us for 2 hours. But take us away, Damien Watson, Division 1 football at its best.
Indeed, on a great day here at Moreton Park, and it's Chiminello with the tap for Blackburn. They should get the first clearance here, but a free kick has been awarded, holding the ball. Great gang tackle there applied on Hudson. It'll be a Noble Park ball from the centre break. And they have a pretty cluttered forward line, it must be said. It's Monaghan with the ball, the first effective kick of the game, looking for Olwen. Over his head, Blackburn have the numbers at left half back. Chipping on the loose ball is Macaulay, and late inclusion into the side today. Hand pass to Keb Worthy. They're flirting with danger in defence. Campasano there. Eventually a snapper goal for Noble Park is off target, a minor score. And they score the first of the game, one behind in the first 30 seconds. Blackburn yet to score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
We've got a number 19 for Blackburn who we don't know have his number.
I think it's Luke Parker. I think it might.
Oh, sorry, yep, down. So he's come in.
So Blackburn to get the kick in. Tuminello, he got the little knockout. It went out wide that time. Macaulay got the handball backwards. In the arms now of Tim Kelly for Noble Park. He's on true centre wing position. Kicks the ball up towards a half forward line. Getting underneath it though was Chris Clay for the Burners. And he takes a strong mark and he's off to the races too. Almost ready to his own teammate there. That was dangerous. Hammond, he was that player in question. Got the kick, got the handball away, and now they'll be able to steady things up here. Blackburn, short passes on. It was a little bit skew if they're mucking around with it a little bit. Danaher broke the tackle well, and now they're off running up towards the half forward line. There was McIntyre. His kick went up into the arms there of Gearson. He hits the deck. An emergency this afternoon brought into the side, and we will have about 75 metres out from the Blackburn goal line, half forward line for them.
Well, Parker is playing as a loose man in defence at the moment.
Overcast day here at Moreton Park, but good conditions overall for a July winter's day in Melbourne. Tuminello won the tap eventually, though it dribbled out of play, and we'll have a throw in between half forward and centre wing for the Burners. 14 degrees the expected top today.
Good crowd here too.
It is. Drawn by Rexy's voice, I think. We'll head boundary side in a second as Blackburn get a clearance. Standing under the ball is Monaghan for Noble Park, and he takes an effective mark at right half back. He'll look to switch the play. They've got a number of runners outside on the counter-attack. He places it in front of his teammate there in Harper. Harper sends a curling ball towards half forward. Olwen will try and get on the end of this one. The former Frankston VFL player does well against 3 opponents. Manages to get an effective hand pass out wide to Martin, but he falls over the line, and we'll have a ball in right on the 50 50, half-forward playing for the Bulls. Let's head boundary side.
Just on the conditions, boys, not too bad. It's reasonably pleasant down here, just a light breeze. It's heavily overcast at the moment, but hopefully the rain stays away.
Yeah, really good match up there, Macaulay and Ziggy L, and expect them to go at each other all afternoon.
To bring the ball back in right in front of the broadcast position there. Dore almost trapped it, picked up by Ziggy L, and snap around the body he goes, but he pushes it way left and over the boundary line and out of bounds on the full.
And Camposano has gone to Quilt.
Yep.
Faulkner went short, getting down low was Danaher. What a season he's having, Brash.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely.
On the left boot, squeezed to kick out. You give a guy a rap and he turned it over. Monaghan, isn't he getting amongst it early? Couple of touches, takes it probably just too far out to score. He's just outside the paint of 50.
He's almost become the forgotten man of Novan Park a bit, Sam Monaghan, but he continues to play well and get under the radar every week.
He's kicking it to the hot spot. He's looking for the Harper direction, but standing strong. Good jukes there by Tyler Faulkner. And he takes a safe mark for Blackburn. Screaming out wide was Kenworthy. He's ignored in the back pocket. So Faulkner just floats the ball up. It was a dangerous one in the end. Dropping what he probably should have taken was McIntyre, but they did have the numbers. The linking up handball there for Macaulay. Couldn't quite hit the target. He dives on the football. On top of him is Luke Bull, and will have a bounce just outside the 50-metre arc. Noble Park's then Bendigo Bank scoreboard 4 minutes into this first term. It is the Bulls leading by 1 point.
The only score of the game so far. Falling to the ground is Danaher on the half-back line here. Blackburn. Martin sent a hand pass over his head. Great tackle applied on Morrison there. Caused him to lose possession, and eventually a tackle applied on Kelly. It will have a ball up. 55 out from the Noble Park goal. This was mentioned before. Great crowd in attendance in affluent Blackburn. Eventually the punch forward to Murphy, sends it into the corridor and they run through for Thorpe. Mitch Thorpe sends a probing kick towards the goal square. It's off target, however, and it should bounce through for a minor score. In fact, it does. And Blackburn finally register on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They're one behind. Noble Park likewise. We're 5 minutes into the first term.
So the spearing pass comes back in, but has been nicely chopped off there by Clay on the left boot. He goes in, side forward 50, and he's spotted up a target too. Mark to Blackburn deep in the forward pocket, and their first genuine chance to have a shot on goal.
Watkins, I think it is Tim Watkins. Faulkner's got the big job on Harper. So, yeah, it's interesting back half at the moment for Blackburn.
So Tim Watkins comes in. He's only about 35 metres out. It's a floating kick, but it goes straight. That's all you can ask for. First goal on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard this afternoon goes to the home side, Blackburn. They lead by one straight kick, 1-1-7 to Noble Park, one behind.
Yeah, that was a good piece of play there, set up by Mitch and Forks, run through the middle. And you kick the ball long and set up that opportunity, and Watkins taking advantage of a loose ball get.
We saw that last time we watched the game here, that if you move the ball quickly, it opens up. You slow it down, it's so easy to clog up here.
So back in the centre, Blackburn registering the first goal of the game, but it's Martin looking to work the clearance for Noble Park. He's tackled, comes out. Kick partially smothered, but again, Noble Park have the numbers, and Harper sends a long ball inside the 50. Working to the front position was Gwilt, forced it to ground level, socketed off the ground in the full forward position, but it dribbles over the line in the forward pocket. We'll have a throw in deep inside Noble Park's 50.
Even though it didn't have the desired result, that was a really smart, intelligent piece of play there by Jimmy Gwilt to gain that extra 15 metres.
That's why it's going to be great to see him against Camposano. Classic fullback against a smart forward.
So the umpire to bring it in. Tumanello's got the height advantage this time over Gwilt, got the knockdown. That was okay by Murphy. Kick was half smothered, but still gained a valuable 20 metres. Hitting the deck there was Marson, though, picked up nicely by Hammond, got the handball away. And now the Burners will use the grandstand side. And a strong mark has been taken by Conker. Well, he went up, he lifted off the ground right in front of the Blackburn bench, so he's got the support of the boys there, and he'll go back and try and send his side forward, currently leading by a one straight kick. Blackburn on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 1-1-7 to one behind. Let's cross down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Just talking about Conker, boys, he just had a little bit of a get-together with Morrison, just inquiring about his health just a couple of minutes ago. No love lost there.
So Watkins takes the mark in the meantime at right half forward, sends a long ball goalward. It will drift across the face of goal, and a relieving defensive mark is taken for Noble Park by Brett Dore, the general. Former Gippsland Power, Sandringham and Frankston player, as the umpire blows the whistle to be brought back I'm not sure if Dorr went over the mark on that occasion.
He went round behind the post, and so it becomes
it's a one behind. Can you believe that? Well, in the meantime then, Blackburn 1-2-8, leading Noble Park 1 behind. We've gone 7.5 minutes in this crucial Division 1 game on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Noble Park superstar Kyle Martin to bring the ball back in. It was a risky one as well. So
Monaghan
finds Sammy Monaghan across the half-back line, kicks it up towards the wing position where Petropolis takes the mark. He's only looking backwards here, so what's happening here? Has it got to come back to Monaghan?
Yep.
So bit of confusion happening out there. The kick gets squeezed back to Martin. He's on the edge of the centre square, just chips it over the top. That was okay. Here's Sketcher, takes it. We'll send the ball forward now for Noble Park. He'll be looking towards the Harper direction. He went crunching into Chris Clay, who stood his ground really well, and then a second effort was great, but he might have given away a free kick, but just going in a little bit too crudely. That was unlucky, and the free kick goes to Jordan Marson for Noble Park, who'll have a ping from about 45 metres out. Pretty unlucky there, Chris Clay. It was a good effort.
Yeah, he probably should have got a free kick and in the end ended up giving one away.
Yeah, just a bit clumsy at the end.
Yep. He fell over his feet.
Yeah, collapsed at the end.
So Jordan Marson. Distance won't be a problem here. To reduce the margin back to 1 point. Blackburn lead this game by 7. Marson comes in now, deliberate approach, pushes it across the face of goal. Harper-Zeke, what was a big flyer? Oh, sorry, it was Ziggy Owen at the back. But he gave away a free kick in the motion. And it'll be Blackburn just to relieve it out, and now Benny McIntyre takes it right in front of us here on the broadcast position, Damien Watson.
McIntyre looks into the corridor, a one-on-one contest, well judged there, a great mark on the second bite by Liam Tobin, forces a turnover, kicks it towards the Owen direction at half forward, forces it out in front of him, into the path of Martin, now Gwilt with the hand pass, free kick coming back. I think it's going to go the way of Noble Park here, and the recipient is Kyle Martin. He was held on to after he got the hand pass away.
Very stop-start due to some delayed umpiring reaction here.
So Kyle Martin,
he can roost this.
Yeah, he can.
If you back him here, he's probably about 50 metres out of small ground here at Moreton Park. Of course, Kyle Martin played a handful of games for Collingwood back in 2013 and 14, sends a long ball goalward. I think it's off target, however, misses to the right and only a minor score. So Noble Park 2 behinds, trailing Blackburn 1-2-8. We've hit the 10-minute mark on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Faulkner just spears the pass in. Mark's been taken by Danaher. Just weighing up his options here. Good zone there by Noble Park. Kick goes out towards the wing position. It was a 2-on-1 situation. Nice spoil there by Shane Allen. Sees the ball go over the boundary line and out of bounds. True centre wing position, far side of Moreton Park. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern is streaming live around the globe. EFL.org.au.
Blackburn want to go short when they come out, and they just didn't have any target because of that great zone.
Throw in between half forward and centre wing for the Bulls. Ball now in dispute at the feet of Tamanello. It's towards half forward. Chance now for Noble Park. Leading onto the ball was Marson. He was claimed and he can't quite get the ball out. It was a good tackle effected there by Dawson. We'll have a ball up 60 out from the Noble Park goal. So an interesting setup here. It's a relatively open forward line here for the Bulls. Be interesting to see if they can capitalise on it, but Blackburn win the clearance. Mark dropped it, bounced off the chest of Bartlett. Unlike his namesake, couldn't take the mark, and eventually the tackle was affected on Morrison. It was an effective one too, and it'll be a Blackburn free kick, 60 out from goal, and it is that man, Matty Bartlett, looks towards the right half-forward flank. A good mark with the outstretched hands. I think it was Dawson claiming it. He's about 50 metres out. In fact, it is Tim Watkins, who's been a good target so far.
He's live wire.
Watkins opts for the short pass deep in the pocket. Good spoil affected though for Noble Park there by Anagosto. And it will force to ground level here, still in play, and the umpire has blown the whistle. I think it's going to be a free kick going the way of Blackburn, and the recipient there is Reid. We'll have to get that check number. In fact, it's Donahue, was an emergency. Mitch Donahue to the top of the square. Noble Park have the numbers, and the flyer there for the Bulls was Shane Allen, forces a rush behind through. So Blackburn 1-3-9 lead Noble Park 2 behinds. We're gone 12 minutes in the first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And a number 37 for Noble Park too, so hopefully our boundary riders could get on top of that. Nicely done. Kim Kelly brought it in eventually in the arms of Martin, who just poked it out towards the wing position. He was looking for Tim Harper, beaten to the football in that case by Sam McCauley. who's really stepped up in this opening term, Sam McCauley, a late inclusion in the side today.
Yeah, he has. I just think Noble Park are just probably overdoing it a bit with their ball disposal. They just seem to not hit the target. They're just missing.
To bring it back in. Tumanello back in the Blackburn side this year for a couple of year hiatus, living down the Ballarat way. Dr. Tum. The umpire throws it up now. 2 rucks go at it. We'll probably give that one to Haynes that time. It came out this tide. McIntyre on the left boot, kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Bartlett tried to use the one hand, spoils away from him and over the boundary line. It goes for a boundary throw-in. 7 points is the margin. Let's cross down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Boys, just a number change. It looks like Tom Glenn's wearing 37 rather than 55.
Great stuff. Let's go to Grant Campbell for some choose tap stats.
Hits to advantage 6-0 in favour of Blackburn. Inside 50s 8-4 in favour of Noble Park.
So Noble Park have the ball, right half forward position. They're going to look inboard to the wing on the corridor side, and Kelly has taken the mark. Tim Kelly looks into the centre field area. The mark taken by Luke Ball. They've switched the play right onto the members' grandstand side, or the club room side, if you want to call it that. Monaghan claims it in space. Hand pass to his teammate there at Glenn. Eventually a spearing ball towards half forward. Blackburn have the numbers at the front, but it's picked up, and Marson has claimed it a tackle. The umpire will say, give it to me. We'll have a bounce. 35 out for the Noble Park goal, right in front of the club rooms here at Moreton Park.
Hyatt throws it up now. It was an even contest. Ball trickles towards the boundary line. Players will be happy to see that safely roll over. Right in front of Mick Tumanello, father of Matthew and vice president of the Blackburn Football Club. A great servant of the Burners for a long time, Mick Tumanello. Hyatt brings the ball back in now. Gwilt had the front spot, got the knockdown. A lot of players form around the football, and the user Rexy turn stacks on the mill and we'll have a bounce.
Love those old phrases.
7 points is the margin. Blackburn have the lead. 9 plays 2. A lot of players inside this forward 50 here and getting down and, well, earning a free kick was a good play there by Jason Reid. And no, it's Luke Ball.
I think he's paid that for a diving in, and
a
taking out
tunneling
the legs.
situation. Okay, interesting. I thought he copped one in the back of the way they looked from us. Nonetheless, it'll be Luke Bull who concedes a lot of ground here. Goes back, Kelly. There's no one behind him, Kelly, so he can't look backwards, but he'll go sideways. Switches the ball across the middle of the ground. It was risky, but Trent Robertson, the tank, takes the mark inside the centre square. Screaming for it was Tobin. It might eventually go that way. Eventually it does. Right in the middle here of Moreton Park. Noble Park searching for their first goal of the afternoon. The kick goes towards the Harper direction. He's got 2 players to beat. Nice fist over the back there by Watkins. Ball hits the deck. Charging through there was Davidson. The umpire, Dan Beard, has blown his whistle here and just told everybody to calm the farm. And we will...
I thought you were going to go somewhere else.
So, umpire Dan Beard.
We probably do need the censors at the moment, but no censoring the way Blackburn are moving out of defence now as Danaher gives the hand pass to Mitch Ford. Switching kick was risky and it didn't pay off because Kelly is chipped in at the centre circle. Spearing ball inside 50 was a shocker, and Parker relieves the tension for the Burners. Kicks towards left half forward. Good body work there by Conker. Forced his opponent under the ball, tries to evade the would-be tackler in Robertson. Couldn't do so, and we'll have a ball in. 45 out from the Blackburn goal. We're on the tree standing position here at Moreton Park.
There's a definite decision by Blackburn to go inside early a number of times already, and they want to move the ball quickly.
Yep.
When Noble slow it down, it's easy for Blackburn to clog it up, so you've got to move it quickly on this ground.
Yeah, it's been a congested forward line for Noble Park so far as the tap is won by Dorr. Down at ground level for Blackburn, Reid is claimed, and we'll have yet another bounce. 50 out from the Blackburn goal, out of side at Moreton Park. Great crowd in. The Burners contingent have come out in force. Tap one down. Martin's kick was partially smothered. They appeal for out and the full decision, nothing coming. And we'll have another throw in. So I
also think, Damien, that Noble Park have probably butchered the ball with hand and foot at the moment as well, going into their forward 50.
Yes, the disposal hasn't been great as the Tappers won, forced out the back. Nelson couldn't quite take it for the Bulls, but a kick comes forward. It's a more open forward line now. Harper against two. Did well to rove his own ball. Tried to give it to Gwilt, was unsuccessful. Coming through there was McIntyre for the Burners. A great tackle applied there by Gwilt, and we'll have a ball up 60 out from the Noble Park goal.
Well, if you think about it, Gwilt, Alwyn and Harper have not had a clean possession between them, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
Umpire hit the deck in that instant, and so do the players, and let's do it all again.
Kyle Martin up to 9 disposals as he makes his way towards the bench.
Thanks to Choose Tap, it is delicious. Special comments as well today. We're getting the best of both worlds as Blackburn drive the ball forward. Now Robertson might be the first player to meet it though for Noble Park. He was dispossessed of the football. Handball goes towards the Conquer direction. He got that from Hammond. It goes back now, and just in the right position at the right time, Tom Glenn takes the mark, switches the ball out wide. Now Morrison takes it on the left boot, just floats it up towards the wing position. Tominello got down low, dropped what he probably should have taken there, so Robbie Keane takes off and kicks it towards the Gwilt direction. He couldn't pull the mark in. There's a lot of pressure here as the ball comes out now. It's Donahue on the right boot up towards the half forward line for Blackburn. Over the back there, little handball. Conker got it away. It's Hudson on the right boot, kicks it to the top of the square, but he just didn't have enough purchase. Monaghan at the last line of defence got the ball out. Here's Tim Kelly now on the right boot. That kick was smothered. Sloppy from Kelly. Usually don't see that. Eventually picked up there by Thomas. He'll go back, and Noble Park will have a chance just to stem the flow and bring the ball back in to the grandstand side.
1-3-9 Blackburn. Noble Park 2 behinds early in this game. The spoil is effective for Blackburn and eventually taken by McGee. Kick towards centre half forward. It's the Bulls with the numbers. Hand pass comes out from Sketcher. Looks for his teammate at Keane. Tried to find Dorr with the hand pass. He was claimed and besieged by a couple of Blackburn players. Reed was in there. Tominello tried to get down on his hands and knees, the big fellow, couldn't quite do so, and we'll have a bounce right in the centre of the ground here at Morton Park, and it's Blackburn leading by 7 points. Tominello winning the ensuing ruck contest, forces it to ground level. Reed may have been pushed at the back here, and the umpire will pay the free kick to the Burners as Reed regains his feet.
It's not high scoring, but it's entertaining.
It is, BWS.
Yeah. Probably the disposal has let a number of players down so far as Jackson Reed, recruited from East Burwood, kicks towards right half forward. The kick didn't really advantage his teammate in Hammond, but he will get the free kick for a push at the back, and he could be a chance here. 55 metres out on a 45-degree angle. He'll go for Blackburn second.
Yeah, look, this is well within his range. Jake Hammond, beautiful kick of the foot, beautiful kick.
He's a left footer too, so I think he's on the right side to swing it round.
One thing I'm liking about Blackburn is they are trying to take ownership of the corridor here.
37 goals this season thus far for Jake Hammond. It won't be 38. He's missed to the right minus score. So Blackburn probably squandering some chances here. 1-4-10. They lead Noble Park 2 behinds. 20 minutes gone in this first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And they are trying to move the ball very quickly, Blackburn. They're trying to open them up with a little bit of speed. Noble are just getting it and just stopping. They've got to move it quicker.
Kelly went to Ananovsku, got it back to Kelly, and now they kick it out towards the wing position where Gwilt was on a very long lead, takes the mark. He'll wind around on that familiar left, usually tries to boot it, instead goes short to Martin, who's made some good ground. He kicks it towards the Harper direction, big fist over the top there. Fantastic by Sam McCauley over the boundary line. It goes right next to the beer tent, right next to the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
Exactly what you want off your backman, disciplined play.
And he's a +1 down there at the moment, so he's just playing it perfectly.
Time on here in the first term. We'll go boundary side shortly. 8 points is the margin. Blackburn have the lead. It was a short throw in. Tominello got the knockdown. That was okay. Murphy was under a bit of pressure. There's a lot of players just forming themselves around this football. Let's quickly cross down to Brett Beston.
Just going to say BWS, it'd be you that would pick out the beer tent.
She cornered it early.
I can't do anything but agree with that. As it comes in now, Gwilt got the knockdown. And it was Marson who was there to trap it, but he was quickly met. So we'll have another bounce, 25 metres out from goal. Matty Tominello just knocked it straight over the boundary line, and it went out of bounds on the full from the knock-in. So that means that it's a free kick to Noble Park, and it will be
Luke Bull, I think.
Luke Bull. No, it'll be Gwilt to be the recipient. Bull tried to claim it, but it will be Gwilt to have a ping, and it's the right spot for him, Davo, to run around on the left here.
It is, and Tominello knew that straight away. As soon as he hit it, he knew he'd given away the free kick.
So Jimmy Gwilt, former Saint, former Bomber, originally from Noble Park, back this year, leans over the football and kicks it. It's pretty close. He liked it off the boot, but the Blackburn faithful enjoyed it even more, going through for one behind. Noble Park have 3 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They trail by 7 points, 22.5 minutes gone. Blackburn 1-4-10.
So Tyler Faulkner, the designated kicker for the Burners. That's a long ball right to the centre weak position. Good spoil at the back, falls in the hands of Luke Ball. Onto Martin, off one step towards full forward. Again, Faulkner with the fist got to the front position. Tackled there was Ken Worthy for the Burners, and he forces it over the line. It'll be a throw in deep inside Noble Park's 50. 23 minutes into this first term, and Blackburn lead by 7 points.
So you've got to be careful with that long kick out of defence. If they knock it forward, the zone's got first use of it.
Will contesting the ruck against Tominello, and the latter won the tap, roved his own ball and got the hand pass towards the half-back flank, but it's forced over the line eventually, and we'll have a throw in. It was Shane Allen seeing it over.
The one thing Blackburn are not allowing Noble Park to do is show enough poise to get clean delivery.
So ball back into play now. Gwilt got in front of Tominello in that instant. Coming up now, Murphy tried to get the handball away. Strong tackle by Luke Bull. Just to hold it up just inside the paint of 50. Noble Park's then trailing by 7 points. They're yet to kick a major. Noble Park are in fantastic form in Division 1 at the moment.
I wonder if they've been held goalless for a quarter so far this year, the Bulls.
Well, the man who knows everything is sitting to your left-hand side. Lane Brasher comes out now. Nicely done. Murphy trapped it, got the handball away, and now Blackburn, they might be able to switch the play here. This is what worked out for Davidson. But Kelly came in. What courage shown by Tim Kelly. Got down low. He knew he might have copped a knee. Swings around on the right boot. This is going all the way, you little ripper. That's a fantastic goal. That's the Vibro goal of the day contender so far, Tim Kelly. Well, you don't see him get amongst it very often, do you, Wayne Brasher? He's usually up back, but he's come down and look at them get around him.
Yeah, great effort there by Tim Kelly, and sorry, Damien, I don't have time to look up that stat now.
Let's cross down boundary side to Brett Beston.
I'm just going to jump in. It's just been quite a decent scuffle just in the middle of the ground. It's handbags at 10 paces. They're breaking up now, but there's just a few players involved from both sides.
Well, the umpire has moved the ball on, which is good. That breaks up the fight, and it's Tominello with the clearance for Blackburn. Sends a long ball towards full forward. Caught behind there was Watkins. Blackburn, great tackle affected there on Hudson. Thomas, that was kicked towards the half-back flank here for Noble Park. Off the ground, it was a fresh air shot from Allen. Forced to ground level. Breathing his way through is McIntyre. He's claimed by a couple of Bulls, tamed by a couple of Bulls perhaps, and we'll have a ball up 45 out from the Blackburn goal.
One thing you don't want to do is let the crowd get in there down at Blackburn.
Certainly are parochial, the Blackburn supporters. Might have another stoppage, but the hand pass comes out to Hanley. Good smother affected. Probably saved a goal there on that occasion, Noble Park. The kick from Keane fell out on the full, so it'll be a Blackburn free kick. Perhaps one last scoring opportunity here for the Burners at centre wing. And the recipient looks as if it'll be Mitch Dawson. He's on his opponent's bench there in the Frongs. I'm sure they'll have a few choice words to say. Mitch Dawson.
Probably admiring his ponytail.
Played at the Northern Knights and the Northern Blues did Mitch Dawson. He looks inboard to centre wing, and the mark's taken on the chest by Donoghue. Mitch Donoghue called to move it on, sends a big ball to the top of the square. Noble Park have the numbers, and a good mark is taken almost on the last line of defence there, and that was Tim Kelly, who's been fantastic this quarter. Look down the corridor, find Marson. Now Kyle Martin swings the ball forward. It was a floating kick off the boot. Didn't really have a lot of penetration, and McCauley takes the relieving mark here for the Burners, and they're away.
And he gets a kick away, and nicely done by Reid. This way, that way, got himself into a little bit of trouble. Out wide they now go. Here's Grierson, I should say, up towards the half-forward line. Noble Park, they've got the numbers. Robertson dropped what he probably should have taken. Conker, he was right at his heels. He's been slammed in a tackle. Got the handball away just at the crucial stage. Shane Allen came in, put his body on the line. A clearing kick out for Noble Park, but a strong mark taken by Mitch Dawson. And he might even go back and have a ping. In fact, it's Manny Bartlett who's taken that mark.
Ben McIntyre.
Oh, yeah, well, get your pen right where you're pointing, Damo.
It's a big
I'm
pen.
blaming you for that
It's a big fat pen.
Ben McIntyre, so on the sound of the siren, Blackburn leading this game by 1 point. Looked like he was going to back himself in before the siren here, so let's see what he can do. Gives it everything he's got. He's pushed it to the left-hand side. Will he get a score? He does, because it's been knocked through for one behind, and it's gone over on the full. The umpire hasn't given the signal yet, so I would expect that if it's gone through on the full, it's a behind. So eventually he gives the one-finger salute with the pointy finger, not the middle one, and on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard it is Blackburn at quarter time, 1-5-11, leading by 2 points here against Noble Park, 1-3-9. Only single goal kickers, of course, on the ground. Tim Kelly, what a fantastic goal that was in the later stages of that opening term, and of course Tim Watkins kicking the first goal of the match for the Blackburn Football Club. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe, efl.org.au. There's 22 great games as you go local for your football this afternoon, and Barry Cott's on the score centre will keep us up to date with all those important around the ground scores right after this.
My plans for the year, save up for a house so we can build hopefully in November.
Going overseas to Japan.
Recently become father of a second child.
Finish up baseball season.
Take the kids skiing.
Move into a new house.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think a barbie in the backyard would be nice.
I would go to the beach.
Possibly a costume party.
It sounds silly, but I'd like people to bring their pets.
I'd have a karaoke machine. What's coming to my head is an ice sculpture.
Lots of cakes.
Cheesecake.
Lemon meringue pie.
And probably every flavour of ice cream ever.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique, and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
For the best EFL rap on radio, don't miss EFL Sunday. From 10 till 12 every Sunday morning, the EFL media team bring you all the final scores, goal kickers, best players and ladders, following a big round of EFL footy. The gang talk to the biggest names from across the league each and every week. EFL Sunday, from 10 every Sunday morning on 98.1 Radio Eastern. A new time and a new team, driving you home in 2016. Join a brand new lineup for The Huddle as the gang take a light-hearted look at the Eastern Football League every Friday night. More importantly, the team will reveal the ins and outs for this week's round of matches. The Huddle, 4:30 to 6:30 every Friday evening as you love it local.
Up the Mitcham Tigers! Down the Burners!
Let's go, Panthers.
What a mark! Let's go, doggies!
Tobin Brothers Funerals, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor. EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Radio Eastern 98.1 here at Moreton Park, Blackburn and Noble Park at quarter time. It's Blackburn 1-5-11 to Noble Park 1-3-9. Barry Cott's here in the EFL Game Day Score Centre, and with the stats that matter, Matt Campbell, how did we go that quarter?
In the opening quarter, Blackburn dominated in the ruck with 9 hit-outs to advantage to just 2. They won the clearances 12-10. Inside 50s, 15-12 in the way of Noble Park. And their 450 pressure was good, laying 8 450 tackles to Blackburn's 4. A lot of intercept marks, 9-4 in favour of Noble Park. I think Tim Kelly had at least 3 of them. And Kyle Martin, very prolific, 9 kicks and 3 handballs. Unfortunately for Noble Park, his ball use did let him down too often that quarter. You'd expect that to improve for the rest of the game.
Thanks very much, Grant Soupy Campbell, for that. And we'll have some more stats a little bit later on. Let's check some progress scores around the grounds this afternoon of EFL football action. And firstly to Division 1 and Doncaster and Bourne. A very slow scoring game at the moment. It's Doncaster 2 behinds to Bourne 1 behind. East Ringwood and South Croydon. It's East Ringwood 2-3-15 to South Croydon 1-3-9. And as Bayswater and Montrose, it's Bayswater 2-2-14 leading Montrose 1-8. In Division 2, one turn to South 4-5-29 to Lilydale 1-8. Mulgrave and Doncaster East. Mulgrave 3-2-20 to Doncaster East 3-1-19 in Division 2. To Division 3, a progress score, the Basin South Belgrave, the Basin 2-1-13 to South Belgrave, 3 behinds, 3 points. Scoresby and Baronia, Baronia 1-3-9 to Scoresby, 3 behinds, 3 points. And in Division 4, Coldstream and Surrey Park, Coldstream 6-2-38 to Surrey Park, 1 goal straight, 6 points. And Donvale Forest Hill, Donvale 3-4-22 to Forest Hill, 1-2-8 in Division 4. AFL action this afternoon down at in Hobart, University of Tasmania Stadium.
It's in Launceston, I think.
Launceston, I should say, and it's Hawthorn and GWS. It's currently the 15-minute mark of the second quarter. It's GWS 7-2-44, leading Hawthorn 5-4-34. So a very competitive game so far, Damo. Only 10 points the difference in that game.
Yes, I love the AFL action. Great work from your good self, Barry Cotts, keeping us up to date with the score centre and that lovely smooth voice. I'm surprised about that Doncaster ball and score 2 behinds and 1 behind.
Yes,
Division 1 football's been like that so far in this round, Brett Davidson. It's been very low scoring and scrappy, and that was epitomised in that game.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm surprised with that scoreline as well. But you're right, even in this game, you know, you're looking at the fact that the ball went up and down a lot, but no score, not a lot of scoring. Although Blackburn about 6 scoring shots to Noble Park 4.
Yeah, and a quick MCG score: Collingwood and Essendon this afternoon is quarter time, and it's Essendon 5 goals straight, 32. Collingwood 2-3-15.
Yeah, just going off from that, Davo, a very scrappy opening quarter. A lot of missed targets and probably a lot of drop chest marks. It's been the defenders' game so far, I must say.
Yeah, I think you have a look at the trends in the game. You've got Blackburn have tried to play on a little bit more and get the ball into their forward line a bit quicker. But when they've gone long, they've been outmarked by the Noble defence, whereas Noble have been a lot slower bringing the ball forward, but have just missed those opportunities when they've had them. So it'll be interesting to see whether the sides change up.
Let's hear boundary side now. Brett Beston and Esmond Aponzo are down there.
Just going to jump in and grab Mick Fogarty, the Noble Park coach. Mick, you're 1 down for the rest of the game.
Yeah, look, that's unfortunate, but that's footy. Like I said, it's what happens in footy, and we just got to adapt, and I'm sure the boys will.
Liam Tobin's the player missing. Boys, what was the message at quarter time?
Oh, look, it's just being physical around the contest, it's getting numbers around the contest so that if we don't win it, it becomes neutral. And I think we achieved that, and just unfortunately, again, we went inside 50, missed a couple of shots, but other than that, I think we've been pretty physical, which is great.
And just tidy up that his disposals going inside 50 a wee bit?
Yeah, well, the boys said it was fairly windy out there. So as we did come in, we helicoptered a bit, didn't we? So, yeah, you're spot on. We'll see how we go this quarter.
Good on you, mate. Well, good luck.
Great stuff from Brett Beston down on the boundary line with Mick Fogarty, the Noble Park coach. They trail by 2 points, and it's Blackburn with the clearance. The opening clearance in this second term falls to ground level. Good hand pass affected by Patterson. Looking for his teammate at Conker. Weaved his way out of the traffic well. Got a hand pass away. A quick flying shot towards goal is off target. I believe the kicker was Watkins, and we're taking a minus score. So Blackburn very inaccurate. 1-6-12, leading Noble Park 1-3-9 early in the second term. On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, let's head boundary side to Esmond Aponzo.
The key messages from the Blackburn camp at quarter time is just the work rate, Con Karawasan. Head over the footy, get into the spot of the 30 metres, the hot spot of 30 metres away from goal, and just be clean with the ball every time.
So Tim Kelly saw him roost one from this end. He had a big fly there over the back by Elwyn. He couldn't quite pull it down, but they've got the numbers at the fall of the ball. Do Noble Park. The handball eventually comes from Keane, goes out to Martin on the wing position now. He goes out wide. So Noble Park just going forward. Shane Allen, the recipient of that handball, drives the ball inside forward 50, but he pushed it wide. Usually silky skills of Shane Allen let him down there, and out of bounds on the full it goes.
Yeah, first involvement in the game for Shane Allen. Probably needs to get into the contest a bit more, BWS.
I was going to say exactly the same thing then, Brash.
Faulkner got it away that time. Here's Parker on the right boot up towards the wing position. Big fly by Watkins. Strong Jukes in that instant. Wants to switch the ball into the middle of the ground. That was good. And now off to the races is McIntyre on the right boot. Sends it very, very, very long. Oh, fantastic mark there. That was absolutely brilliant that time by James Grierson, who just watched the fly to the ball. He almost was pulled down as he took the mark. That is sensational.
Yeah, that's a candidate for the mark of the day already.
And as a defender, he could do nothing more than what he did. He got in front, held his body out, and the boy just took a great diving mark behind him.
Fortunately, there is no prize for mark of the day, but Brash, you might just have to buy him a beer after the game as James Grierson comes in to stretch the lead to 9 points for the Blackburn Football Club. The crowd goes up behind the goals, a 2-finger salute in shoes, And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it is Blackburn at the 2.5 minute mark of this second term. Double the score of Noble Park, 2-6-18 to 1-3-9.
And the key again was quick movement. They got it, they went inside. As soon as they got inside, they got quick, went long, didn't allow the opposition team to set up defensively. That's where Noble hurt themselves in that first quarter. Too slow getting the ball into their forward line and allowed Blackburn to just set up with a +1 defensively all quarter.
So James Grierson booting Blackburn's second goal. They now have a handy 9-point buffer early in the second term as we recommence play. Dorr lost the tap out to Tamanello. Ball in dispute now in the centre of the ground. No one can quite pick it up. Patterson eventually is set upon by a roaming bull there on that occasion. A great tackle by the big man in Brett Dorr. We'll have a secondary bounce. So Blackburn leading it by 9 points. Dorr won the tap on that occasion. Set upon there is Danaher, who's had a very good season. Broke a couple of would-be tackles. Kick long inside the 50. Maybe a push out on that occasion. Not paid the way of Grierson, and Noble Park will try and clear it on their right half back line, but Blackburn have the numbers. Chasing after the ball is Reid. Goes backwards to go forwards. Tabanello takes the mark on centre wing in front of a very vocal Blackburn bench. Sent to helicopter ball inside. It was almost a chaos ball towards centre half forward. Couldn't quite trap it there. Donahue and Noble Park away on the counter-attack. Hand pass falls into the arms of Allen. He's tackled. Brilliantly affected. Oh, really? Holding the man. So it's going to be a Noble Park free into the arms of Shane Allen. Of course, works as a freight services account manager in his time away from football. Kicked towards centre half forward, found a teammate. Eventually, it's kicked to the forward pocket, and the mark is taken by Kevin Keane, and he'll have a shot, a very crucial shot here for Noble Park to stem the flow from 35 out on an acute angle. That was just an experienced way of getting that free kick. He knew the ball, he was about to take it, didn't take it, allowed the player to tackle him. So, you know, it's high risk, high reward for Blackburn at the moment. They go through the middle, take the risk, but sometimes they're turning it over, doing it. So Kevin Keane lining up for Noble Park's second major of the day. They need this one. You get the sense to stay in touch. 35 out. It's a tough angle. Works it from right to left beautifully. And Noble Park get another one on the board. They're 2-3-15. They're trailing Blackburn 2-6-18. We've gone 4.5 minutes in the second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Yeah, that was a better movement forward from Noble, and that's a lovely kick for goal. It's really interesting to see what's happening in the middle at the moment. Blackburn got a very young midfield in there. Danaher's been really good. I just think Noble, that's the area they've got to lift as their contested football. Yep.
So Dorr to go up against Tamanello. Margin is 3 points on AFL game day. Free kick to Tamanello. Dorr went in with the knees in that battle, and it'll be Tama to take the free kick here. Switches the ball out wide. That's okay, and now they'll go up towards the half-forward line. Here's Thorpe this way, that way, then on the right boot. Sends it in. Conker looks like he'll go for a rise. Oh, yes. It doesn't matter because the man of the moment, James Grierson, who pulled in a cracker only moments ago. This time he didn't have to get down low. He went up high, and he pulls down a fantastic mark, and he'll go back from only 25 metres out directly in front. He was 3 or 4 deep when he came in there. I thought that was a poor kick forward because it allowed Noble to get players back, but he just came from 4 deep and took an excellent mark. Named as an emergency on Thursday night, and he's coming to this side, and he is really stepping up. Comes in now, leans over it, and misses. Well, very disappointing shot on goal. That's almost a gimme.
Gee, you can't afford to miss those ones. Gee,
No.
that's going to hurt.
And by the look of it, he missed it by a fair way, by the way that umpire went.
Yeah, there's still a lot of feeling amongst the two sides out there.
A lot of helicopter punts happening out here today. 4 points is the margin. Whistle
going on?
has been blown. Blackburn free right in front of goal. Free kick off the ball. It was against Hudson Thomas.
And I don't want to be rude, but in the first quarter, when there was a little bit of to-do happening, he was amongst it, and he needs to keep his hands down, I think. That's all I can say.
Matty Bartlett, drop punt, go for a goal. That one hurts. That one gets your team up and about. The crowd enjoyed it as well. So missing an easy shot on goal. Blackburn, this time they got the second chance and they took it. 3-7-25 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They lead by 10 points. Noble Park 2-3, 15, 7 minutes gone.
Well, you can't afford to do that.
Nah.
They're the ones when you're one player down and you suddenly get a let off, you can't allow the team back into it by undisciplined play. And he's he's got to be careful because he's getting a bit involved up forward with Hammond again. So
pays to wear a high Guernsey number if you're a Blackburn player. 56, 60 and 65, the goal kickers. Back 66 for the Burners, and they win the clearance once again. The hand pass comes through from Danaher, and he gets it back with the hand pass. Long probing kick inside the 50. Big fly from Grierson at the back. Couldn't quite take it. Conker dispossessed. It's right on the teeth of goals here for Blackburn, and rush through Trent Robertson. It's played at a hectic pace for the Bulls defence at the moment, and it's another behind to the Burners. 3-8-26, leading Noble Park 2-3-15. 7.5 minutes in this second term. Allen with the kick in. In fact, it was Tim Kelly, the designated kicker, and he finds he's targeted Monaghan at right half back. Looks central into the corridor. Mark taken by Keane, who's scored one of Noble Park's 2 goals this afternoon. Looks at the Alwood direction. Eventually loose ball taken by Petropolis. Finds his teammate in Shane Allen, who kicks the easiest of goals from 30 metres out. And the reply comes from the Bulls. They needed it. They move on now on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard to 3-3-21, trailing Blackburn 3-8-26. We go on 8 minutes in this second term.
Yeah, game's starting to open up a little bit as both sides are really starting to test each other's endurance. Shane Allen just starting to find his feet and start to influence the contest. He's probably had a hand in the last 2 goals here for Noble Park.
Let's cross down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Just talking about what was going on in the middle, boys. Cole Martin's obviously playing a big role, but Jack Sketch has been a bit quiet. He needs to get involved in the game a bit more.
Doncaster East trailing Mulgrave by 5 points, 10 minutes into the second term.
Early days yet.
Yeah, Pye throws it up.
Oh, shit.
My blood pressure's already high enough to hear those sorts of scores coming through. Ball hits the deck. We'll have a restart. Umpire Dan Beard.
Yeah, you've little faith.
Umpiring legend of the Eastern Football League, Tuminello got the knockout. Here's Hanley. That was a scrambling kick. It was chopped off there by Tim Kelly. Got a fist on it as well. That was good play. The Bulls do have the numbers. Here's Morrison on the left boot. Kicked it as high as he did, long up towards the wing position. Mitch Dawson was underneath it, just couldn't quite pull it down. It sat up for so long. And coming across and meeting him was Jordan Marson, and we will have a boundary throw-in.
We'll head to Grant Campbell, some choose tap match stats.
All 5 standard clearances this quarter have gone the way of Blackburn.
Tuminello just setting himself up here. Go up against Haynes. Over the back, got a fist, a timely fist, and it comes down now. That was okay there. Donahue chopped off by Bullo. For Noble Park up towards the half-forward line. Ziggy Allen was there. It was a nicely fisted away that time there by Sam McCauley. He's having a really good game, keeping the Zig really well held at the moment. Comes out, speak of the devil. McCauley got the handball away. Squeezed a kick into the middle of the ground, did Blackburn, where Dawson takes it. And now he kicks it to centre half back. They will create the switch here into the middle of the ground. It was risky looking for Hanley over the back of him. Glenn got the spoil, but it was nicely done there by Bartlett. Got the handball back. A linking handball. Here's Faulkner. He might just have a ping here. Faulkner kicks it long, and the Grierson. Well, he just can't do anything wrong at the moment. Ken Grierson, he'll have another shot on goal. This time it's from a difficult angle. But I tell you what, he's marking everything coming his way at the moment.
He's starting to become a real definite threat down there for Noble Park. Don't seem to have a match-up for him at the moment, BWS.
And the interesting thing is they've got Watkins as well, Toe, being good in the air, and Hammond's the one who really hasn't done a lot.
No. He's going for the old-fashioned check side here. Which way will it go? Across the face of goal. And through for a minor score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 11 minutes in to this second term. Blackburn 12 scoring shots to 6, but they only lead by 6 points. Brett Beston, boundary side.
Yeah, it might be time for a change of matchup on Grayson. I think Hudson Thomas has been playing on him, so it might be a look at Fogarty might need to make a change there.
So Kelly brings it back in for the Bulls towards left half back. And the mark taken there by the man in Monaghan. Sends it towards the outer wing to no target in particular, really. Blackburn have the numbers. They'll keep it in play. Hand pass comes forward into the middle. Thorpe tried to evade a couple of tacklers, and a good gang tackle affected there from Noble Park. One of them was Haynes, and we'll have a ball up right on the centre wing position, outer side at Moreton Park.
They're just starting to read the Blackburn move through the middle at the moment, so you've just got to be careful, Blackburn. They've got to hit their targets through the middle.
Tuminello's been excellent in the ruck for Blackburn, wins the hit out yet again to his teammate in Reid, who's set upon by a couple of Bulls. We'll have a secondary bounce.
Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 FM Radio Eastern or streaming live on EFL.org.au. Tamanello's kick ricocheted to his opponent in Sketcher, who hacks it inside 50 in the Ziggy direction. Couldn't quite take it. Will tries to keep it in play in the pocket. Kicked it over his head. It was very, very improvisational. Ziggy Owen again. Kick off the ground. It's deep in the Noble Park forward line. They can't quite get a handle on it. And the umpire's blown the whistle. And it'll be a free kick going the Bulls' way, by the way, he's signalling. And James Gwilt's the recipient.
I think it might be Benoit, actually, that's got the ball.
In fact, it is Benoit, number 40.
Holding the football. Fantastic tackle it was as well.
It was. And it'll be a shot on goal from 45 metres out, but he's at a very tough angle. Outer side, amongst the eucalyptus trees at Morton Park. Can Benoit step up to the plate? 45 metres out, a deliberate approach, kick towards goal. It looks okay here for the Bulls. Tell you what, how about that for a kick? The step up to the plate, and Noble Park have drawn level on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They're 4-3-27, Blackburn are 3-9-27, 13 minutes into the second term.
Yeah, good goal there by Benoit. You know, lovely kick to the scoring end. But you know, it's really good this game. It's starting to open up. Just a little bit of argy-bargy along the way. It's all spiced up for a big contest now.
Blackburn have got to hope they haven't kicked themselves out of it either.
So back in the middle, Noble Park again looking for the clearance, kicked off the ground by Martin. Again, great improvisation. Being held off the ball there, I think, for Noble Park was Nelson, and he'll receive the free kick 55 metres out from goal, probably just beyond his range here. But again, Noble Park winning the clearances of late. Nelson wheels onto the right foot, sends a probing helicopter ball to the top of the square. Good luck marking that one. It falls to ground level. Chance for Martin, dives on top of the ball. Harper was there as well. And eventually it'll be kept in play there by Allen. Did well with the hand pass. Found his teammate in Glenn. Glenn got the hand pass away, looking for a teammate in Martin. Couldn't find him, but Blackburn are away on the counter-attack. On the members' wing, Bartlett kicks towards right half forward, over the head of his diminutive teammate in Conker, and it'll be a free kick going Noble Park's way, to be taken there by Trent Robertson. Robertson looks central. It's a risky kick. He's turned it straight over. Chance now for McIntyre. McIntyre sends a long ball to an unguarded square, and again they've squandered another opportunity.
Patterson was by himself.
Blackburn 3-10-28, leading Noble Park 4-3-27, halfway through this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Bayswater lead Montrose by 3 goals at quarter time. Doncaster lead Bowen by 3 points as well, in a goalless quarter for both of those two Division 1 sides.
Soccer scores.
So it'll be Kyle Martin now. It's a hot game out here. We picked a good one. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Kick goes into the middle of the ground where Monaghan takes the mark for Noble Park. 2 kicks from home. Monaghan usually likes to roost it. Kicks it towards the Alwyn and Gwilt direction, knocked away from then, out towards centre half back now. Nicely done there by Dawson, got the handball away. Now the Burners will kick it up towards the half forward line, driving the ball forward. McIntyre scrambling kick, Conker paddled it to his advantage. Grayson, step around the body, was half smothered off the boot, but Conker might have copped one off the football here. It's bounced through for a goal, but it was touched off the boot. People have got excited, but it'll be Conker to go back, Luke, and have a shot on goal, 45 metres out directly in front.
Well, they, I mean, it was great play then by Grissom, but he had an open runner when he should have handballed to the open runner instead of having a kick. But that's a bit of experience for you. But gee whiz, they need this one. They can't afford to miss another one straight in front.
So Luke Conker comes in now. It was a standing start almost. And he's pushed it right, and it's only just hit the post as well. So another behind for the Blackburn Football Club. They just can't find the big sticks at the moment. 3-11-29, 2-point lead over Noble Park, 4-3-27.
Double the scoring shots.
Thomas brings it back into play for Noble Park again. A helicopter punt towards the outer side of the ground. Blackburn will see it inside 50 once again, but standing in the way is Trent Robertson, who's been good at this quarter. Breaks away with the hand pass to his teammate at Morrison. Over the top, they're in a confined space here. The Bulls working well. Sketcher hacks it towards the centre of the ground. Flying high for the mark there for Blackburn, and it might have been a chopping of the arms on that occasion. The free kick will be taken by the tattooed one, of course, in Luke Parker. Sends it towards right half. Big fly at the back. Sensational grab from Benny McIntyre. Gee, he flew high. He was up there for a while. And that's a contender for Mark of the Day, that's for sure. Mark of the Week, in fact.
Gee, I thought he was bringing down rain with him then.
Higher than Joe Cocker, as Rex Hunt would say.
Certainly stood level with the top of the eucalyptus trees at Moreton Park. He'll go back, more importantly, to try and find the middle of the big sticks. They haven't done so in this quarter, the Blackburn Footy Club. McIntyre well wide on that occasion. Didn't even find the little sticks. It's out in the full. And it'll be a free kick deep inside the defensive 50 for Noble Park. They trail by 2 points.
2-6 to 3 straight in this quarter for Blackburn. Gee, I hope it doesn't come back to haunt them in the second half.
Got really close to the man on the mark then.
Yeah, he didn't have to, really, did he?
He certainly had enough purchase. Just waiting for the ball to come back through. Oh, nice kick from the young fella. Straight back over the fence.
Sign him up.
So, Anagnostu kicks it out towards the wing position, and eyes only for the football that time. Ziggy Alwyn needs to get into this game. He's come a long way out from goal. He kicks it into the middle of the ground where Allen's waiting at the back. He needed to go in harder for that time. Alan McCauley, he had eyes for the football. Now Blackburn are off up towards the centre half forward area. Drop what he probably should have taken there was Danaher.
That was there.
He'll go after it again, and he copped one high. So he was lucky, but it was there. I agree with you, Brash, as he goes out wide now, stretching and taking the mark. There is Thorpe on the right boot, kicks the ball inside 50 or thereabouts. McIntyre couldn't take the mark. Sketcher got the handball away. Noble Park, they'll try and get themselves out of danger here. Nicely done there by Sketcher with the 1-2. Gets it away to Alwyn. Needs to have neat skills into the middle of the ground. And now it's Noble Park's chance to go forward here through Nelson on the right boot. That's good play. Keane, well, he was the smallest man in the situation, but the kick was centimetre perfect. And he'll go back and have a ping from about 45 metres out from goal.
Well, you can't miss Keane and Kelly this afternoon. They must go to the same boot manufacturer. The fluorescent green is really starting to show out even from how far I'm sitting.
Do you wear those boots?
Yeah, I do actually. I've got a pair of them at home.
Kevy clean.
Yeah, but I choose to wear them in the late night.
Loving the camera work by Leroy Green as King comes in and lets everybody down as well.
It's those boots.
Blame the boots. Through for a minor score. Noble Park, well, Blackburn will be pretty happy that went through for a behind. 4-4-28 the Bulls. Blackburn 3-11 at 29.
Blackburn's movement into the forward line's been really sloppy the last 5 minutes. Their kicks have been those little in and under sort of kicks that have sat up and allowed the defence to knock it away easily. They've got to start hitting their targets down forward, Blackburn.
It's their boundary side.
Boys, because Jack Sketcher's got into the game in the last 5 minutes, playing a lot better.
Blackburn will bring it back into play. Mark taken at centre half back by Reed, and they run through the corridor here. The Burners, they like playing that way on their home track at Moreton Park. High ball towards left half forward. Flying high for the mark was Patterson. Couldn't quite bring it down. They have the Crubbers at ground level. Conker gets the hand pass away. 40 metres out. Patterson, a fantastic goal. Liam Patterson roved his own ball in the end, went up for the marking contest, took it on the way down and sent a lovely ball forward, and Blackburn break the duck. 4-11-35, Noble Park 4-4-28. They're 7 points in front. Time on, second term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
They can't kick him from straight in front. They can kick him from the boundary line. It's obviously down in amongst the pocket where the crowd is. But again, they brought it forward really quickly. That was a poor kick into the area. It was just that it was a good front and centre roving effort.
Well, can they get on a bit of a roll here? Tamanello, handball out wide. Will it sit up here for Murphy? It does. Got the quick handball out wide. He was looking for Hanley. Handball backwards. A little bit scrappy from both sides here. Marson went in after the football. Umpire's going to come in and bounce this one as Chris Clay will hand the ball back to the umpire just outside the centre square, just forward of centre for Noble Park. Trailing by 7 points, the home side Blackburn. Haven't they come here to play today? They should be leading by a bit more. You would think Patterson, kick up towards the half forward line, but it's Kelly at the fall of the ball. Slams it on his boot up towards the half forward line. And a fantastic mark here from Harper. We've been waiting for him to come into the game as well. He's been really well held. Kicks it to the Gwilt direction, who had some space in the forward pocket, and he'll go back and have a ping from about 40 metres out. But it's a difficult angle. It's a hard side for a left footer. Probably the better side.
But that's where the delivery into the forward line was completely different. Gave the forwards an opportunity to play in front and take the mark in front.
Jimmy Gwilt, that just never looked like missing. Gun barrel straight, it goes through. And Noble Park get the quick answer on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 22 minutes gone in this second term. It's a 1-point ball game. 5-4-34 they are. Blackburn 4-11-35 as we cross down boundary side.
The surprises there, boys. The two key forwards, Gwilt and Harper, both combined. They've been a bit quiet in this match, but they got together then. They need to do it a lot more.
So Noble Park with the answering goal through James Gwilt sees them trail by just a solitary point. Crucial time of the game, this one, late in the first half. It's been one of those bruising encounters, but the skill level probably improving in this second term as we get back underway. Tap one in the end by Dorr. Good tackle effected by Kyle Martin. Sees a secondary bounce in the middle.
All single goal kickers as well today so far.
That's it. It's been a very diverse game. Dorr again wins the tap, forces it to ground level. Burrowing through there is Bull. No pun intended. Out towards centre half forward. Chance now for Danaher to relieve the pressure. Gets the hand pass back to his teammate in Watkins. Couldn't quite pick it up. Eventually got the hand pass to a teammate. Kicked towards full forward. Grierson couldn't take it on the half volley. And relieving the tension is Shane Allen for the Bulls. Sent to Twizzler towards the centre weak position. Tried to overtake his teammate in Nelson. Still a chance here for Nelson. But burrowing through there and the hand pass taken by Marson. And eventually the kick has been marked. They're going backwards to go forwards here at the Noble Park Footy Club, and Allen takes it between half-back and centre wing.
He stepped up since you backed him, Brush.
Shane Allen towards the weak position. Over the back there, flying high was Dawson. He couldn't quite take it, and it's forced out of play right on the outer wing here at Moreton Park.
See, I actually don't know. I actually reckon that Shane Allen's value is probably better as a half forward or a forward pocket, because he has the ability to kick multiple goals very quickly.
Pyer to bring it back in. Tumanello versus Dorr. Tumanello had the front spot, got the knockdown, but roved there by Big Brett Dorr, got the handball away, and now the Bulls go forward, bouncing football towards the Harper direction. Reid was right on his hammer. The kick went askew, went over the boundary line and out of bounds.
But even then, there wasn't a huge amount of pressure on that kick, and that was a really average kick into the forward line then. So they're just not executing, both sides are not executing that last kick as well as what they should be.
Deep in the forward pocket for Noble Park, they be looking to put their noses in front come half-time, and we haven't seen that yet this afternoon.
It'd be a waste for Blackburn though, wouldn't it?
High to start it again, Dan Beard. Wilt did well, used his body well. Marson was in there, little handball over the top. Ball gets knocked goalward. Here's Kevy Keane going after it, but can't keep the ball alive, and across the face it goes, and another boundary throw in. 1 point the margin. Not long to go here in the first half of EFL Game Day. Division 1 football at its best. Strong tackle there by Gwilt. We'll have a bounce. 98.1 Radio Eastern is streaming live around the globe. EFL.org.au. Hope you're enjoying it this afternoon. Wherever you are in the outer east as you go local for your football. Clearing kick comes out now towards the half-back line, and won't call it lucky, but Hudson, who's in the right spot, takes a good mark too. It was a tricky one for him. Pyer tells him to play on. It was a shocker of a kick though. Monahan was there to chop it off right in the middle here of Moreton Park. Got it away to Martin, who wastes no time. Scissors one inside forward 50. Bouncing. It might go all the way here. Faulkner just happy to see it go through for one behind, and scores are level, 35 apiece, 4-11-35 to 5-5-35.
That's where we wanted at this stage of the game. Scores being level as we approach half-time. Clay takes the mark. Wonder if he's related, Cameron Clay, or Christopher Clay, to Dick Clay, one of the great sentiment players for the Richmond Footy Club. Played for the Richmond VFL side himself, Chris Clay.
Should have asked Rex.
That's right, a former teammate. Kick towards centre wing, and the great mark, great running there from Hanley to reach it. Takes it on his chest in front of his team's bench. Called to play on. Tried to weave his way around an opponent. Hand pass looking in the Conquer direction. Another wasted opportunity for the Burners. It'll be a ball in. Members side centre wing at Moreton Park.
I really like Blackburn's kids, but they are making a lot of mistakes under pressure at the moment.
It's been one of those torrid games, isn't it? Ball in. Dorr from the back. It's probably improved in the hit-out so far this term. Kick around the body from Petropolis. Towards half forward, going up there was Orwin, couldn't quite meet it at ground level. Good pick up from Marson, but was stripped of the football, and Blackburn have one last chance through the corridor. Kick towards centre half forward. Good mark taken from Bartlett. There's time to assess his options. Bartlett weaves onto the right foot, kicks into Grierson direction. Couldn't quite take it. Well done. That was class with a capital C. And Jake Hammond finally gets on the board in this match, his first. And Blackburn hit the front on the cusp of half-time, 5:11.41. Noble Park 5:35 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, very much candidate for player of the day there. Just Jake Hammond needs to get into the game, and just a little bit of brilliance there gets Blackburn 6 points in front.
But even then, when they got the ball, the kick into the forward line was a
great
mongrel kick.
Yeah.
And it just went, you know, off the top of the pack, and Hammond just a beautiful little touch over the top to himself.
Great call, Damien Watson. Dorr got the knockdown. Martin's in the middle of the ground. Bull couldn't trap it. Dorr goes after it. Tominello's in there as well as Danaher. Nobody can get a clear disposal out, and umpire Dan Beard will come in and bounce it. Throws the ball up now. Dorr. Easy knockdown that time. Eventually comes out to Danaher. Got the little handball away. Bouncing football. Eventually ends it back up in the arms of Danaher. Good tackle there by Bull, and quick to call holding the ball on that one.
Unfortunately, it was Hudson's fumble that set up that free kick there for Noble Park to now push into their forward 50. You're right, Davo. Some of their young guys just not sure enough with their ball handling, causing turnovers.
28 minutes gone. 6-point lead here to Blackburn. Kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Big fly over the back there by Alwyn. Couldn't quite pull the mark down. It was supposed to probably go down Dorr's throat, then he might have spoiled him. His teammate Clay takes the mark, and now he's off. Little handball in the middle of the ground. End-to-end football. This is looking promising. Here's McIntyre. McIntyre will have a roost. McIntyre will kick a goal! Well, fantastic coast-to-coast football there from Blackburn. Clean skills right down the guts. That's how you kick a goal. That's how you move it forward. And they've got some breathing space back, don't they, the Burners? On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 6-11-47. They lead by 2 straight kicks, 5-5-35, Noble Park.
He's had a ripper game, McIntyre. I tell you what, he hasn't done too much wrong with his possessions all afternoon. That was a really important goal there for Blackburn heading into half-time.
As I said, high risk, high reward the way they play Blackburn through the middle.
Another contender for the Vibro goal of the day, that one, Damo.
Yes, a handy 2-goal buffer now for Blackburn late in this first half. They needed to capitalise on their dominance. They're finally starting to do so as they win another clearance. Long ball, big fly at the back, almost taking the mark was Dawson. Falls to ground level. Chance now, a kick on goal is off target. Minus score to the left. And Blackburn increased their lead to 13 points. That kicker was Sam Hudson. So the Burners 6-12-48, leading Noble Park 5-5-35 on the stroke of half-time.
Remember Watkins took the big mark out here in the twos one year.
That's right, against Baldwin.
Yes.
Comes out now, here's McIntyre, scrambles one, nicely picked up there by Hudson. He was dispossessed of the football. Martin's had a lot of the football coming in, doing his fair bit for his side. Might have got one in the back, a downfield free kick after he got rid of it. Ball goes forward. Is it advantage paid here? Shot on goalward by Anagnosto. Everyone stopped, but it will come back.
So did we. We stopped too, thinking it was a free kick.
It's almost probably the definition of advantage, but everyone did stop.
Well, the umpire's taken it to centre half forward here, so...
It was a downfield free kick, so I don't think that's how you can't pay advantage on a downfield. I think that might be the rule.
So there's no point there.
So Ziggy Elwyn, 2 kicks from home. On the right boot, up towards the half-forward line. Just keeping the ball alive, I think, there.
Centimetre perfect, that one.
And Agnostu, he's loving the Rexisms today as he goes in towards the forward pocket where Jimmy Gwilt comes in and takes a mark. So he'll probably kick on the stroke of half-time. Perfect segue, there you go, if you don't mind. And he'll have a shot. An important kick, this one, a 13-point margin to the Blackburn Football Club. Noble Park squared the ledger only 5 minutes ago, and the Burners have piled on 2. So a big kick here for James Gwilt.
Well, he kicked one from here before, went gun barrel straight BWS.
That's it, as he comes in now, leans over it. That's a fantastic kick.
Yes.
Picture perfect, that one. And Noble Park get one on the stroke of half-time to reduce the margin back to 7 points here on EFL Game Day. It's Blackburn 6-12-48 to Noble Park 6-5-41. It's individual goal kickers right across the board, except for James Gwilt, who put his second through right on the siren. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on EFL.org.au. Carlos and the Turk, they're bringing us up the burgers from the barbecue, and we are pretty excited about that too. And of course, Barry Cotts will be back with all those important around the ground scores as you go local for your football on this Saturday afternoon.
Up the doggies.
Go the Bloods.
Great goal, Devils. Can the Vailers.
Tobin Brothers Funerals, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Nothing better than a companion to keep you up to date with all the latest when you're at the footy. Better still, one that fits in your back pocket. The Eastern Footballer is a must-read. All the latest information, team lists, feature articles and much, much more. Pick up your copy this weekend as you love it local across the Eastern Football League. A new time and a new team, driving you home in 2016. Join a brand new lineup for The Huddle as the gang take a light-hearted look at the Eastern Football League every Friday night. More importantly, the team will reveal the ins and outs for this week's round of matches. The Huddle, 4:30 to 6:30 every Friday evening as you love it local.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I could put together a really cool playlist.
Frank Sinatra.
Elton John.
Beethoven.
John Lennon.
Boy bands.
A lot of 90s.
I'd certainly not be opposed to people dancing.
Finger food.
Party pies.
Homemade pickles.
I'd like some cakes. There will be fairy bread.
Twinks.
I have a thing for pink lemonade.
And lots of coffee.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique, and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Radio Eastern 98.1. It's half-time here at Warden Park and Blackburn. Barry Cotts here in the EFL Game Day Score Centre. And the half-time score is Blackburn 6-12-48, leading Noble Park 6-5-41. And with all the stats matter, Grant Soupy Campbell, how did that second quarter go?
In the second quarter, Blackburn really dominated the clearances. They won it 12-5, including 8-2 with the centre clearances. Not much in the disposals differences. 49 kicks to 47 in favour of Blackburn. They had 14 more handballs, 36-22, and they won the inside 50, 17-13. We only saw one mark inside 50 in the first quarter of football, but we saw 9 in the second, with Noble Park taking 5 to Blackburn's 4. So fairly evenly poised, although you'd probably say the scoreline, which sees 6-12 to 6-5, suggests that Blackburn maybe missed a few opportunities they should have got and didn't quite capitalise on that dominance out of the centre.
They certainly did not there. The scoreline, as I said, 6 goals 12 to 6 goals 5. But Blackburn do go into half-time with a 7-point lead. All right, let's check some other scores around the grounds in EFL football this afternoon. Doncaster and Bourne. Interesting game. Bourne 3-5-23 to Doncaster, 5 behinds, 5 points. East Ringwood and South Croydon. South Croydon 8-5-53 to East Ringwood, 4-4-28. Roval and Vermont. Last score we had was Vermont 3-3-21 to Roval 4-2-26. Bayswater and Montrose. It's Bayswater 6-3-39 to Montrose 3-2-20. To Division 2, One Turner South and Lilydale, and One Turner South have a big lead at half-time. One Turner South 9-5-59 to Lilydale 3-4-22 in Division 2. To Division 3 and Ferntree Gully and Warrandyte. Ferntree Gully 6-2-38 to Warrandyte 3-4-22. The Basin and South Belgrave, 5-7-37 to Basin 4-2-26. Scoresby 5-6-36 to Baronia 2-4-16. In Division 4, we've got Coldstream and Surrey Park. Coldstream 7-9-51 to Surrey Park 4-3-27. And Donvale, 5-6-36 is leading Forest Hill 4-4-28, and Fair Park and Kilsyth. Kilsyth well ahead at half-time. Kilsyth 7-8-50 to Fair Park 7-5-47.
Story's interesting.
But right now, let's check the latest that's happening at the National 9 newsroom, and Clint Stanaway. Good afternoon, Clint.
Good afternoon to you, Barry. Of course, all eyes on the AFL this afternoon. A couple of really interesting matches in progress. The Pies in a world of trouble. Is this the end for Nathan Buckley? Certainly if they lose today, it's the end of their season. They trail the Bombers by 27 points at half-time. Plenty of work to do for the black and white in that one. And Hawthorn just trailing GWS down in Tassie at the start of the third quarter. We'll have the latest on both of those matches, plus the wash-up from the reigning premiers' big loss in Adelaide last night. Tonight at 6. Also in the news, a really interesting lead story. We've got a man and a woman have been shot by police during an adult costume party at a King Street nightclub. Now, investigators are trying to work out whether a gun allegedly pointed at officers was in fact a toy. Yep. A man and a woman are wanted by police after fleeing the scene of a deadly collision between a motorbike and a car in Brighton East. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin have finally come face-to-face amid worsening violence at the G20, and Melbourne researchers have developed a new device to help warn against epileptic seizures. We'll have those stories and much more. 9 News tonight at 6.
Thanks very much, Clint Stanaway. As you said, National 9 News tonight at 6. Yep, catch you later, Clint. Radio Eastern 98.1, it's EFL Game Day, half-time here at Moreton Park. It's Blackburn 6-12-48 leading Noble Park 6-5-41. And let's just check some AFL just to confirm that. The game down there at Launceston this afternoon, at the University of Tasmania between Hawthorn and GWS. It's the 7-minute mark of the third quarter, and it's GWS 9-3-57 leading Hawthorn 7-7-49. So a relatively close game there. The other game this afternoon is between Collingwood, and they're probably trying to impress their season against the Bombers. And it's currently half-time, and it's Essendon 9-3-57 leading Collingwood 4-6-30. So relatively close game there, 17 points difference to Collingwood at half-time. And we're going to take a short break and be back and have a look at this game this afternoon here at Moreton Park, where the half-time score is Blackburn 6-12-48, is leading Noble Park 6-5-41.
Up the Mitcham Tigers! Down the Burners!
Let's go, Panthers!
What a mark! Let's go, doggies!
Tobin Brothers Funerals, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best. Never miss out on the latest information on the Eastern Football League through the league's social media channels. Live updates, information and scores through the league's Twitter account. The latest news and views on Facebook. Don't miss EFL Game Day or the Match Footage Hub on YouTube. And all those happy snaps on the league's Instagram account. Simply search Footy EFL.
Go Zebras! Can the Dockers!
Can the Eagles?
Up the Bulls!
Tobin Brothers Funerals, serving all supporters in the Eastern Football League since 1934. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
EFL Game Day, Radio Eastern 98.1 here at Moreton Park in Blackburn this afternoon. Half-time score, Blackburn 6-12-48 to Noble Park 6-5-41. And Wayne Brasher is here. And your summary of the first half, I presume Blackburn had a lot of opportunities, maybe a lot further ahead, but lead by 7 points, but probably have played the better football in the first half.
You're right there, Baz, and 7 points probably isn't really that much of an accurate reflection of how well Blackburn have played. They've probably taken ownership of the corridor, and they're playing a high risk for high reward type of game. Noble Park, on the other hand, are actually trying to play the game on their terms, where they like to slow the tempo down and kick the ball more to position. It's going to be a very interesting second half in the fact that if the ruck duel between Matt Tamanello and Brett Dorr will play more significance as the game wears on. I think Tamanello's done a fair job in the ruck. I think Dorr has handled his assignment this afternoon and has sort of held his own. But I think as the game continues on, I think Tamanello will probably win that contest. I think Kyle Martin's doing well in the midfield. I think Bitch Forbes and Ben Danaher, also for Blackburn's midfield, are getting plenty of the ball and plenty of opportunity to set up their forwards. Grierson's taken a few good grabs, probably hasn't hurt them on the scoreboard as much. But it will be a very interesting contest in the second half. I think whoever makes the least amount of mistakes, Barry, and whoever can probably put 2 or 3 goals on and hold that pressure, I think might come out in the end.
All right, we've got a couple of more half-time scores coming through. Ringwood and Heathmont at half-time. It's Ringwood 7-6-48 leading Heathmont 2-6-18. The big game, Vermont. Yeah, they're trailing at half-time. Brash. Roval 6-2-38 to Vermont 5-7-37.
So it's a point there, is it?
Yes, it is. A point to difference. So Roval ahead at half-time in that game there. Doncaster and Balwyn, an interesting game. Both Doncaster and Balwyn did not kick a goal in the first quarter. Wayne?
That's interesting, isn't it?
Half-time score has Balwyn 3-5-23 to Doncaster 2-5-17. So they put a couple of goals on the board in the second half. Oh, it's the second quarter, I should say. So there's some scores. Division 1, East Ringwood and South Croydon. South Croydon 8-5-53 to East Ringwood 4-4-28. Noble Park and Blackburn here. It's half-time 6-12-48 to Noble Park 6-5-41. Bayswater and Montrose. It's Bayswater 6-3-39 to Montrose 3-2-20.
Got a couple of other scores here, Baz.
Fire away.
Yeah, Donvale 5-6-36 at half-time, leading Forest Hill 4-4-28 in Division 4. Another Division 4 score sees Kilsyth up by the barest margins, or one of the barest margins, 7-8-50 to Surrey Park 7-5-47. Baronia trailing at half-time, 2-4 to Scoresby 5-6. Ringwood 7-6-48 against Heathmont's 2-6-18, so that's a good 5-goal lead there.
Yep. So
they're all the scores are starting to come in here. Damien, sorry Barry. Another half time here. South Croydon 8-5 leading East Ringwood 4-4.
Yep.
So there's plenty of scores starting to come through, and they've been pretty low scoring too, Barry.
Yes, they have indeed. And as you said, the Roval Vermont game relatively low scoring in the first quarter. They only kicked 3 goals to 4.
When you look at all the results in Division 1 so far coming through, there's no more than probably 1 or 2 points in each game. So
yes,
we're in for a terrific second half in all these games this afternoon, and every single side has got a chance of still winning the game.
Yes, very, particularly in Division 1, as we've got the close game here, Blackburn, Noble Park, and also Roval, Vermont. Looks like it's going to be a fight to the end. So Vermont's got a bit of work to do if they want to keep their record intact. And I guess probably at this stage, the breakaway game is probably South Croydon with 8-5 to East Ringwood 4-4-28.
Yeah, most definitely.
So in Division 4, Coldstream, Surrey Park. I'm just confirming that's 7-9-51 to Coldstream to Surrey Park 4-3-27. Fair Park and Kilsyth at half-time. Kilsyth 7-8-50 to Fair Park 7-5-47. So
they're all close, aren't they?
So only a 3-point lead for Fair Park and Kilsyth in Division 4.
And Waverley, look, it's like I said, it's such a close game here. It's all scores in most divisions this afternoon is good, and that's what we want to see. We don't want to see blowouts by half time and games possibly being over. We want to see them all go the whole distance this afternoon, Davo, and we're just having a quick talk there and just saying at the break that, you know, a couple of key clashes, Tumanello and Dorr in the ruck. Dorr probably being the key big man being used by Mick Fogarty this afternoon. I just think as the game wears on, Tumanello probably will have a little bit more influence. What do you think?
Yeah, look, I think Tumanello's hands have been really good in the ruck as far as his hit-outs. I think they've won the clearances against Noble Park, so I think they've been good in that area. Hasn't done a lot around the ground with his marking. I don't think the marking from either of the big men have been great, but I think that one of the interesting things has been the marking of the key forwards for Blackburn. Grierson's just come out of nowhere sort of thing, taking some big marks. Watkins has been really good. And Hammond looked like he was just starting to work himself into the game. So 3 big targets there, whereas I think the 3 targets down at Noble have probably been a little bit quieter. If you look at it, Ziggy Alwyn really hasn't got into it. Harper hasn't hit the scoreboard yet. And Gwilt, while he hasn't done a lot, at least he's hit the scoreboard with 2 really nice goals. So at this stage, I'd say the 3 forwards at Blackburn have been leading. They've just got to be careful that the 7 extra scoring shots they've had are not going to, as you said, come back and haunt them later on.
Yeah, the other thing is too, there's always a bit of a debate, Davo, where Shane Allen's best value is for Noble Park, and for me, I actually still feel that Shane Allen's better playing that roving forward pocket, because he's one of the very few players in this competition that when he gets the ball and he's on a roll, he's capable of kicking 2 or 3 quick goals in such a short amount of time, and that's when you know that he's starting to hurt you.
Yeah, look, I think on a big ground, that's exactly where he plays. He gets that space. As you say, you only need to give him a little bit of space on the ground. He can really hurt a team with his kicking. I just don't know whether on this ground you get locked away a little bit in that half-forward flank. That's why I think they're playing him up on the wing. But then again, I think that's actually a great contest between him and young Thorpe. I think they've been quite good against each other in different ways. But the key for me will be how will the young players at Blackburn stand up to what will be, I think, some pretty intense pressure coming from Noble Park experienced players after half-time.
Well, I would think that Mick Fogarty would be urging his players in this second half to be a little bit more direct, move the ball into their forward line with a little bit more purpose, try and isolate their forwards a little bit better, and try and hit and try and honour the leading target going up the ground rather than being forced to try and kick goals from a pocket.
Yeah, look, and I think they were a lot better when they went a bit quicker. And I think that's where Allen got involved a few times when they went quicker through the mid. It's between the 2 arcs that the speed of the ball has to be increased, not when in the back up, between the 2 arcs. And I think either side can do that, they can get on top.
Take it away, Damo.
Underway in the second half here at Moreton Park. It's the home side, Blackburn by 7 points, and they win the clearance through McIntyre. Had a great first half. A long probing kick inside the 50. It does a bit of a free 60, the ball into the goal square. It's going to be rushed through. It beat all comers, and rushing it through was Hudson Thomas, and it'll be a minus score. So Blackburn move on now to 6-13-49, leading Noble Park 6-5-41. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, that was a nice tap from Tumanello to McIntyre. He's been good, hasn't he?
Certainly has, particularly in that second term when the Burners got on a roll just before half-time. Allen couldn't quite take the depleting kick out towards full forward now for the Burners. Falls out the back again. Noble Park have the numbers, and it's Bull to provide some respite. Kick towards left half back, and they've got the runners looping forward. A spearing ball in the Harper direction at left half forward, but a good spoil taking the front position there. Tyler Faulkner, who's been great. Yep. And we'll get a throw in on centre wing. Let's have boundary side.
Just quick injury update. Luke Conker for Blackburn will be out for the rest of the game through a hamstring.
Well, that's a blow.
Yeah.
That's a 4-week job there.
Yeah, so Luke Conker out for Blackburn, and also for Noble Park, Liam Tobin. So they've certainly had some losses both sides injury-wise in this game. In the meantime, in the interim, Kelly has taken the mark as we cross down to Brett Beston.
Really quickly, boys, Mick Fogarty, coach of Noble Park. Mick, what was the story at half-time?
Just around the contested area. We got smashed in there and they got transition ball out of our forward line too easy. So we just got to work hard at the contest, mate.
Good on you, mate.
Oh, great stuff from Brett Beston, and Mick Fogarty, very, very, very good for giving up his time in the middle of a game. You don't see that too often for the coaches, so great work from the Noble Park senior coach as we see a ball up at left half forward, just outside the attacking 50 for the Bulls, as Harper forced the stoppage. So ball up once again. Tamanello won the tap, tried to rove his own footy. He's gang tackled by a couple of Bulls, including Bull, another Pudden, and another ball up. 55 out from the Bulls attacking 50, attacking goal face. Tamanello wins the tap, but it's sharked well. A chance now for the Bulls. The kick was high and hopeless. That was an agnosto. I'll get that right eventually. And it'll be a Blackburn relieving kick deep in their defensive 50 to be taken there by Luke Parker. So the tattooed one kicks across the defensive goal face. Finds his teammate in Daniel Camposano. Haven't seen too much of him, but he has been resolute in defence, Camposano. That's a high ray-making kick towards the left half-back flank. Spoiled from behind. Sharking it well was Tyler Faulkner, who's been excellent. Runs across his defensive goal face with a bounce. A risky kick, and it might not pay off here. The spoil there from Bull. Gwilt may have been taken high, and he'll receive the free kick. 25 metres out from goal. Great attack of the ball. Risky defensive play from Blackburn, and Gwilt will have a shot for his third.
As you said before, Davo, high risk for high reward. Didn't pay off then. Probably didn't take the right option there.
So Jason Reid has copped one. I think he's got blood pouring out of his nose, so we might have a blood rule if the umpires could spot it. No, it will be a free kick, and it will be a good shot at goal anyway for James Gwilt. A man who's played at the AFL level, won 26 games for St Kilda, 26 games for the Bombers, and he's a dead-eye Dick once again. His third on the board for Noble Park, the only major goal scorer on the ground, and they draw ever closer. 2 points the margin. Blackburn 6-13-49, leading Noble Park 7-5-47 early in the third term in a great game on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, what made me laugh then was James Kenworthy has walked up after the goal and he's tried to put Gwilt off a little bit and done the big, I'll give you a big bump. Gwilt has turned around as if to say, what was that?
Didn't put him off at all.
He kept in the single stride. He just, it was quite humorous.
So the margin is back to 2 points. Noble Park goes streaming forward again. Martin got the handball away. Underneath it, though, was Clay for Blackburn, who takes it. Let's cross down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Just an ever so slight change in conditions, boys. There's a few drops of rain out here, so hopefully it stays away.
For your case.
Yeah. Tamanello takes the mark in the centre of the park here. Kicks the ball out wide, inside forward 50. What a sensational grab once again from Grierson. He just goes up and he just pulls them down. And he'll go back and have a ping from 50 metres out.
Oh. Has anyone heard of James Grierson? Because I tell you what, this kid has got a wonderful set of hands.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a really strong grab then.
He's got that presence too, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
And he hovered too. He went up and he still managed to hold his composure mid-air.
Well, he was named an emergency. I dare say he'll be one of the first pick next week, but they'll be wanting him to put this one through. That's a great-looking kick. Straight over the goal umpire's head it goes. That's his second goal. And he's the only multiple goal kicker for the Blackburn Football Club this afternoon. They stretch their lead back out to 8 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 7-13-55, leading Noble Park 7-5-47.
And it's really interesting to see that if you're going to go with a long kick, you've got to go from either just shy of the wing and put it within the 35-metre area. If you put it too deep, it either gets marked or punched over. So it's a really interesting ground for the long kick, this one.
James Grierson providing the reply with his second, and Blackburn have an 8-point buffer again, but it's number 8, Kyle Martin, getting it out of the centre for the Bulls in the Orwood direction. Traps it on the bounce, gets the hand pass back. They're at right half forward here, the Bulls, through Harper. Hand pass comes out, they're along the boundary line as Harper accepts the hand pass. He's played, brilliant tackle from Hadley. Is it going to be holding the ball? No, it's not. The umpire will call for some respite. We'll have a bounce, 45 out from the Noble Park goal, right below the scoreboard here at Morton Park. It shows Blackburn leading by 8 points. 6 minutes into this third term. Tamanello's been excellent in the ruck. Forced it down the ground level and it trickles out of play. We'll have a ball in the same spot. Be interesting to see whether the young Burners can maintain this intensity throughout the remainder of the game. Still a long way to go. They've been very gallant so far. Leading by 8 points. Tamanello Dorr won it on this occasion, but it's straight down to his Blackburn foe in Danaher. Kick towards centre wing, but the mark, intercepting mark, taken by Kelly, who's been a general across that centre line. Brilliant in the first term. Tim Kelly towards right half forward, spearing ball in the Owen direction, but again the defence winning out. Macaulay's been excellent with the spoil. It's over the line.
You're playing into Macaulay's hands when you put a ball up like that to Ziggy Orwin. That's bread and butter for him.
With a golden fist. Ball in, 45 out. Noble Park goal. Dorr wins a tap. That was excellent set play. Kick across the body from Nelson to the top of the square in the Gwilt direction. G gave his opponent a very heavy hip and shoulder. Keeps it in play. Good tap from Harper to Gwilt. Snapper goal by Allen. Not quite on target. Minus score. So Noble Park 7-6-48. Trailing Blackburn 7-13-55. We're gone 7 minutes. Third term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
That's the class of and experience of an AFL player, the way he did that. Didn't take the ball, managed to take another player out with him. Very, very... He's having a bit of an influence at the moment down there, Gwilt.
So 7 points is the margin. The short pass is on. Dawson takes it right in front of us here in the broadcast position.
Like the ponytail or the man bun?
No.
I can only dream of those sorts of things. The ball goes up, just outside half back. Tell you what, lots of courage shown there. And Monaghan giving one just nicely to Xavier Murphy. Murphy picks himself up and wants to switch the play here, and he was a bit daisy, and the kick is dangerous for Kenworthy. Harper's right on his hammer. That is a fantastic tackle. I tell you what, he's unlucky not to be rewarded here. Harper, he's having a frustrating day. He's been double teamed a lot of times. He's yet to trouble the scoreboard as well, so maybe a little bit unlucky there. Elwyn, strong tackle that time there on Dawson. Players form around it as Sam Macaulay hits the deck. Will hand the ball back to the umpire. A bit of lip from Timmy Harper, who just mentioned is a bit frustrated at the moment. And it'll be a free kick going the way of Clay against Harper. So he just needs to cool his jets a little bit.
See, I think that's rubbish. I think that there was nothing in that, and
it was just a bit of slap and
just
tickle.
Ball
there,
it up.
mate.
That was a ball up, that one.
Allen, the big fist over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Whereas there should have been a 25 for the one that was a late hit down here. I can understand that. But I think it's ready to explode in a number of ways in the next couple of minutes. I think Noble are just on the threshold of maybe breaking this game open.
Dorr and Tumanello. Dorr had the front spot. Tuma came over the back. Little handball out wide. Rory very close to the boundary line. Nicely done there by Dawson. On the right boot, squeeze to kick up towards the half, to the wing position where Watkins takes it, and now he is off on the edge of the centre square. They were a little bit sloppy there, but McIntyre was there to mop up the pieces. Kick up towards the half forward line. That was okay. Blackburn, that was better use of the football as they surge forward here. Now Bartlett will use the left boot, and it's a ugly kick. A worm burner.
It's Unco.
It'll probably be one thing that Con Caravios will be talking to his players about at three-quarter time, the way that their disposal into the forward line.
Robertson brings it in. Alwyn over the back. He crunched the pack, and ball will go over the boundary line and out of bounds.
We're just talking about this, Brett and I, at half-time. For the amount of times that Ziggy Orwin goes up for a big mark, the amount of his conversion rate is abysmal, really.
Needs it to stick, that's for sure. The Bulls are going to take the game by the scruff of the neck, throw in. Tumanello won the tap, forced it to ground level, applies a tackle on his rucky opponent there in Dorr, and we'll have another bounce. 65 out from the Blackburn goal amongst the eucalyptus trees here at Moreton Park on the outer side. Martin hacks it out of the congestion towards centre wing. Quilt went up for the fly, couldn't take the mark, trying to break through there is Morrison. Eventually the Bulls work it forward now in the arms of Nelson, who's been good in the last half hour, and a spearing ball finds his teammate in the quiet Tim Harper, and he'll take the mark right on the 50, and he could go back and have a shot from here. 45-degree angle. This would lift his team.
He shouldn't be getting angry, Harper, over a half a metre difference. If the umpire saw it, he'd pull him back straight on where the mark should be. Harper needs to concentrate and start playing the football that he needs to produce for the Noble Park Football Club.
He's an exalted player, played at the Frankston VFL club, was a Division 2 best and fairest in the VAFA as he lines up I think that's slewed off the side of the boot to the right, a minor score. So Noble Park draw closer, 7-7-49, trailing Blackburn by a straight kick, 7-13-55. 11.5 minutes into the third term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And difficult to lead into those pockets and expect to score goals each time as well.
One straight kick is the margin out here. It's been close all day as the ball comes out. Bartlett just couldn't quite trap it from the spoils, charging through Faulkner. Well done there by Ball for Noble Park. Got the handball over in the sketchy direction. Coming in after it again was Bartlett. Got it out, and now Danaher links up well in the middle of the ground, and Murphy goes up towards the half-forward line. Spotted up a teammate there in Thorpe. Well done there by Shane Allen. He created a spoil and then went after it again, kicked it off the ground. Got 30 to 40 metres on that one. Gwilt was on the end of it. Just looped a handball over in hope, but after it, there was Parker for Blackburn, and he charges after it. Did really well, got met heavily after he got rid of it, but Allen's there to mop up again on the left, inside looking for the Harbour or Owen direction, and Ziggy takes the mark.
Yeah, when Ziggy does exactly that, uses his body right to its full advantage, that's when he starts to hurt the opposition. But when he constantly jumps in the air and not take marks, it actually works against his side.
Yeah, when he is isolated like that, very hard to beat. This is a tough kick, though, for a right footer.
Yep.
We haven't seen one being pinged from here so far today, right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard to square the ledger. Ziggy Allen, such an exciting player. He'll be wanting to lift his team here. That's an absolute shocker. It's not even going to make the distance in the end. Getting a fist on a Campesano forces the minor score. 5 points is the margin. 55 plays 50. Blackburn have the lead, and there's a free kick off.
And he didn't do much. He just stopped the backman from leading and knocked him over. But that's a silly, releases pressure.
So Faulkner to bring it back into play for Blackburn. Kicks towards the interchange bench side. Finds his teammate in Kenworthy. Chips the pass. And Hudson takes it on centre wing. Spearing ball towards centre half forward was a brilliant kick. And finds his target. His intended target at Xavier Murphy, a VFL Premiership player. Sends a high ball into the pocket. Noble Park have the numbers and the free kick as well, it seems. It was a 2-on-1. And going up for the mark there was Haynes. I don't think he'll be the recipient. It's Tim Kelly, who's been a resolute defender for the Bulls this afternoon. Chips the pass to Martin. Switches play to the outer side of the Orwood direction, who's come up very far from the forward line. Tries to keep it in play. Was successful against his opponent there for Blackburn and McCauley. He's worn him like a glove all day. He loses possession. Big tackle affected there. Blackburn have the numbers, however. Hand pass to Kenworthy. Kenworthy roams through along the boundary line. Kick into the pocket. In the left forward pocket for the Burners. Snap around the corner. It was opportunistic, but across the face it'll dribble over for a boundary throw in. 25 out for the Blackburn goal.
That's where Owen has got to work a lot harder. A 2-on-2 situation. He ran away from the contest hoping that the player would get the ball to him. Didn't get to him, and they turned the football over and went forward. So disappointing from Ziggy then.
Throw in. Contesting the ruck is Haynes now, replacing Dorr. And it's Watkins replacing Tamanello. Neither of them could win the tap out. Good tackle affected there on the Noble Park playmaker, of course. It was Sam Monaghan, and will have a bounce. 20 metres out from the Blackburn goal. It's deep in their attacking 50. Tap one by Watkins, but it's Noble Park with the numbers at ground level. Martin's hand pass went askew. Still a chance for Blackburn. It's at the top of their square. Diving in after the football is Tim Kelly, and he'll lock it up again. We'll have a bounce 10 metres out from Blackburn's goal. They're pressing. They lead by a straight kick. And a player's down. Looks as if it's Jason Reid.
Copped a finger to the eye there. Probably lucky he didn't give away a free kick there, Reid, but yeah, copped a finger in the eye, so we'll just Dan Beard will blow time off here just to, or time on I should say, just so that we can see Jason get up and get his vision back.
And it's been this, like a game of two halves within the quarter. Noble had it in their forward line for the first 8 or 9 minutes and weren't able to capitalise.
Yeah.
And the ball's been down in Blackburn's forward line for the last couple of minutes. They haven't been able to capitalise yet. So playing between the arcs at the moment.
Well, it's only 25 metres out from the Blackburn goal line.
They can't afford to have too many foot soldiers down here, Blackburn.
It's actually a blood rule in the end, so...
And the nose, got one of those.
So Tumanello goes up, Monaghan at the fall, the ball quickly wrapped up by Ben McIntyre, and we'll have another bounce. A lot of players inside this forward 50 for Blackburn. Goes up again, Tumanello got it away, picked up by Martin, slammed it on the boot, out of that danger zone. It did a bit of a wrong and goes out towards the Keane direction. Right on his hammer was Mitch Donahue, and over the boundary line she goes, right in front of our boundary riders, Brett Beston and Esmond Aponzo today.
I tell you what, Cole Martin gets a lot of the football, but he doesn't hit a lot of targets, does he?
No.
Been a lot of scrappy kicks from him today.
He does like to get purchase on the football. He loves to slam it on the boot and get it as far away as possible. Umpire throws it in. Danaher went after it. Strong goes after it again. Somehow got a handball out wide. That was okay. They're linking up relatively well here, Blackburn, but it has been chopped off. Now, Haynes' kick was smothered right near the boundary line. Expect this one to go over, and it eventually does.
Yeah, that was probably the ugliest 20 seconds of football I think I've watched this afternoon.
Yeah, it was tough to call too, Brush.
I think Rex would have found that one hard, that tough to call.
Great to have Rex Hunt on the pre-match show today.
Grew up listening to him, BWS.
Oh, I was obsessed with the 3AW team back in the day. Haynes probably held without the football there. And a few Blackburn fans not too happy with that. But it'll be the big man. Just relieving Door at the moment in the ruck contest. Goes backwards. Petropoulos will go backwards again. Kelly.
Been good.
Yeah, he's one of my favourite players. No doubt about that.
Got to be careful here, because this is not the way you play the Blackburn ground.
Well, it's in the arms there of Lionel Benoit. That's what his mates call him, but if you're French, it's Benoit, as it comes out. A huge crunch right near the boundary line there. And tell you what, when Brett Dorr goes up, you don't really want to be running towards him. Kyle Martin feeling the wrath of that. His own teammate over the boundary line she goes, 55 metres out from the Blackburn goal line. They lead this game by 5 points, 18.5 minutes into this third term. Umpire throws it in now, beats both ruckmen over the top of their heads. It goes. Little pirouette there by Danaher, couldn't release the football. Allen's trapped him, and we will have another bounce. 98.1 Radio Eastern this afternoon, EFL game day, Blackburn versus Noble Park. It's an absolute cracker. Big fist away that time by Tumanello, and now it might be the chance for Noble Park to go through the middle of the ground, because Keane's got the ball. He got pushed as he kicked it, so it does go out wide, and now a foot race does ensue. Nicely done there by Parker for Blackburn. Got the little handball away. Kenworthy looked like he was held without the football twice. And eventually calls it. He gets the Bronx cheers from the crowd as we cross down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Brett Dorr's just come off, boys. He's got a fair bit of claret coming from the nose, but I think he'll be patched up. He should be back on in a couple of minutes.
It's been a fairly pedestrian last few minutes here. Blackburn leading by 5 points. We're about to approach time on in this third term. It's Kenworthy with the ball at left half back. Gives the hand pass to his running teammate in Clay. He in turn loops it over the top to McIntyre, who's been excellent. Long spearing ball to centre half forward, but no one back home. And Trent Robertson takes the relieving mark for the Bulls.
Reid was lurking at the back there. He probably should have gone to the contest.
Robertson looks towards the interchange bench win, and a very good mark taken by Petropoulos. Had to run very hard for that one, Will Petropoulos. Looks for Gwilt, who did likewise, and takes a nice outstretched mark in front of his teammate Campasano. Gwilt's kicked 3 goals this afternoon, the leading goal scorer on the ground. One of a 2 majors. Looks inboard with a short pass. Barton seems to have recovered from that knock from Big Brett Dorr. Takes a bounce, plays on, centre half back, chips the pass to that position. And the mark taken there for Noble Park by Thomas. Wasn't the best kick in the world, but he found Robertson on the bounce. Eventually they work it towards centre wing. Hand pass over the top, ball. Gee, lost a handle on it when he tried to hand pass over the top to his teammate in Glenn, and it should be a stalemate. No, Blackburn try and work it out. It's still a dispute, and eventually taken over the line by Hanley.
Well, Dave, you said this game was about to explode. I think it's imploded.
Yeah, I think I would agree on that one. It's been a terrible 10 minutes of football, this.
So back to the Choose Tap match statistician, Grant Campbell.
Contested possessions 29 to 16 in favour of Noble Park this quarter. Kyle Martin's now up to 27 disposals for the match.
Well, he's had a big day, hasn't he? Kyle Martin, swinging kick forward for Blackburn by Donahue. towards left half forward. And Tim Kelly takes the mark once again for Noble Park. He's racking them up and accumulating the ball. Robertson, hand pass to his teammate in Morrison. Kick towards at left half back. They're trying to switch it across the ground here in defence. Monahan takes it for Noble Park. Benoit confined against the boundary line. He accidentally took it over. We'll have a throw in front, almost near the Noble Park interchange bench. 70 out from the Blackburn.
Well, they've had
goal.
20 possessions, I reckon, Noble Park in the last 3 minutes for a negative 10 yards, I reckon.
Well, they just had 5 then, and they went from one side of the ground to the other, and it's out of bounds. So it's just not the way you play this ground.
So throw in once again. See if the match and the floodgates can break open. Breaking through was Danaher, who had a good first quarter. Brilliant kick on the way, a sensational goal. Knew it was through as it left the boot. And I think it was Ben McIntyre who booted it. That is his second major on the board, and the floodgate maybe has opened here for Blackburn. They lead 8-13-61, leading Noble Park 7-8-50. 22 minutes gone, third term, Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, it needed something just to awaken itself from its lethargiest game, and McIntyre once again provided that moment.
It's out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's kicked a couple of rippers today, McIntyre.
Yeah, he's got a long hoof on him, hasn't he? He certainly can kick the ball a long way, and tell you what, if it gets much darker, unless it's just they'll have to put the lights on here.
Thinking exactly the same thing there, Davo. Ball back in the middle. Stacks on the mill, and we'll have another bounce.
Still got a quarter to go too.
As Rexy would say, it's black as a dog's guts.
Ball got in trouble for that.
Bounces. It's crossed down boundary side.
Boys, Jason Reed's back on the field. He came off for that blood nose, but he's back on now.
Ball up now. Tumanello just stole it out of the pack, picked it up, and then kicked it up towards the half-forward line. But Noble Park did have the numbers. The kick goes out towards Marson, who trapped it really well, but was strongly tackled by Luke Parker. That was fantastic. Slung right over the boundary line. Almost took out Brett Beston. He's okay. Didn't see Esmond coming in to cover a block for you there.
There was no shooting from Esmond. That was poor.
Say good day to Gus for us, Brett.
Comes in now, picked up by Danaher from the stoppage, got it to Tumanello, got it back there to Reed. Needs some space, somehow got some curl on the football. Morrison went back for Noble Park, couldn't quite bring it in. McIntyre trapped it for the Burners, and we'll have a bounce 65 metres out from the Blackburn goal line.
That was another great bit of play. He was out of position, then he trapped it for that ball up.
Double fister there by Tumanello. Got it away to Martin, who almost got ducked in the situation. His handball went towards the Marson direction, but it's been chopped off here by Clay. He's had a good game up towards the half-forward line. Over the top of his intended target, Robertson went after it. Nice little handball from Murphy over the top to Griss, and he got tackled just at the last moment. He tried to get the handball away, and Noble Park a quick clearing kick out of that danger zone. Chasing after it there was Marson. He's diving on the football. He wants to hold it in, and umpire Dan Beard will reward him for that and say, give it to me, boys. Let's bounce this as we cross down to Brett Betson.
Brett Dawes back on boys too for Noble Park.
Tell you, I'm loving the pressure, but I tell you, these are not sides that are playing finals football at the moment, are they?
Oh, no.
It seems as if they're playing in a quagmire at the moment, but the clearing hacking kick has fortuitously ended in the arms of Ben McIntyre, who line up for his third and second in a row.
Well, we know he's definitely capable of kicking a goal here.
He's got a big leg on him. Ben McIntyre will be kicking from probably 50 metres out, directly in front, kicking to the southern end here at Moreton Park, or the resident end. That's a long kick, but he swished it off to the right, and only a minor score.
Maybe he's a better kick, longer kick on the run, Damo.
Exactly. They lead by 2 goals, Blackburn 62-50.
Should have played on Brash and made it a little bit more difficult for himself,
yeah, exactly.
And he might have snagged it as the kick comes in. Anagnostu takes the mark. Noble Park, they're desperate for the next goal really here. Martin went up against it. The umpire said play on. Blackburn have a shot on goal. This might have gone all the way through, and it has from Xavier Murphy. And, well, what a timely one that is for Blackburn. They've got big breathing space here now. It's an 18-point margin, one of the biggest of the game, if not the biggest. 9-14-68 to Noble Park 7-8-50. They're going to take some stopping from here, Blackburn.
They are. I'd be interested to see that one again, because that looked like it was in his hands. If it was all ball, that was a perfect spoil, and that was a goal out of nowhere. But again, really quite a poor kick, sitting it up way too high. So the disposal of Noble Park has really hurt them today.
Well, the alarm bell's sounding for Noble Park as the clouds loom ominously over Blackburn today. Kick not really affected from the scrimmage in the centre of the ground, but Blackburn again with the clearance. It was Thorpe, got the hand pass away. Chance now trying to break his way through was Donahue. Found his teammate in McIntyre, who's been prominent in the last few minutes. Kick into the pocket, trying to screw his way forward. Hammond was there. Also his teammate Macaulay, and will have a ball in about 25 metres around from the Blackburn goal. They're pressing hard. We've gone 26.5 minutes third term.
Yeah, I think Blackburn are just trying to see if they can seize the moment here and just open up a quick 3-goal lead heading into three-quarter time.
Well, they've got the 3 goals. If they snag another, I'll tell you what.
Certainly against all expectations on the media team today, this result. Blackburn by 3 goals late in the third. Monaghan from the scrimmage gets the hand passed away to his teammate Anagnosto. Kick towards the Noble Park bench where Wilt was leading, and he forces it over the line. We'll have a throw in 70 out from the Blackburn goal.
I don't even think Gus McLeod was confident for Blackburn today either, Damo.
No, that's unusual.
Yes, he's normally very bullish.
Yes. A very parochial crowd today. The Blackburn supporters, they've turned out in droves. They've got their Burners beanies on. Fantastic.
Love the red jackets. They're my favourite.
As long as they're not wearing red blazers like the old commentators used to do. Throw in. Tamanello wins the tap. He's been excellent today too for the Burners. Quick kick forward for Noble Park into the arms of Keane, who couldn't quite trap it. A few fumbles and sees it over the line. Centre wing here at Moreton Park on the western side.
Don't you knock the blazer. I used to look good in a blazer.
Yeah, that's...
Did you now, Brash?
Yeah, I did.
Does it fit still?
Oh.
No, it's been retired.
Retired for good, perhaps. Throw in, and the free kick's going to be picked out of the ruck contest. It's going the way of Noble Park. It looks as if Martin's the recipient here. Between half-back and centre wing. It's been very stagnant in the last 5 minutes, Noble Park. Haven't really...
I don't know where they're going to find 4 goals at the moment, Noble Park.
No, they haven't been very free-flowing. They're probably waiting for that three-quarter time siren. Keen marks on centre wing.
The lights have got to go on. It's too dark.
A lot of congestion too. Martin.
Maybe they're hoping for the illumination from the scoreboard to keep it as afloat.
Yes, LED light. Very, very efficient too. Energy efficient. Martin gives it to Bull, who in turn gives it to Monaghan. He kicks it, turns it over. Chance now for Blackburn on the counter-attack. Long kick to full forward, and the mark has been taken. I think it was Watkins at full forward. The big lanky man, he's going to have a shot right in front.
You're right, Damo.
Yeah, it's Watkins. Hammond was probably the support act on that occasion. He has been for most of the day, and this man stepped up. Tim Watkins will have a shot for his second.
Yeah, it's going to make it difficult for Noble here if he puts this one through.
And the rain coming down too.
Yeah, and that was another poor kick out of defence, wasn't it?
Oh,
An
yeah.
open kick and missed a target by a long way.
Tim Watkins, 10 metres out, directly in front. A gimme goal, puts Blackburn further ahead. They're 4 goals in front, 10-14-74. Noble Park 7-8-50 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. That's Watkins' second for the game.
And again, I'm struggling. I agree with Brash. I don't know where they're going to get their goals from, because if you look at their 3 key forwards, apart from Gwilt, who's kicked 3, they've got nothing out of their other forwards.
No, Harper's been disappointing today. Likewise, probably with many of their other forwards.
I think the other thing too, taking into consideration, Damien, you can only play as well as what your opponent will let you.
So 4 goals is the margin. Can't be too much longer left in this third quarter. Going in after it, Thorpe, he got crunched to the ground. They'll be happy to sucker every valuable second and go in with a very handy 4-goal lead, Blackburn.
I'll be interested to see if Brett can get something out of Mick Fogarty at three-quarter time.
Might have to speak to Con as Danaher goes forward. Morrison was there. Nicely done there by Hammond. Broke 2 tackles, got the handball away. Morrison was there, though, for Noble Park. Just got boot to ball at the crucial stage out where Keane was able to trap the football, but he took it on the bounce and got quickly brought to ground, and we will have a bounce. The siren sounds to announce three-quarter time out here on AFL Game Day, Division 1 football. 2 finals-bound sides going at it, and it's the home side, Blackburn, leading this one. 24 scoring shots to 15, and they have a 4-goal buffer on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Major goal kickers on the ground is Grierson and Watkins for Blackburn. They have 2 each, and of course, Jimmy Gwilt for Noble Park has 3, and they're struggling to find goals through anyone else's arms. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast tonight. 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on EFL.org.au. 30 minutes of football to go, and of course Barry Cotts with the score centre from the other 21 games as you go local for your football this afternoon. Those scores coming up right after this.
So people know me for my laid-back attitude.
I work too much and I play too much sport, and I'm a fantastic mum.
My striking good looks.
I can sing.
Do a lot of running and swimming and surfing.
My karaoke.
Getting overly passionate about sport.
I try to be there for everyone. I think that's what I would
A
be
new
known
time
for
and a
in my
new team.
group.
Be remembered for the great moments in your life. Find out more at
Join a brand new lineup for the Huddle.
Tobin
Again,
Brothers
take a
Funerals,
light-hearted look at the
celebrating
Eastern
lives.
Football
Program
League every
sponsor.
Friday night. More importantly, the team will reveal the ins and outs for this week's round of matches. The Huddle, 4:30 to 6:30 every Friday evening as you love it local. Nothing better than a companion to keep you up to date with all the latest when you're at the footy. Better still, one that fits in your back pocket. The Eastern Footballer is a must-read. All the latest information, team lists, feature articles.
Between Collingwood and Essendon at three-quarter time, it's Essendon 13,684 leading Collingwood 9,761. So a 23-point lead to Collingwood in that game at three-quarter time. As I said, the game down in Tasmania, Hawthorn and GWS. It's currently the 15-minute mark of the last quarter, and it's Hawthorn 12-12-84 leading GWS 13-5-83. Grant Campbell, what's happened with the stats in that quarter?
Well, in the third quarter, the hits to advantage were 5-1 in favour of Blackburn. Now an 18-3 domination their way. So Tamanalo in the ruck's been superb all day. Clearance is a lot more even though, 13-12 in favour of Blackburn. Noble Park had more of the ball. They won the contested possession 37-27, and the uncontested possession 35-30. And that's an indictment on the inside 50 count, which was 14-6 in favour of Blackburn. Noble Park, if they're going to win this game, they've got to realise the goals aren't on the wings. They're down the middle of the ground. They stuffed around with the ball so much, it was ridiculous. Kyle Martin, 11 disposals for the quarter. He's up to 30 for the match, but probably not in the votes at this stage of the game. So they've got real work to do. We talked about their forwards not giving them enough. The other aspect is that the midfield have to actually service them. So maybe the forwards need to work hard and present better options, but they need to have more purpose with the way they're moving the ball, because if they're going to keep moving it sideways, there's no way you're going to kick a winning score today.
Well, you're right there, Grant, because you're not going to kick goals from the pockets here at Blackburn. You know, the conversion rate here is so low. Somewhere along the line, those 3 goals in red time to Blackburn opens up this game for 4 goals. I'm not seeing enough Brett Davidson from the Noble Park forward line to suggest to me that they can kick 5 quick goals to hit the front.
Yeah, well, they're just not isolating them enough. They're not... You know, Soupy was right. They keep moving the ball across the ground, which means that the forwards then don't have the opportunity to get themselves set. They don't allow a fact of having any isolation, whereas if you get it and move it through the ground quickly, you can spread and isolate, and then you can actually hit some of these players that have got some ability. So it's the movement of the ball from Noble Park that's been the disappointing, and then often when they've moved it, their last kick has been deplorable, and Blackburn have been good enough to capitalise on the mistakes.
I think that really typified it, that last goal, where they went across the ground with that 50-metre kick, and it got intercepted, and then all the Noble Park players that were caught forward had no time to go back, and they got burnt on the turnover badly.
Oh, great insight from you boys. Certainly going to be interesting final term as we get set for the last quarter here at Moreton Park, and it's Blackburn leading by 4 goals. Noble Park have the job ahead of them, and Dorr tries to kickstart them with a clearance out of the centre. It doesn't go too far, however. Keane got the hand pass away to his teammate M. Martin, who sends a long ball inside 50. Big fly came from the back. That was Harper. Couldn't quite grab it once again. Blackburn with a resolute defence. They'll clear it from the right half back position. Hand pass comes over the top to centre wing Liam Patterson, who was good in the third quarter. It wasn't a very good hand pass at the end, the half volley, and eventually it'll be a ball up as a scramble ensues, and it'll be a ball up about 70 metres out for the Noble Park goal. They're kicking to the southern end of this last quarter, Blackburn to the northern or railway end.
Again, just a poor disposal at the end of a string of disposals, and that's what really hurts both sides at the moment. Just that last disposal just seems to be the one that is really hurting them.
Indeed, the disposal from both sides today hasn't been up to your usual Division 1 standard, as Noble Park with the clearance again through Martin, kick towards centre half forward, but Blackburn, they've stood up to the pressure very well. Kick forward through the legs of Bull, it's still on that half forward line for Noble Park, but the Burners clear it away through Bartlett. Dawson towards centre half forward, but a good mark, good reading of the play there from Ryan Morrison. Took it with the one hand, and on the second bite holds it at centre half back for the Bulls.
Probably been their clear winner today, Morrison, on
Oh, it's dangerous. Yeah, they're trying to work it through with the hand pass. Kelly's been very good, probably their best defender so far today, but it's a scrambling kick forward towards Allen, who managed to break the tackle, gives it back to his teammate in Kelly at left half back, and it's a good kick towards centre wing. Mark taken in the end by Marson. Marson looks inboard to the centre. Jackson Sketcher, the man from the recruit, looks towards the right half forward position. Flying high there was Harper again, couldn't quite hold it. Keane trying to scurrow forward with the crumbing, and still in play here. Umpire letting it go despite a bit of a scramble. Kenworthy got the hand pass away. Tubley kicked towards centre wing for Blackburn. Taken in a good hand pass there from Watkins, who let out hard. It's along the interchange bench boundary line, and they work it forward. The Burners kick towards the half forward line. A good mark taken by Hudson with the outstretched arms towards centre half forward. Finds Patterson on the lead in front of Monahan. He's probably a tad too far out to score here, about 50 to 60 metres out. Wheels onto the left foot into the pocket. Hammond takes the mark. There was poetry in motion in front of the members' stand here at Morton Park, and Hammond can go for his second.
And while that was a great lead and a great mark, he didn't look sideways. He had a player standing 40 metres by himself at centre half forward and went on his left to this different angle. Now, it might end up with a goal, but he had a better option across the ground.
Hammond, who's been probably quiet by his standards, kicked one so far today. That was an open goal, but from 45 metres, he sprays it to the right. Minor score, but it's a handy point. Blackburn 10-15-75, leading Noble Park 7-8-15
The key message from Con Caraval from the Blackburn is just to keep persisting, keep going down the ground, and also at the when it comes up to the ball up to make sure that the numbers are around the contest.
Oh, Kelly goes direct into the middle looking for Elwyn. Danaher was there to mop up for Blackburn. Scrambling kick out towards the Hudson direction. Swings around all right by Hudson. And listen to the fans get up and around that one. Blackburn, they're going to take home the 4 points today, and they're already at home, so they don't have to go too far. They are playing fantastically. 31-point lead now over the Noble Park Football Club. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 11-15-81. Noble Park 7-8-50. Let's go down boundary side to Brett Beston.
They're going to have to do something pretty special now, Noble Park, but Mick Fogarty's message at three-quarter time, he just wanted his boys to take the game on, but they're going to have to take it on pretty specially now after that.
I just think that they're being, all forwards for Blackburn are putting in a little bit. They're just doing their little bit each time.
So red lights flashing for Noble Park here as Danaher wins the clearance for the Burners once again. It bounced off the chest of Murphy at left half forward, but they have the numbers again, Blackburn. Trying to barge his way through was Bartlett, and it'll trickle out of play in the forward pocket in the end. In front of the beer tent here at Morton Park, the big throng of Blackburn supporters. And 4 minutes into this final term, their home side leads by 31 points.
The question's now going to be asked at Noble Park. They just can't afford they just can't afford to chuck in the towel here.
The rain's tumbling down. That'll make the task even harder for the Bulls. It's certainly going to be a big task ahead of them, that's for sure. Tackle affected by Sketcher. Noble Park on their half-back line, but eventually coming through there was Patterson. A high ball inside, 52-on-1 for Blackburn. High fly there, that was from Watkins. It looked as if he forced it down to ground level. A couple of big tackles there and a few legs flying in the air. That was Kem Worthy. In fact, it was Donahue affecting it, and we'll have a bounce 30 out for the Blackburn goal.
But that's what you want to see from your forwards. You want your forwards to lay big tackles like that just lays that defensive pressure up forward, which I don't think Noble have done well enough today in their forward line.
Yeah, the umbrellas are out. It's looking gloomy now for Noble Park in more ways than one as Martin looks towards centre wing. No numbers there as Gwilt let out. It was all Blackburn and the spoil is affected there by Macaulay. We'll have a ball in right on centre wing. Members stand side at Moreton Park.
Tell you what, Blackburn are going to take a lot out of this game this afternoon, character-wise, and the young blokes, the experience the young guys have had is going to be invaluable here.
Is the fat lady singing at BWS?
Oh, she's warming up her lungs. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, well, she's
It's game over for me. I can't see, especially with now the rain coming down. Last 20 minutes of football, Noble Park just can't find an avenue forward.
Well, they've kicked 7 for the game. They've got to kick another 6 in this last 20 minutes.
To bring the ball back in. Daw had the front spot of Tumanello that time. Quick kick forward. Nicely picked up that time there by Nelson for Noble Park. Goes forward, and that is better play. Centre half forward now. Will Petropoulos.
Been quiet this afternoon.
Probably a little bit too far out to score. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's got the length. He certainly does. Well, just what they've been after, the Noble Park Football Club. Maybe they can get a bit of a run on 6.5 minutes into this final term. And the margin's back to 25 points. Grant Campbell, some choose tap stats that matter.
I just wanted you to say the score for Noble Park.
8-8-56, brother. Of course, Rex Hunt was our guest on pre-match, so we are using some Rexisms this afternoon, and I'm sure a few more will come through.
Doesn't he look dapper nowadays in that white blazer?
You've got like a fetish with blazers, I think, Crash.
Blackburn with the clearance once again through Donahue, sent it deep inside 50. Can they get the quick reply? Bit of a fumble there from Grierson. Forced to ground level. Hammond down to nowhere! Out of nowhere! He's kicked the goal. There's the reply they wanted. Blackburn 12-15-87. Noble Park 8-8-56. We've gone 7 minutes into this final term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. That's Hammond's second.
Yeah, well, she hasn't come from MacArthur Park yet, BWS.
Well, the fat lady's singing now, it seems. 31 points the margin. I don't think any of us predicted this pre-match.
No.
No, I think it's been a magnificent effort from Blackburn when you look at their side. I think it's been the way they've gone about it and their consistency over the 4 quarters. Been fantastic.
Ball back in the middle. Tumanello stood strong, then roved his own football. Kick was half smothered. Going after it there was Hudson. Couldn't get the handball away. Picked up there by Sketcher for Noble Park on the right boot. Kicks the ball outside the centre square. Going after it was Clay. Got a little handle on it. Ball bounces out wide. Mitch Dawson going after it towards the boundary line, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
That's a deliberate free kick here. Petropoulos has got it. Paid deliberate.
Interesting. And Noble Park, well, they need the quick reply now, don't they? The kick goes very, very, very long and also goes very wide and over the boundary line and out of bounds on the full.
And I can agree with Harper then. Harper was complaining about that ball should have been sent at 35 out. And look, that was a nothing kick to a nothing position, man.
Campesano for the Burners to bring the ball back into play. Went towards the Tumanello direction. Kelly, probably Noble Park's best player, went in after it. Got released to the football. Hanley came in for Blackburn. Squeezed to kick out, but it's chopped off there by Glenn in the middle of the ground. For Noble Park, Monaghan squeezed to kick up towards half-forward line where Ziggy Allen was out in front. There's still 2 kicks from home. Now he goes into the direction of Shane Allen, who had to stretch very hard for that one. Maybe he's too far out to score. He's usually a good kick of the football on the left, and it was a spearing pass too. And Noble Park will get a chance to kick their 9th goal of the afternoon on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've almost gone 10 minutes now into this final term, and I tell you what, do they need one? 31 points is the margin. The ball in the arms of Luke Nelson.
Well, they need this, but then they've got to double it up. They can't afford to kick a goal and let Blackburn kick another one straight away. They've got to double and triple this if they kick this one.
Division 1 footballers should kick goals from these positions. Nelson comes in and he pushes it to the right-hand side. So
sums up their afternoon, really.
Through for a minor score. Margin back out to 5 straight kicks. Blackburn 12-15-87. Noble Park 8-9-57.
Faulkner on the last line of defence for the Burners. A tumbling punt once again. Ziggy Owen almost brought it in with the one hand. Monahan chips the pass into the pocket. Trying to swirl his way out of trouble was Marson. He lost it in the process. Still a chance for Allen. Snap a goal from an impossible angle. And it proved that way, minus score. So Noble Park 8-10-58, trailing Blackburn 12-15-87, 10 minutes into this final term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Most of Noble Park's scores have been from Blackburn mistakes. They've not really generated the play themselves all that often.
So ball will come back in. Going to use the grandstand side, Blackburn. Short passes on, making good space out there was Ben McIntyre. Pretty much two contenders for the Vibro goal of the day, where you can almost just give him the award at the moment as it stands here, but he spears a pass straight down the arms there of Bull, got it away. Martin has a shot on goal. He didn't look where they were. Bouncing, and through for another behind.
Whereas Kyle Martin might get his 35 or 40 possessions a game, but it's what he does with them that concerns me the most. If he's running at 50%, well, there's not much value there. Doncaster lead Bowen by 39 points halfway through the final term out at JJ Tully Drive.
Yeah, you must tip them.
My fourth place in the tipping comp is going to be diminished to about 10th after tonight.
It's been one of those seasons, both locally and in the AFL, of course, as well. There'll be a throw-in in the meantime on centre wing, outer side of Moreton Park. Keep your scores through on Twitter, @FootyAFL. As many of them will be coming through in the ensuing half an hour as a ball up is again called for by the umpire. Outer wing here at Moreton Park, and a player for Blackburn coming to his feet. I think it's McIntyre at ground level.
We did talk about the fact that Doncaster seems to play well against the top sides.
Yep.
So they've done it again today.
They always struggle with the sides below them, that's right. So a bit of a ping-pong battle on the outer side. Eventually it's taken by Glenn, swings it round his body on the left foot, but no one home. And for Blackburn, Kemworthy takes the mark, just asserting his physical dominance. They've been very good in that area, this young Blackburn side.
He's been good when he's gone back again today. He was good when we saw them the first time here as well in the back half. He's he's a great little shutdown player that gets his own football as well.
Indeed, McIntyre from right half back sends a high ball there, content I think to just lap this up. Blackburn, and lapping it up there was Hammond with a high fly. Hasn't been one of their more dominant presences.
He's had a good second half though.
He has. He's kicked 2 goals, telling goals at times where
he could kick this too.
They needed to reply. Hammond be shooting from his firm. 55 out, wheels onto the left foot. It's a long ball. It's a straight ball. It's over the line. And Blackburn are over the line on the scoreboard. They're 13-15-93. Noble Park 8-11-59. 13 minutes into the final term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. You can sing now, Brash.
Yeah, you can sing, but unfortunately my dulcet tones won't allow me to get to the heights that Rex Hunt can.
That they have just dominated in the air in their forward half. Blackburn, their 3 talls have done a really good job all day with their marking, and this has been a tremendous performance from Blackburn side. That's very, very undermanned.
Yep.
As the rain tumbles down, fortunately no brolly for our boundary riders this afternoon. As it comes in back into the middle of the ground. Tell you what, McIntyre's putting his hand up for some votes today as well, as Keane came in, got the handball away to Bull now for Noble Park on the left. He got a push in the back as he got rid of it. Benoit takes the mark inside the centre square. I went French that time as he kicks up towards the half-forward line, and Martin stands strong. We know he's a big kicker of the football. He might just back himself in here. He winds up now on the right boot. It's curling, it's curling. It's a fantastic kick. Kyle Martin, he's all class. That's a fantastic goal from 55 metres out. And Noble Park once again get themselves back within another goal, but the margin is just too great at the moment. Bendigo Bank scoreboard halfway through this final term. It's 13-15-93 to 9-11-65. But at the end of the day, there's still time. If they can pile on a couple, you just never know. Ball back in the middle, Damo.
The 28 points the margin. Suppose you can never write off Noble Park from this situation. A scrimmage in the middle. We'll have a secondary bounce, I think, as Keane is claimed by a couple of burners.
Haven't been able to kick 2 goals in a row the whole game.
No, Blackburn have had the answers, this young side. Tap to ground level, Bull over the football and streaks away on the left foot, kick towards centre half forward, Orwell fell to ground, and the ping pong delivery at ricochet for Blackburn into the arms of Hudson. Now a chance at centre half forward, good pressure applied. Grierson gives the hand pass back, he's got a couple of teammates towards the centre wing area. Eventually it's kicked off the ground, Benoit. Still a chance. That was a good tackle by Benoit. Keeping it in play, though, for Blackburn is Hanley. Kick inside the 50. Hammond, one out. Almost with the one hand. Couldn't quite take it. It's in front of the Blackburn goal, but Noble Park have the defenders, and Martin wraps it up, keeps it in play. Still a chance now as he receives the hand pass for his teammate Keane. Kick towards centre wing. That's a great one-handed mark. That's a contender from Chris Clay. What a mark. He was against his opponent there, shoved him off with the one hand in Allen and took it on the other hand.
Of course, mark of the day, the award coming from Wayne Brasher this afternoon.
He's the ultimate judge. Comes out towards the outer side. Mark taken for Blackburn. James Hanley. Wasn't the best kick.
I've got a funny feeling it might be a blazer.
That'll be the prize for this week, just a special blazer. Probably Brasher's old one might fit some of these players as the kick skews across the line in front of Sam McCauley, who's been brilliant for Blackburn, and will have a throw in outer wing, eastern wing at Morton Park.
Yeah, well, we keep talking about they've got to kick a couple in a row, Noble. They can't allow the game to be 3 or 4 minutes of nothing, and they've got to kick a couple really quickly to get the momentum back, because otherwise Blackburn will just strangle it.
Angels in front of Tumanello that time. Ball knocked into the arms of McIntyre, hits the deck. Marson on his hammer. Umpire Dan Beard restarts the game again. Tumanello got the knockout. It's very close to the boundary line on that far side of Morton Park. Still stays alive though, so Sketcher just went, thank you mother for the rabbits, and goes inside forward 50 where Gwilt came out. Is it downfield? I think he's taken the mark anyway, so it'll be James Gwilt to go back and have a ping for his 4th goal.
Never know.
And a chance for Noble Park to get that multiple goal on the board.
Come on, Jimmy, you've got to show a bit more urgency. If you want to win this game of football, get back and kick the goal quickly.
Well, he's going to kick it from 55, I reckon, the way...
Well, he knows he can kick the ball, so if he needs to show some urgency if he wants to get his side back into the contest.
Wilt comes in now. He needs to put this one through. He's pushed it to the right-hand side and through for one behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 18 minutes into this final term, and it's Blackburn leading 13-15-93 to Noble Park 9-12-66. The short, risky pass comes in, Damo, and the mark's been taken by Clay.
Clay to centre half back, content to chip it around here. Blackburn as Hudson marks. And a bit of a cheer from Luke Parker as he comes off the ground, waving the fist in the air at the 18-minute mark. That's confidence for you. McIntyre chips it to centre wing. Mark taken by Reid. As I said, Blackburn really content to just whittle away the seconds here. Kick towards half forward in the Patterson direction. A couple of balls flew high and awkwardly, and it's punched out of play by Patterson. 70 out from the Blackburn goal. Right in front of the Blackburn contingent there. Look at them all with their red jackets. Gus McLeod there with the board. The board. Very important role though. Palm down to Reid. Hacked out of the pack. Eventually kicked towards centre half forward for Blackburn. Watkins was thwarted his attempt to mark. It was a good mark by Dorr in front, and he can relieve the tension for Noble Park. Looks to the outer wing. It wasn't a clear kick in front of Marson. He has the numbers against him, but Marson did well. Breaks away from the would-be tackler. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Mark taken there by Anagnostu. Anagnostu kicks towards the right half-forward position where Keane takes the mark. He's been prevalent, and his kick finds James Gwilt, who'll have a second chance to go back and kick for his 4th goal.
He likes him from this side.
So James Gwilt, he does like it from the right forward pocket.
Well, Noble Park are just intent to take ownership of the boundary line this afternoon. And I think they've done it very successfully too.
Kick 2 from this position. This for his 4th goal from 55 metres out. It's not a bad effort. It's going right towards the goal line. I think it's been rushed through for a behind. Minor score. Blackburn now lead it by 26 points with their boundary side.
Just a quick injury update. Petropolis for Noble Park has left the ground with a wrist injury.
Thank you very much, Esmond de Ponzo.
Done a good job this afternoon, boys.
Yes, got their yellow and blue undies on. They won't be too happy with the result, though, as the kick comes out and Mark being taken there by Keane. 55 metres out for Noble Park. The short pass is on. That was an absolute shank. If ever you've seen one, Xavier Murphy took the mark and then got felled upon as he got rid of it. So he'll be the recipient. Blackburn across the half back line now. And it was extremely dark earlier, and all of a sudden it's like the sun's breaking through.
Melbourne.
Comes up towards the half-forward line. Shane Allen's there for Noble Park. Got it away to Martin on the left boot. Swings around, and he missed it by a 15th, and through it goes for a minor score.
That's
21
Shane
minutes
Healy.
gone in the final term out here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 13-15-93 to 9-14-68.
2-6 in this last quarter to Noble Park. They've had their chances.
Certainly have, as Sketcher sees it over the boundary line at the left half back position for Blackburn, right in front of the rainbow that's overcasting our Moreton Park view here. They've looked after us too, the Blackburn Footy Club BWS.
Right in front of the Tobin Brothers sign as well on the boundary line, one of our major sponsors of EFL Sunday.
Yes, Noble Park probably looking for a burial at this stage because they're not enjoying this seat at the moment, trailing by 25 points into time on. Snap around the body from Bull into the pocket for the Bulls. Chance now for Martin, trying to break clear, is Tamanello. The big man breaking through. Hand pass eventually comes out to Dawson, who hacks it towards right half back. Martin flew high for the mark, couldn't quite take it. Falls to ground level, still the ball in dispute. Martin with the hand pass towards Keane. Keane snaps at goal, and he's finally converted. And Noble Park try and salvage some pride. They've moved on to 10-14-74, trailing Blackburn 13-15-93. Not out of the realms of impossibility here. 22 minutes gone, final turn.
Well, the Lee Matthews, if there's enough goals and minutes, they need, 19 points, they need 4 goals in 4 minutes. So
Sydney did it against Essendon a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I don't think it's going to happen, but, you know, Blackburn need to make sure they don't get a quick clearance Noble here.
Pye throws it up. Tamanello got the knockdown. Ball spills free here. Blackburn trying to get a clearing knock. Comes out Cole Martin. He's been an absolute star today. Gets it to Shane Allen. Handball over the top. The Bulls go forward again, but the kick goes awry.
Wasted.
They had to get, if they had got that goal, it might have just sparked a few nervous moments.
Through for a one behind. 3 straight kicks is the margin. Noble Park get another one. There'll be a few nervous people.
Actually, the younger brigade of the Noble Park side have done pretty well today, I reckon.
Goes out. Dorr got a fist on that one. Blackburn at the fall. The ball kick goes up towards the wing position. A one-on-one contest. The Burners did have the numbers. Bartlett received a handball this way, that way. Got himself out of a fair bit of traffic there. That was good play. The kick goes up towards the Hammond direction. Over the top of his head it goes. A foot race does ensue, but the first player back there was Glenn, who just happy to have the safety of the boundary line then, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
Not sure how the boundary umpire called that. He was a long way off.
It was extremely, and then he did a nice little pirouette as he tried to catch the football as well.
He had a little bit of help there, Damo, from the goal
impartial
umpire.
spectator.
No, the goal umpire helped him out there.
The red jacket behind the goals there, wanting to cheer through one final goal here for their side as the ball's been brought back into play. Noble Park trying to get a clearing kick. Little kick off the ground. I think that time there by Robertson. It comes out wide now. Here's Shane Allen. Little in and under handball. Bounces favourably now for Elwyn on the left boot. Goes up towards the Harper direction. It needs to sit up for him. He goes after it. Took his player out of the contest then. Overrunning the football was Parker for Blackburn. And over she goes for a boundary throwing. 93 plays 75. It's 18 points the margin. 24 minutes into this final term.
He's had a dirty afternoon, Harper, hasn't he?
Oh, incredibly. I mean, and Elwyn, really.
Yep.
They've both not contributed enough for what they should be able to do.
7 behinds in this final term for Noble Park. They've been very inaccurate. Just looking back at some of those misses, they could have still been in the game at this point. Allen couldn't quite break away, but it's the Burners who kick it towards the centre wing position. In front there was Bartlett, couldn't quite hold it. At ground level, good evasion there from Robertson. Found a teammate in the hand pass through Morrison, who hacks it towards half forward. Mark dropped there, not quite taken. That was Danaher at the fall of the ball. Chance now for Ziggy Olwen. Hand pass looking for the sanctity of the boundary line, it seems. Still a chance now for Anagnosto. Kick towards half forward, intercepted. And Blackburn will be content to just hold it up at this point. We've crossed the 25-minute mark. They lead it by 3 goals. And they'll chip it around. That's Camposano, who has done relatively well on Gwilt, although Gwilt's probably been Noble Park's best forward. Camposano takes him on with a bit of pace, leading to the laughter of some of the Blackbird supporters. Mark taken by Dorr, though, to intercept at centre wing. Looks into the corridor. They've got a chance here, Noble Park. Chip pass from Monahan, missed the target. That might just about wrap it up. Mark taken by James Handley at centre half back for the Birders, and they can wind the clock down.
Hanley goes to Danaher. Doncaster East have beaten Mulgrave by 9 points.
Oh, I got over it in the end.
Thank you, mother, for the Rabbits.
I
As
knew
the kick
that,
goes
Nick.
up towards the middle of the ground. Matty Tamanello, big Utah, takes the mark. On the right boot now, sends it in towards the Hammond direction. He's got 3 players to beat. I think he pushed out Sam Monahan in that contest, much to the disgust of the Blackburn faithful. Sam Monahan has to switch the play here. Kick was an absolute worm burner outside the defensive 50. It goes for him. At 55 metres out still for Blackburn, but Bull was able to pick the ball up, got the handball away to Nelson, who drives it up towards the half-forward line where Gwilt had the front spot, but he was dispossessed of the football. Well done there by Camposano. Alwyn was there to mop up the pieces, though, for the Bulls, who switched it across to the Harper direction. In fact, it's Shane Allen who takes the mark 35 metres out from goal.
They really like this pocket, don't they? They like leading to this pocket. I know they're left-footers that are doing it, which is not a bad thing, but it's been interesting the way they've played this area.
And Allen kicked it just through the behinds.
Bloke of his quality should be able to kick those. I mean, it's like Monahan's miss before. I mean, he didn't just miss the target, he kicked it 3 metres over his head, and it was a 15-metre kick.
17-point margin.
Indeed, and we've crossed the 27-minute mark, and a good mark taken by Tamanello.
It's been really good today.
Yeah, clearly the best big man on the ground this afternoon.
Stalwart of the Blackburn Footy Club, Matty Tamanello. Saw the best and fairest trophy there in the Blackburn club robes. His name figured prominently. Spoiled from the back towards centre wing Watkins, who's been relatively prominent, I suppose, up forward for Blackburn.
Free kick to Monahan.
Yes, in the meantime.
He shouldn't have been able to play on then.
Well, he's able to, and he got the hand pass away. It was partially smothered, trying to break through and clear. Was keen, kick towards the 4 pocket. Wilt was against 3, had 3 opponents to contend with, and they'll find the safety of the boundary line. The Blackburn defenders will have a ball in deep inside the 4 pocket for Noble Park, and it's Blackburn leading by 17 points, 28 minutes gone, final turn.
And while I think that this has been a great win from Blackburn, neither of these sides have inspired me to think that, you know, they're both high level in the in First Division at the moment, because the football hasn't been great today.
Yeah, and with Baldwin going down too, it once again it
opens up a can of worms, Brett.
It does.
Well, to be honest, I still think not that they could win it, but the team that if they make it will hurt sides will be Doncaster, because they've played well against all the top sides this year. Like they should have beaten Vermont at Vermont, and they kicked 10 straight points in the last quarter.
1 goal 10.
1-10, yeah. So I mean, it's apart from Vermont, there's no one putting their hands up at the moment saying we are the side to beat.
Hudson for Blackburn goes out towards the wing position. Monahan, who's worked extremely hard today, I've been impressed with his game, receives the free kick. He wants to waste no time. That was an up and under.
He did waste time because he kicked it straight out in the full.
Up and under. Finger-breaking punt kick. Just for you, Grant Soupy Campbell. We'll throw as many as we can in the last final moments of this game here today. Home side Blackburn, they're going to take home a W, there's no doubt about that. 13-15, 93 to 10-16, 76. The ball goes up towards the wing position. Big fly over the back and knocked over the boundary line by James Grierson, who set the game alight earlier in the day. Some strong marking and a couple of fantastic goals as well. 21 great games, actually. It's take off 3. It's only 18 other games as you go local for your footy today. Take off 2, I should say.
Make
19.
it 20. Make it 20 and even 20 BWS and you're close.
Does that include today's game?
Yeah, 20 today.
Siren sounds, there it is, and look at the Red Jackets. They're running onto the field, the young kids. They're very excited. And what a great performance it was by the home side today. Blackburn, they were the underdogs going into this clash. Of course, Noble Park coming into this game in red-hot form, and Blackburn's previous month, they've been hit by a lot of injuries, but they've brought in a young side. They've answered the challenge today. They were inaccurate early, but they were able to get the job done. Fantastic effort by the Burners. 13-15-93, the final score. Blackburn, Noble Park, 10-16-76. The major goal kicker on the ground. Well, that was Jake Hammond for the Blackburn Football Club. He kicked 3, 2 each to Watkins and Grierson, while for Noble Park it was James Gwilt who kicked 3 goals. He was a lone hand up forward, and Kevy Keane, he kicked 2 goals also as well. As we see our boundary riders mosey on out into the middle of the ground, and of course a very chuffed Gus McLeod as well, carrying his players board as well. So he'll be pretty excited, as will the Blackburn Football Club, because this is a win that not many people, Damo, gave them a chance to get over the line today, and in an incredibly close Division 1 Division 1 football, every win is oh so important.
Yeah, particularly with Baldwin going down today, I think that adds to the significance of Blackburn's win with that logjam between 2nd and 5th on the Division 1 table. I don't think any of us tipped them to prevail today, but they did so in an undermanned line-up in great fashion. 13-15-93, Noble Park 10-16-76.
Yes.
There were some great stars, Brash and Brett.
Donvale, Kilsyth and Fair Park have drawn.
Wow.
Draw.
And I picked Fair Park.
What did I pick the draw in? It wasn't that game. I found another. I tipped a draw in one game, but it wasn't that one.
And I believe Vermont have had a big victory by nearly 60 points again over Roval this afternoon, 17-6 to 8-4. Vermont probably sitting 4 games clear on some of these sides now, Davo.
Yeah.
He won't stop them?
It's nearly an impregnable position. I don't think they can lose top spot really now.
And if you think about the way that we've looked at sides playing this year, and I know Vermont didn't play great football to beat Doncaster, but they play a style of football that I can't see either of these two sides stopping. I mean,
getting back to today's game.
Just quickly, Brash, Doncaster have beaten Baldwin by 50 points. That's huge.
That is
Absolutely huge.
But coming back to this game, an encouraging effort for Blackburn. Undermanned, their youngsters get a really good hit out against quality opposition. They certainly stepped up to the plate this afternoon, Davo. And look, considering what Con said at the start, that a lot of these guys that are out injured aren't going to come back. If these guys can hold their form and and get those 5 or 6 games into their belt heading into the final series, Blackburn are still going to be a big chance in some of the early finals games.
Yeah, look, you cannot take anything away from a sensational performance today, especially when you look at the fact that they also lost Conker with a hamstring.
Yes, yeah, and he's going to that'll be a month.
That's another month out. Let's listen to the song.
The Blackburn Footy Club, a very youthful voice there to that song. They sang it with gusto because they were the underdogs today, and they would certainly relish this victory, that's for sure. To the tune of the Hawthorn theme song, I think the Hawks might have got up today too, just for good measure, in an upset against GWS, same sort of fashion. So it's been that sort of day here at Moreton Park. Blackburn prevailing by 17 points. A lot of prizes to give out later on today, of course. The Tobin Brothers Player of the Day, who claims a $50 Coles Buy gift voucher. The Trojan Workhorse Courageous Player of the Day wins a $150 worth toolkit, and the Vibromania Goal of the Day, a $50 deep massage voucher at the Croydon Gym. I'm sure you could use a massage, Brett, and also, I guess, Brash with the red blazer. Maybe you could turn up one day as well.
Mate, I've already got my I've already got my massage and spa already lined up in about 3 weeks' time, and my blazer.
Man, who doesn't need a massage because he's always on point. Grant Soupy Campbell with some Tuesday match stats.
The key stat for the match was hit-outs to advantage, absolute domination for Blackburn, 23-5. They won the clearances by 8. Noble Park actually had 14 more kicks for the match. Blackburn with 16 more handballs. Contested possessions, even for the game. Blackburn 2 more uncontested possessions. Inside 50 count, 55-52 in favour of Blackburn. And Noble Park, after taking 5 marks inside 50 to 1 for the final quarter, actually had 12 to 9 for the match. So a lot of those stats quite even, apart from the hit-outs to advantage. Kyle Martin, 29 kicks, 10 handballs, 6 marks. We said he was pretty sloppy with the ball. I thought he finished the game pretty strongly. Had a good last quarter with his 9 touches there. So still, for mine, one of their better players, but probably not as dangerous and impactful as we would have hoped and seen in other years. Observation on his game also, he didn't spend any time forward, which I found interesting. In past seasons, he's gone forward quite a bit, being a very important goal kicker for them. They seem to not change their structure around it at all. I think that's, Davo, something they've got to look at. And when Ziggy hasn't touched the ball for 20 minutes, why not throw a player of his class in the middle just for a few minutes, get players into the game that aren't getting their hands on the footy?
Yeah, look, I agree. I think, and for his physical size on a ground like this, he could bust it open. And we talk about the experience, and I think someone else, Brash, might have brought it up before, but it was the young players at Noble Park that actually probably played their better football, because you go through their experienced players. Harper didn't do much. Gwilt was serviceable. He had enough possession, had chances. Monaghan got the ball well at times, but just turned it over far too many times. Kyle Martin got a lot of the football. Did he really hurt them enough? I don't know. Sketcher didn't really do enough today.
He was disappointing today.
Brett Dorr tried really hard. Shane Allen didn't get enough of the football. Ziggy didn't get enough of the football.
Couldn't mark today.
So, Liam Tobin was out. So really, when you look at their experienced players, they didn't get a lot of real quality from them. And it was the younger blokes who really stood up and gave them a little bit. Whereas you look at Blackburn, and we'll go through the best players, but I think they were just probably a little bit more serviced by some of their experienced players, a little bit better, I think, today. And it wasn't a great game to watch. It wasn't pretty football. There was a lot of tough in and under work, a lot of good tackling. I thought Noble played the ground poorly. And they turned the football over way too many times, especially with last possession.
Uncharacteristically, I thought.
Yeah, and Blackburn, look, I was impressed with, the thing I was impressed with was it didn't matter what time of the game it was. They continued to play the style that they've been trained at. They took risks through the middle, they ran through the middle, and they tried to isolate their key forwards and kick the ball into their key forwards in that one-on-one situation. So, to their credit, their kids stood up, even though they made mistakes, but they kept going. They didn't go into their shells, and I think Cons to be congratulated on the way that he's got them working. How far can they go? Well, I haven't looked at their draw, but you take Conker out for 4 weeks. I don't think they're probably going to get too many back from what we were talking about. They might. I don't know about Bathy. I don't know if he'll come back.
Got VFL commitments. Yep.
Yeah, so you've got a situation that. They're going to have a lot of kids who, if they blood them for the next 4 or 5 weeks, they're going to get a lot of good experience before they get into finals. Where will Noble be? Well, I don't know. Today was a key game for them. They didn't really stand up when they could have. So it's going to be a very interesting final series, I think, today.
Absolutely. Do you have to question Noble Park's tenacity and whether they were switched on today? Because I thought at the beginning they didn't come out with their same physical presence, and even when the match was on the line in the last quarter, they had a number of missed chances, but it was just one of those games today. Well, we have a special guest today. Let's go down ground level now, and we are joined by Esma DePonzo.
Look, we got Con Carreras, the coach. Con, this afternoon, you must be a very happy man. But I'll just let you know, at quarter time, you said, head over the footy, work hard, go down, look for your targets, and that's something that you did very well for all 4 quarters. You must be quite happy with that.
Yeah, really good win. Very happy with with the way the boys performed today. Look, I think we spoke pre-game about our desire to want to bounce back and show a performance that that was worthy of what we think Blackburn football is all about, and the way that they attacked the contest today, really worked harder inside and outside, was really good by our boys.
Just before I hand over to the team, I'll just say one quick one where James Grierson, it was an emergency, but pretty good hands there, hasn't he? He's got pretty good hands, and his presence was good, and he could have kicked a few more, but he did a terrific job today for you.
Yeah, look, we might have had that one in our back pocket a little bit.
You're allowed.
And yeah, look, James is a super football player. He's actually centre-half back, and early in the year we'd played him down back. We thought we'd try something a little bit different today to try and catch out Noble, and yeah, he can play football, that boy.
Yeah, look, Con, the thing that we were just saying we were really impressed with was you play a high-risk, high-reward game at times through the middle with your run and handball. And the thing that was so impressive from my point of view today was the kids didn't stop playing it. They continued. They made mistakes, and that's okay, but they continued to do it. And I think that's something as a coach you'd be really happy with.
Yeah, it is. Look, we spoke pre-game about some of the experience that we've lost, and we want our kids and all of our guys to continue to play how we want to play. And look, they'll work on, as each game goes by, getting consistency with decisions and execution, and sometimes it'll come off, sometimes it won't. But it is really important that they continue to play our way, and I think today, even under pressure, they did that. So it's really important that we continue on this journey. Look, and I've only been coach now for 18 months, and we've taught these guys to play a completely different way, and it takes time to sort of establish what you're looking for, and you'll get some of the good with the bad. But look, when it does come off, it looks really good, and I think the boys can show that when they can stick to it for most parts, they can hold their own against most teams in this comp.
And especially, I thought today also, when you went forward, your ability to isolate all three key forwards, they got isolated really well today, and you got something out of all of them. It wasn't just Hammond who stood up. Watkins was really good early, worked really hard with Grierson, and again, Watkins I thought worked really hard in the last quarter, and then Hammond stood up. So you had like a three-prong attack, and on an unusual shaped ground like this, it was a real key today, I thought.
Yeah, it was. We've tried to establish to have three talls all year. Unfortunately, just through injury or unavailabilities, we haven't been able to get it at times. You know, like Ryan Bathy, we've probably only seen for 5 or 6 games this year, but when he's played with us, he's been really, really good. Fortunately for him, and it's great for us too, that he's playing super footy with Richmond, and they've been short of some key talls, so he's spent a bit of time with them. But likes of Watto, and look, again, to go back to that pre-game stuff, Tim Watkins is 21 and he's only played about 20-odd games of senior football. So we think we've got a special player there that'll come up and support Jake in time. But, yeah, he can take a mark as well.
Well, we know he can take a mark. Yeah. He's won the mark of the year a couple of times.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he?
Yeah, of course, took that famous mark against Baldwin all those years ago, which made international headlines, I think, even on social media. I really appreciate your time, mate. Enjoy the win, a very crucial win for the club. Undermanned today, and probably against all expectations. It's a credit to your side and to your coaching. Well done.
Thanks, gents. Thank you.
That was a marvellous effort, Damien. I also think too that Con may also he might have won it in the coaches box as well, I reckon, Davo.
Yeah, I agree. I thought he coached really well. They were about to change things up, whereas I think Noble got stuck in the one. They didn't really do much to change things up, where I thought Blackburn were really good in that area.
Got a couple of more players with us from the Victoria side. Let's head down to Esmond.
Ben McIntyre, a terrific game today. There's a lot of running and a lot of carrying the ball, but at the end of it, it was a really good victory for you guys this afternoon.
Oh, mate, it was unreal, actually. Like, after last week, we really just battled to carry the footy, and mate, it was a massive focus for us today, just to come out and just hit them running.
Normally, you rely a lot on Jake Hammond to kick goals, but James Grierson has bopped up and was a really good target this afternoon for you guys. Was there anything special that you did during the game?
Yeah, no, it was good, mate. Having Greaso come in just gives us another tool, another chop out for Jake and for Watto, and just gives us another person up forward to try and hit up, that's all. So.
Excellent. Look, I'll just hand over to the other team and they'll ask a couple of quick questions.
Yeah, Ben, congratulations. Your own game this afternoon. Starting to find, we watched you early in the season and you love to run and carry the ball, but you also got a decent hoof on you as well. Two big goals this afternoon. Happy with your own form?
Yeah, no, it's good to find a little bit of footy. I would have Probably would have rather to kick a couple more. I think I kicked like 2-4 or something like that. But yeah, no, it's good. Trying to get a bit of run, and that's what the coaches sort of tell me to do. Just take it and try and burn. It's a big focus for us. So.
Can you feel as a player that there's something really happening at this football club? You know, all the young blokes starting to come through, and you can actually start to tell that they really are starting to work to something very special, not only now but in the future.
Oh, 100%, mate. Like the vibe around the club at the moment, like probably not last week, but so much. But like all year, mate, we've just been really up and about, and I think we're all starting to come together as one unit, and everyone knows how everyone plays. And as you've seen today, like when we all gel together, it just seems to happen. So.
And that must be, and the fact that saying that also gives great comfort to the players that are out of it as well, that are out injured, because they know when they come back into the side, they're going to be players that they can play, that will come back into the side and play the Blackburn way, and they won't have issues, you know, slipping back into the side.
Oh, 100%, mate. Like, I think we try and keep it all the way down to the 19s, everyone involved, and that way when one person goes out, another person just slots straight back in, and everyone knows everyone's on the same page as well.
Tell us a little bit about Con. I know he's not here at the moment, so he can't actually hear what you're going to say, so you can be truthful. But the fact is that you're playing an incredibly different style of football in the last 18 months than what you were previously, and you're a very young team coming through. He's obviously had a great impact on what you've been able to do in the last 18 months. And I suppose the other thing is that we talk about injuries. You've got a lot of blokes who are not going to come back into the side, so you've had to share that leadership amongst a lot of the younger players, and I would imagine you're one of the ones that's had to stand up and take a little bit of a leadership role as well. That seems to be working really well, especially on a game like a big game today against another final side. To all stand up and perform like you did was tremendous. Very Bulldogs-like, isn't
oh,
it?
Yes, from last year, not this year. Yeah. Ben, really appreciate your time. Just before we let you go, on behalf of the EFL media team, you've won the Vibro Goal of the Day, so you win a $50 deep massage voucher at Croydon Gyms. Not sure if you're in need of a massage, mate, by the way you played today, but I think you'll enjoy it in any case. Well done. Thanks very much. Ben McIntyre joining us on the EFL game day pre- or post-match, I suppose, a bit of a analysis towards the end. He played a great day. Ben McIntyre, he had a fantastic game. Esmond, we have another guest.
We do have another guest. Not the short, the long, but the tall Matthew Taminella. Matthew, congratulations on a great game today. Not just in the ruck, but around the ground, the contest. It was a really good game. Well done.
Thank you. It was very good to back up after last week. I think we were all really disappointed, and we came out firing today, and we got the result.
Yeah, it was a 62-point win, I think, to Noble Park last week, and a 69-point defeat to you guys. So it was a fair bit of headway that you had to make up this week to get the win.
Yeah, that's what happens with the young team sometimes. We come out and we can't explain the performance, and last week we just couldn't explain it, and we moved on pretty quick. On Tuesday we put it behind us, and we set a new goal to come out and beat Noble Park, and we did it. We executed well today, and I think, we're on the way up.
Excellent, very good. Just very quickly before I hand over, Brett Dorr, he's not as tall as the normal ruckman, but very strong body player, very experienced player. How do you tackle a guy like that? I mean, he's a very, very good opponent, isn't he?
Yeah, well, the AFL's good like that. Every week there's someone big and strong, often a bit stronger than me, so I try and use my height and my leap to get around. But Brett's a very good opponent and showed that again today. I think he was carrying a bit of an injury, but he often knocks me around a little bit, but just try and get up and live another day.
Well done.
Matty, you've spent a couple of years away from the club, and you've come back this year, being part of Blackburn for a long time, and you had that time away. What's it like to come back now, and can you really notice the difference in the time that you were away?
Yeah, very big difference, not only in the players, but just the game plan. I think you touched on it before with Con. He comes in and has implemented a football program which is quite it's quite professional in the way we have to go about it. Very different to some of the local football that I've played before.
Yep.
But to the credit to the boys, we all sort of have taken it on, and it's starting to show dividends now.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think one of the key factors is too that when a club's under adversity and you do have injuries, it's almost like a leaping faith when you bring the new ones in, because you don't know how they're going to play. But you can actually sense that here, and I've seen this brewing over the last 18 months. There's something really special ready to happen for this football club, and it's not only from the seniors, but it's also building from down below as well. And it really sets up the Blackburn Football Club for future success, I feel.
Yeah, I think the depth in our club is pretty exceptional. Our 12 o'clock game's playing some really good footy, and if there are a few injuries, there's always someone to step up and fill the void. So when we've got a program that everyone knows about, it's not about the names on the field, it's more about who can step in and fill that role.
And Matt, just before I let you go, I believe you're trained to be a rehab doctor. How do you go about combining that role, and obviously your football can it be difficult at times?
Yeah, it can be a little bit difficult, but luckily with my job I often finish by 5 o'clock, so I can usually get to training on time.
There you go.
Have to be on call every now and then, but you know, I like to try and get footy in. It's a good release for me from work, so yeah.
You could self-diagnose and provide your own attention, can't you, as a rehab doctor?
Yeah, all the boys always get into me about getting them scripts or giving them MRI referrals, so it's a bit of a different experience. Yeah, Mum and Dad, it's their 40th wedding anniversary, so we've got it. Well, football comes first, you know that. Yeah. Well, it's actually a good Australian Guernsey to wear now with all the Aussies playing for Utah, so they're starting to come good.
Gee, it might be worth a bit of dough too.
Yeah, that's
right.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, guys.
Indeed, and you figured prominently, I think, at the votes coming up, that's for sure.
I think so.
He was a tall figure in more ways than one, Matty Tuminello. I like the fact that he said his father came down and that footy would come first, and their marriage has lasted 40 years, which is probably 35 years longer than the average marriage these days. So football comes first. That's the key to a long marriage, I think.
Well, I've been working on it. I've been doing footy for 30 years and married for 25, so
there you go.
It does work. It does work.
Gets you out of the house. That's
yeah, on whose terms?
Great stuff. Well, we might go through some of our votes. I'll just pass on Grant Soupy Campbell's votes. This is, of course, for the Tobin Brothers Player of the Day. A $50 Coles Buyer voucher up for grabs. And Soupy has voted 1, Tim Kelly for Noble Park, 2, Ben McIntyre, who we had before with 2 votes. And Matt Tuminello took out his 3 votes. Honourable mention, Brash's blazer. There you go. You have to bring that next time, Brash, I think. Just to see what it looks like. It's probably all crinkled and...
It might have a little Masters logo on it or something like that if it's green. So
no, I think it's got something like Vermont with a sort of thingy jacket thingy.
That's a surprise, isn't it?
Like a bomber jackety thingy. That's what I call near a blazer. You want my votes?
Yes, I'll just say I probably have to concur with Soupy votes. I know I have to get out of it easy, but I'd have to agree with him. 1 to Tim Kelly, 2 to Ben McIntyre, and 3 to Matty Tuminello. What about you, Brush?
Yeah, well, put it this way, you couldn't yibbity, it's all over there, Damo, because I'm going exactly the same 3. Kelly 1, easily Noble Park's best player. Yes. Every time I come and watch Noble Park play, Davo, he's always in their best 3. He's such the consummate professional. McIntyre I thought was sensational, ran his heart out all afternoon, kicked a couple of booming goals when the club needed them, and Matty Tuminello, you know, big men can set up many winning contests in the midfield, but it wasn't in the midfield, it was also around the ground. His influence at all the contests, he rucked basically unchanged all afternoon. 3 votes for mine.
What about you, Davo?
I've got a little bit of a change as I
I'm glad
would.
you have.
But I've gone one vote for Ben Danaher. I thought early on he really set the game up for Blackburn. He worked tirelessly in the middle. His ability to get out of tackles, I think, is tremendous, and his use of the ball was good. He went a bit quiet, I suppose, towards the last quarter, but I thought he was fantastic. I do agree, though, McIntyre second. I thought he was fantastic today. His use of the football, his goal kicking, he was quick, he was clean. And I am going to agree. I think that normally I wouldn't give it to a big ruckman that doesn't take a lot of marks around the ground, but he actually took 3 or 4 marks in that last quarter. It was his use of his hands in the ruck that the hits to advantage. When you look at the young and inexperienced Blackburn lineup, especially in their midfield, to be able to have them win the clearances meant that he certainly got his first hands on the ball, and up against a quality player in Brett Dorr, who is a tough, hard nut who would run in and crush bodies all day. I thought Tominello was excellent today and deserved best on ground.
Well, there you go. There's a unanimous $50 Coles at Myer gift voucher winner, Matty Tominello.
Yeah, I'd certainly agree with that. As I thought Kyle Martin was brilliant today as well, so I think he needs a special shout out. I think he had 40+ touches. We did talk about a lot of them being wasteful, but I tell you what, the amount of ground that guy covers, I think he's a very entertaining player to watch. I thought Luke Parker for Blackburn.
Yeah,
I thought
right.
he was very workmanlike. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, and I thought he was fantastic. But I think we all, obviously, Damo, as you said, it's unanimous. The big man Tama's getting the best on ground award today. The Tobin Brothers Player of the Day, the $50 Coles Myer voucher.
That's right. I'm sure it'll be put to good use as well. We'll head to our Trojan Workhorse Player of the Day. We may as well get that underway, and I think BWS gave us the hint on that occasion.
Well, we're a democracy here on the EFL media team, unless I put my dictator's hat on. but I'd like to let Brett Davidson hand out the award for the Trojan Workhorse today. Of course, Brett's been with us all year, and he has taken up a new role with the Scoresby Football Club, so we won't hear his dulcet tones for the next 6 weeks, but he will be back for finals as well. So I think it's only fitting that you get to hand out the Trojan Workhorse Award today, Davo.
Well, look, I think one of the things about today was, apart from the boys that stood out on the ground, there was a fairly even effort from a lot of players today, and I would have nearly given Kelly the Workhorse Player of the Day because of the fact that I thought he just worked really hard for Noble Park all day. But I'm happy to go with the boss. Now, I know where my bread's being buttered, and I know who my paycheck is coming through. So I'm happy to go with the boss, and agree with you.
Luke Parker, recipient of the Trojan Workhorse $150 toolkit, Damo. It's an awesome prize this afternoon. As it is every week.
I wouldn't know how to use it if I ever won it.
Oh, no, mate. You tell me to screw something in, I'd call a handyman. I'm absolutely terrible with that sort of stuff. Massive shout out also has to go to the people of the Blackburn Football Club today.
Absolutely awesome day we've had.
An amazing spot to call football from up here in the Glass House. Completely accommodating and hosted us absolutely magnificently. Pretty excited when I get handed a Bacardi and there's a jug of beer sitting in front of me at the moment. James McLeod really looking after us, and of course everybody at the footy club. They've got so many good volunteers that work with us. The burgers, well, I tell you what, aren't they going to get a big score? Getting the thumbs up from everybody on the huddle on Friday night. There's no doubt about that, and a fantastic job there by Carlos, Carl Dunn, who is he is retired now, but he's been a butcher by trade for his whole life. He's won at least 30 awards around the country with the sausages that he's made, and he uses sausage mince to actually make these patties, and they were absolutely spot on. Of course, Turk, he creates a chutney, and I'm a big fan of condiments, and you usually just get the sauce or the mustard, but it's all about the chutney out here at Blackburn, and I tell you what, they have really stepped up to the plate.
I tell you what, my pants love the chutney too. I tell you what, it was
And
It was unbelievable.
Brett Beston's jacket loved the chutney as well. I had to hand him an
Brash has got a bit on his vest here too.
Yeah, I won't be eating again tonight.
a little bit left over for later. And of course, Helen, who she's the cook on Thursday nights and after the games for all the players down here at the Blackburn Football Club. Homegrown cooking. I know that she's brought in a mountain of shepherd's pies for the boys tonight. So this is a great family club, the Blackburn Football Club, and so accommodating. And we thank them very much for coming out here today.
Oh, yeah. You just got to love that home style cooking, don't you, BWS? You can't beat it. You know, especially at a football club. It's, you know, that's the one thing we love about local football. It's what the volunteers do to make it happen every Saturday afternoon. And kudos to you all.
Let's yeah.
Look, and I must admit, this is one of the best spreads I've seen. And I suppose the only thing I could say is that when you're planning for next year, I would say probably 9 home games would be a little bit too much to expect at Blackburn, but I reckon there'll be a few here. I reckon the magnificent way they've looked after us today.
Yeah, great day, and of course Rex Hunt was on pre-game with us as well. It's great to hear Rexy, and he had the footy club in stitches for his hour chat before he came on with us as well. So it's been a big day for the footy club. 3 victories as well. The 19's got up over Noble Park for the first time ever.
Wow.
So that's a massive achievement for them. And of course the reserves had a nice win, and then the seniors in the afternoon. So everything is all black and red out in the eastern suburbs today with the Blackburn Football Club. Time to thank everybody who's been part of the team today. We'll start with our boundary riders. 2 men that, well, like I mentioned earlier, they've been wearing the yellow and blue undies today. Now they've got the Kleenex tissues out, but it is what it is, boys. But a great job by you. Rain, hail or shine, we've had it all down there on the boundary today. Great job to you, Esmond Aponzo.
Thanks very much for that, BWS. It was a great game to call.
And of course, Brett Beston, we heard him on EFL Sunday for the first time this year. Last week, last night he was on the huddle, did a great job, and it's a little bit teary, a little bit like Brush was after the Div 1 Grand Final last year, but it's only a home and away game, mate. You'll live to fight another
very
week.
disappointed, but no, full marks to Blackburn. I mean, with all those players out, you would have, we all wrote them off, and they were their better side today, and they thoroughly deserved the win. And a little bit chilly out there today, but yeah, good day.
And of course, Damien Watson riding shotgun in the co-commentator's chair today. We haven't been able to call a game together this year through Damo's work commitments and study, but he's back on board at the right time of the year, and he is an absolute gem, and it's been a privilege to call with you, my good friend.
Likewise, BWS, thanks very much, I enjoyed it.
Wayne Brasher, Division 1 specialist on the EFL media team. Enjoyed your afternoon today, Brash?
Yeah, marvellous effort it was, and you know, look, always love coming to watch football, always love calling it with you guys on a Saturday afternoon. It's one of life's greatest pleasures.
It's with a heavy heart we bid farewell, but only for a short amount of time to Brett Davidson. Davo, yeah, thank you so much for everything you've done with us so far this season. You will be sorely missed, but I tell you what, how quickly life just goes on these days and time ticks by. We'll see you in no time, and you'll be back calling finals footy, which is the best time of the year.
Well, look, I absolutely love this experience. This is, you know, I love coaching, but you know what? I was quite happy to give up coaching and take this role on. I certainly have enjoyed the 12 weeks that I've been on, and big challenge with what we've got at Scoresby, but I'm looking forward to that as well. But I know that in 6 weeks' time I get the privilege of being able to sit down with a great bunch of blokes and call some local footy, and really it's the best way to spend a Saturday afternoon. So thank you very much for giving me that opportunity, and I've certainly appreciated it.
Good stuff, and good luck as well with everything you do down at Scoresby. I'm sure you'll do a great job. They've got the right man for the job. Of course, Will Taylor working across social media this afternoon. He's been an absolute fantastic part of the media team today. Quite achiever. We haven't heard his voice, but if you follow at Footy EFL via Twitter, you have seen it all play-by-play right throughout the afternoon. Dan Sensic, he makes it all happen, the EFL media manager, and you'll see some very impressive snaps from Davis Harrigan, also a member of the EFL media team, being plastered all over Twitter as soon as possible as well. So great job by you, Davis. And the man who sets up, packs up, giggles in the background, Bruce Press from the Loft Productions. Fantastic effort as always, mate. Really love my clipboard and my pen put in the right spot every week. Just seeing another draw come through. Fair Park and Kilsyth, they drew today, but Hawthorn and GWS have drawn as well, 97 piece. But of course, we need to wrap up here because there's an action-packed final 45 minutes across the Eastern Football League today. As you go local for your football, Barry Cotts will be bringing you the score centre and all those final scores, as well as speaking to Gav Casey, who was out at Doncaster Ballin. What a blowout that was. And also Ray Baird, he was out at Roeville versus Vermont, and Alana Coleman at Forest Hill versus Domvale. So there's some 3 great around the ground reporters coming up very soon, of course, with all those other around the ground scores. Stay tuned on 98.1 Radio East, and thank you, the Blackburn Football Club. Didn't you put on a show today?